Good evening. Happy Sunday. This past weekend I have been at MomoCon, which I think I had a lot of fun. A lot of interesting things happened. One of them being that I got injured on day 2, and I had to go to first aid like right away when I got to the convention. So yeah, I got a few aches and sores on my body right now. I'm doing better though. The biggest injury I have on me right now is on my lip. And it's gonna bug me for a while, but like right on the center on my top lip. Yeah, that's like the weirdest injury that I have right now. Every other one on my body is normal scratches, whatever. But yeah, convention stuff, awesome. I did get to meet some new people. I didn't get to see make too many new friends. I didn't quite have the courage to talk to a lot of people. Hi Lumi, welcome in. Okay. So today this current Arknights event, it started like 2 days ago, which was also kind of on the same day that I got myself injured. But today we're going to do the event. We have the release of our new character, Nasti. Interesting name, but I suppose it's no different than Necras. So today, I'm going to do something different. So I know there's not a lot of people watching me right now. I just started stream, but I want to pull for the character first this time. So yeah, I want to do the character pulls first and then get into the event, because I want to actually try using her in her event. I'm not sure how fast I'll be able to build her. She won't have any masteries, obviously. The masteries take at least 2 days. But I do still want to like try her out. And even if I'm not using her in the stage, she can at least get trust. So let's go ahead and start. First pull is just the 5-star. One in the middle. Kichise. So we have Nasti. The 5-star for this one is... I wanna say the new 5-star, like, I wanna say her name is Karen. I wanna say her name is Karen. I don't know if it has a weird pronunciation, but I'm gonna call her Karen. Pull 2. No 5-star, but we got 6 stars back. Maybe.
Konnichiwa.
Early? We get Nasti early?
どうも。私はまといまる。ロードス。はじめまして、ドクター。アリアと申します。どうした？今日からお世話になります。アスカルから資料は見せてもらってるでしょ。
Nope, we look 50-50 to Enos.
私はトランスポーターと傭兵のどっち？
Not the worst person to lose 50-50 to. Amazingly, I only need one more token on Enos, and she's max 5. I actually we almost have a max spot Enos. Amazing. Okay, pool 3. Ah, blue bag. Yep, gotta have at least one. Okay. Number 4. Ooh, double 5-star and 6-star. Did we get the banner in this one?
今日からお世話になります。術師のスチュワードです。ひとまずよろしく。はじめましてドクター。プレゼントにこれをどうぞ。
Are we lucky? Please.
こんにちは。リサの手紙で言っていた何でもできるドクターがどんな姿をしている。
Nasty, come home.
Earth Spirit.
Okay, but let's at least see if we get the 5-star from this poll then, because we have 2.
コードネームはアシッドドロップ。ドクターさん。
Or me. Okay.
石見習いのアンセルです。外科の足。
It's so I got Warmy and
私はビーンストーク。
yeah. Okay, we got the new 5-star. Let's go.
社長は私、社員はあなた。さあ、どこ行く？
Did I hear her right? Shire? Shire? So her name is pronounced weirdly like KME. Shire. Like iron? I don't know if I heard that audio correctly. Damn. Okay. Digging into the OP now. Oh! Ooh, back to back, back to back. In the middle again. Back to back. This is pretty good so far. 3 6-stars and 50 pulls. That's pretty good. Please, please, be nasty. Please, be nasty.
私は王室探偵のメイと申すのだ。捜査に協力。
Oh, come on! What the heck? Hi, Ray. Sheesh. 355. What the fuck? Nasty, where are you? Giving me everyone under the sun except for you. Blue bag. Ah, can only do this 5 more times. 5-star Luna Cub. Kinda scary. My reserves are depleting. No. Crocus. Ah, 3 more times. Please. Oh, come on. It was looking so great in the beginning. Ooh, this is painful. On the 100th pull. Come on. 100th? You're at the very back. Sheesh.
フロストリーフ。傭兵をや。石見習いのアンセルです。外科の足。
Surely I get to save some of my OP, right?
行動予備隊。
You're not gonna make me use all of my OP for this, right?
私はアンブリエル・ラテラーノスです。
お客様、私に再。
うちの旅行会社のメ
Okay,
ンバーを
so
紹介する
5-star
ね。
again.
社長は私。
敬礼。ボリバル国民警備隊教官。どうべ。ラバ。術師だ。暇。
Please?
はじめまして。
Yes!
LINE 生命エンジニア化し
100 100 is the charm.
君の
Let's
ことをよ
there
く
we
話題に
go.
出す同僚が何人もいる。
Nice. Now that's a pull. It took 100 pulls, and I have exactly 110 pull left. Ow. Actually, ow. My savings are gone.
術師だ。合同一隊 A6 カタパルト着任プリムと申します。以
I
前
gotta start saving up
ど
again.
うも術師だ。
Oh no, don't skip that.
石見習いのアンセルです。
Okay, we can do that. Let's go certificate, turn that in. I can now get this. 7 days left, so yeah, definitely wanna like snatch this before the month changes. Alright, so that's another 40 pulls in the depot. I guess save that for next banner. Oh right, I didn't spend these. I forgot about this. Whoops. This was from the last rerun. The Texas rerun. Clear out that shop again. Buy another token
は
for
じめまして
Hadia.
ドクター。私はハリア。
Okay, P2 Volpus. P2 Ray. And we got Nasti. Again, I'm not too sure how quickly I can dojo, but we can certainly try.
3秒巻き戻せ。左の映像表示端末。皆の前でコメントする。
Okay, skills at 7. What do you
3
need
秒
for
巻き戻せ。
promotion?
左の映像表示端
4
末。
of those, 5
出
of
力デー
those.
タに誤りがある。よし、解決した。
I might have the materials for this. I think I just might have the materials for this. Okay, so that's one part. I need 5 of these. Five of that, and then I need the duo chips. Do I have enough to do it? Nope, I do not. Okay, so I do need to go chip farming for her. Which thankfully, hey, the stage is open. So I can actually go chip farming for her. Let's do one round to see. Actually, how many rounds would I need to do to get enough?
くれぐれも安
Because I
全にね。
need at least. How many? You need 8 to make
ついてきて。
4 for an elite. I have 1, so I need 6.
ディオポーレント。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
機嫌なの。ついてないわね。
いらっしゃい。
This is such an old honor to play.
悪くない。
ロックンロール。リラックスして。踏んでみたら。頑張ります。
動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろ
踏んでみたら。アップル。
ゴミ掃除の時間だ。
さあクイズよ。このじゃがいもは爆弾でしょうか。ロックンロール。
お前の攻撃を想定の通りだ。
足を上げない方がいいわ。
任務完了。正確かつ効率のいい式だったな、ドクター。
3 of each. Okay. I need like 3 more. I have 8. So maybe? How many does it
Yeah.
convert to
調子はい
again?
かが
I
かな
don't remember.
ドクター。
Oh yeah, I was working on the cat. I'm gonna M6 the cat. Actually, this is if I go to workshop. Workshop here, chips. Do this twice. That gets me 4. Okay, so yeah, now I have definitely enough. I should definitely have enough to make what I need. Because I only need 3. I already have 1. I pick that up, put that back to gold, and then we go operators. Here you go. Instant, nasty, E2. Never mind, I need 3 more of this again. I don't know. Oh, yeah, the skill. That's what used it. Here we go.
君とロドスの
Instant
信頼に
E2.
感謝するドクター。我々の
And then she does have module, so bring her up to 60.
3秒巻き戻せ。左の映像表示端末出力データに誤りがある。よし、解決した。
Nice. I'll definitely put mastery on her skill 3. I'm not sure about her other skills. Because, to be honest, I don't use artificers. But, because of how unique Nasti is, it'll be new for me.
Yeah. 調子はいかがかな、ドクター。
Okay. Nasti acquired the new 5-star. Wait, the new 5-star was. What was she? Or hang on. Operator rarity. Scroll. You're gonna be in the back. What were you? You're a defender. Primal protector.
もう行った場所をわざわざ映像で見直すの。ガイドにも昇進が。
Primal Protector. Gain the barrier. Okay. Her first skill only increases her HP. Not much.
もう行った場所をわざわざ映像で見直すの？
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat to you right away. But that should be good enough. So you're a defender. Alright. Ooh, I like that perspective. Cool. Oh yeah, Skybox is the free unit for this event. We have a new lizard man. We haven't had a lizard man in forever. Not since day one. Alright, so I do actually have time to read through this story. And I do feel okay to read the story today. So, I think I will take my time. Yeah, typically, for most events, for those of you watching later, for most events I typically just read the summaries of the stories, just so I can get to the gameplay. Especially when I don't have a lot of time, but I do actually have tomorrow off, so I don't have to worry about time. I will actually take the time to read this story event. Rhine Lab is typically an interesting story category. So here we go. A banshee who has strayed far from home. Woo-ha! Yahoo! Hey Shikatsu! Yeah, I got Nasti. Hiya! There's damn, the IS boss talking to each other. There are still a ways to go before we pass through the reed beds and arrive at the roosting tree. Shall I take the helm? The bows of the convolvulus were carved by incantation, and are powered by the same. They have no need for physical strength to pilot. It's fine. Those three are busy running wild. Let them burn off some of that energy. They are more lively than I expected. Than I imagined. Whoops. This is them at their coolest, if you can believe it. You don't want to see them roam while deciding who can cry the loudest, or roar most like a mangler beast. They were churned up in that furnace for centuries, after all. They barely had physical form, barely had distinct identities. Anyone would be rowdy after something like that. It's quite the convolvulus. Pardon? In Colombia, even a forward-thinking guy like me finds himself flustered at a taxicab door, struggling to find a handle on a newfangled model. Noisy change It's Colombia's natural state. The ever pioneering, ever advancing nation. She waits for no man, not even for a second. But here, when was the last time I came here? 200 years ago, after Casdale was picked clean in the wake of that bitter war, Vela had only just turned this valley into the home of the Banshees. Yep. Can't have been easy finding a place like this snuggled up to all these Virginia-nosed mountains. Mist Lake's rippling mirror, sunken trees among the reed beds, forests carpeting the land in gold, and the Banshees work to the oars of their boats, gently blowing on their leaf whistles. It's like the valley itself is breathing. Even after all these years, the convalescence hasn't changed a bit. Aside from the one who fared me the first time around. Vela, my old friend, did she already move into that wooden house under the tree? She did so last month, Tin Man. I heard she worked you into one of her tales, telling the children that the mists of the convalescence are puffs from your pipe. But a day later, when the children pestered her as to how you persuaded that empty suit of armor, or escaped being thrown into the furnace, hearing your name only confused her. She's starting to forget. Indeed, forgetfulness. Death's warning to a banshee. Alright, thank you for that. Hydrate and stretch. Yeah. She moved into the house after that. Like every other banshee she has seen off over the years, peacefully waiting for the end to come. Seeing off an old friend who's forgotten my name. Didn't think my trip here would end up being so heavy. I would like you to comfort her in your own way. She has given far too much of herself for us. For the convalescence and for the sarcasm. You know her type, always insisting on wallowing in unknowable suffering. I simply hope that as 300 years worth of memories slowly leave her side, she can find some solace. Sure. We are here. Lakaramani, do you require my presence for your goodbyes? Nobody's here. But how? Vela left? Where could a banshee losing her memory even go? Uh-oh, we got runaway grandma. Whoa! Why's the elevator so dark? I thought there'd be a window or something to look out. Didn't you read the Propeller Paradise Handbook they gave out? It's for building suspense, so everybody here for Air Expo Columbia gets an optimal high-altitude experience. Hey, just coming out of a convention, we're reading about a convention. advance tickets sold like hotcakes. I tell you what, this is gonna blow those dime a dozen rinky-dink drones that have been popping up everywhere the past 2 years. Alright, no need to show off how well you memorized the handbook. We've already put propellers on every piece of furniture in our house that can take them. Does every Colombian these days hear the word sky and get all worked up into the tizzy? Also, didn't you notice? Even after all this time, still haven't reached the levitation layer. That means... It means this park really is as tall as the ads say, and our latest levitation tech really can hold up an entire building. We've come to the right place, dear. Where's that music coming from? Is this an elevator ad? The actual ad. Hi everyone, I'm Oakley, your guide to the park. I get it. Being cooped up in that little black box must be awfully boring. You want to get to the punchline already, but once you get your one-of-a-kind view of Terra from 600 meters up, it'll be worth it. In 40 seconds, we'll be arriving at Propeller Paradise's levitation layer. Before that, I'd like you all to noodle in on one question. What sort of change will the sky bring to our lives? Flying cars. You might have already had the chance to try the flying cars in the lower level exhibition area today, trading tires for Virginia thrusters. Soon, the only place you'll see anything with wheels or tracks is gonna be a museum. Doesn't matter if it's a baby stroller or a nomadic city. Today we struggled to decide whether to go to the Minos or Siesta for summer vacation. But our indecisionitis is only going to get that much worse once every star in the sky is a potential holiday destination. The gift you bring home for your kids after the tour might be a model of the ring lamp or maybe a DIY rocket kit. But it won't be long before an extraterrestrial playmate is the newest preschool trend. Tonight, we'll be gathered by the radio, betting on whether the station will, out of all the songs about the sky, pick our beloved Goodnight Christian Right. But soon, we'll be forgetting all about that bassy, raspy crooner because the solar wind will be our new strings, and the galaxy will be our custom-ordered jukebox. The sky is Colombia's next frontier. That's more than just Vice President Jackson's campaign slogan. Propeller Paradise proves that every Colombian can be the greatest of pioneers. There'll always be a place for you somewhere beyond the star pod. The Air Expo Colombia begins in just 7 days, and with it, everything I just said, hold on to your tickets, or should I say, your keys to the future. Everyone see the sky opening over Tremounts, of course, and the old adage of seeing is believing has never been more true. So come, see, then believe. How goofy. That was cute. Cool. Nice to finally meet you all. Recognize me? I'm the model for the funny cartoon guide you saw just now, Oakley Parsons. Welcome to Terra's one and only levitating experimental park nomadic plate, Colombia's Propeller Paradise. Nice. Ooh, fancy lizard. Welcome to Propeller Paradise. Your investment is greatly appreciated. Claude. this restaurant the highest point of the park? Breathing this close to the sky is really making my heart skip some beats. What's your drink of choice? Your jaw had been hanging open since the moment you stepped off the elevator, so I imagined you might be mighty thirsty right about now. How considerate of you, Mr. Cannon. What a fine administrator you are for this propeller paradise. I know just how you feel. I first heard about this park back when I was with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Architects, and Originium, and my mouth went so dry, it was like I'd been stuck in the desert for days. Ever since Vice President Jackson gave that speech before Congress about Columbia setting off into the sky 2 years back, everyone's been hoping to see one of the lucky few to reach up and touch the star pod. So that's why you gave me the chance for a promotion at the ATAO to do admin work for Propeller Paradise. That's right, sir. Fact of the matter is, I've got a keen eye for potential. Propeller Paradise got DC's backing the moment it started construction, becoming Columbia's only nomadic plate with an autonomous administration. The brutes of the Department of Defense and those Department of Justice hardheads have no authority here. Even us Bureau folks are only allowed to leave a rulebook on the table. 80 years of Originium product inspection rights gone poof. As for the non-government agencies, only Mainlander's Emergency Management Council has the right to stick around. Fortunately, they only worry about unusual accidents that might happen in the park. This place isn't even 6 months old yet, but hundreds of sci-tech companies have set up here. We've got near 10,000 researchers coming and going, and the intellectual property and information security office gets almost 100 patent applications every day. I'd have to say, Propeller Paradise has been developing much faster than I expected, and in so short a time. You're right on the mark. In 7 days, the park will be linking up with Max DC, officially cutting the ribbon on Air Expo Columbia. The whole country will be watching the opening ceremony. Every company here is going full throttle on the R&D they're about to show off. No better time to invest than right now. I've still got a few concerns. Concern is normal, risks and all that, but as they say, in this park in the sky, foul beasts fly right into the pot for you. I've already poured out the celebratory champagne, so don't let it go to waste. Trust me, it'll slake your thirst for everything. My God, am I really standing above the clouds? Are those really foul beasts flying under my feet? This is crazy. I'm feeling a little...
Lightheaded? Thirsty? Heart racing like mad? Sounds like you need some Dr. Oxygen.
Right. An oxygen tank. Wait, is this a drink?
Stiffer than a stiff drink, softer than a soft drink. Your best friend in the sky. The best choice to beat the summer heat. Our park's special brew, Dr. Oxygen. Not related to Dr. Pepper. Be honest with me here. Weren't you jealous of Sancto Wings when you were a kid, even if they can't fly with them? Well, be jealous no more, because drinking Dr. Oxygen is like plunging your tongue into liquid wings. It's sweeter than your wildest dreams. Then is this not a Red Bull? Red Bull gives you wings. Not sponsored.
What's with the ad? Shouldn't she be giving visitors basic info on the park's upper level?
Just leave her be. Look at the big smiles on the guests. It takes something special to sell ordinary soda like it's some revolutionary invention. she is pretty peppy. I kind of like her. A refreshing soda goes great with the sights and sounds of Propeller Paradise. Okay, everyone, follow me while I introduce the park's levitation layer. The upper level has 11 main platforms and 20 auxiliary ones. These two passages are the streets, while flexible cables from the foundation of the platforms. Just like the structural layer on the ground, the levitation layer is divided into the experiment zone and the exhibition area. Each tech firm is allocated a few levitation pods that serve as labs for researchers or exhibition spaces for the public to try things out for themselves. Welcome in! Sit back and relax. I'm going to be reading for a while. The high-altitude elevators only bring you to the lowest of the levitation plates. This ropeway station is the local traffic hub, with more than 100 flight pods attached to the cables. These cable cars are the only real way to get around. Want a more exciting way to get around? You could try the emergency jump pads on the support platform. Just don't tell park security I told you can do that. I will say the pre-expo rules mean that you can only test a few of the exhibits right now, but I promise you're still gonna be feasting. And as a friendly reminder, the strong sunlight up here will make people thirstier than usual, but there are all sorts of flavors of Dr. Oxygen available on every levitation platform. No need to worry, everyone. You're not getting addicted to soda, you're getting addicted to the sky.
Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Tannen. I knew I picked the right man to work with the moment I heard you managed to get the feds to approve this place special status in only 2 days. Pleasure's all mine, sir. Now, if you would please sign here. That older gentleman's been standing there for a while now. She a friend of yours? Sorry to interrupt your business. Just came here looking to reminisce about the good old days. Well, I'll be. Gustav here with my boss back at the Bureau. When did you show up? In this park in the sky, Valby's fly right into the pot for you. That little saying of Mr. Tannen struck me real deep. He skipped the best part of the story, though. Story goes that the foul beasts of the Colombian wilds are mighty sly, tough little guys to catch, but the pioneers of the Great Expansion managed to figure out a way. They'd tie some pretty feathers to their pots and hang up a few dozen of them around their camp. The foul think it's a potential mate, so they let down their guard, spread their wings and swoop down, then bam! Head first into the back of the pot, thinking there's a lovely gal or fella waiting for them even as they meet their maker. Wait, you mean still spinning tall tales out of that old yarn, Gustav? Last time you said the little beasties were smart enough to tell snare from seduction, and that they'd never fall for it. I know you dropped by because you're worried I'd get my tongue tied doing business, but I'm not the same kid I was 7 years ago. I know how to behave. Considering the former ATAO chief came over to back me up, are you still concerned, sir? Seems I was misunderstanding things. So the both of you gave me your guarantees. I'll just sign here. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Looking forward to working with you.
didn't get enough of teaching me back at the Bureau Chief decided to come out of retirement to run me through the same old curriculum in a different classroom. No, I never taught you to tell lies on your government applications. That investor's still in the vetting phase too. So what? Even if Bureau rules, tie your hands and mouth. Let your tail do the talking. You remember my words real well, but where's the results? Still a third over the target. Seems to me you'd do better if you untied your hands and mouth, wouldn't you say? Care to explain? Take a look at your terminal. You're not just an administrator anymore. You've got total control over Propeller Paradise. You actually recommended me for chief executive of the entire park? Managing Propeller Paradise needs a special touch. Don't forget, you're still Bureau man, so don't make us look bad. Don't need you to remind me, Chief. We've got everything handled. The expo will go off without a hitch. Don't get cocky, kid. You and I both know that investor saw through your tricks, even if he signed a huge deal with you. He won't go back on it. Every company in the Flower Street Exchange with the word Sky in its name is guaranteed a sky-high IPO. Columbia's taking great strides into the air these days. Even little kids who can't spell star pollen play are putting rockets on their folded napkin aircraft. I'm sure you know where this sky medium came from. Trimount, 2 years ago, when 1 million people witnessed a miracle. If it wasn't for Christian Right, all your talk about progress, the future, and conquest wouldn't be worth a dime. When Rhine Lab first submitted their park project plan to DC, you were still inspecting butts and tails for immigration. There's only one thing at Prepared Paradise I didn't control. Still belongs to the one who started the whole thing. You'd better get a birdie around your wrist, a bridle around your wrists here. You've only got 7 days. What are you going to do? Seems a bit shady. It's Nasti! I need the parameters. Sky Jagger. Sent them over already. The values for the floating botanical unit have deviated. This is the first time we're using plans to perform long-distance energy transfer instead of the usual cables. There's still too many unconfirmed hypotheses. We need to compare the data from this unit with the ones on the upper level if we want quick results. I'll head up for you, Director. No need. The light sensors on this unit are extremely sensitive to the directionality of the light it's using as an energy source. Errors actually mean it's getting a passing grade. I just told you this 2 hours ago. Sorry. Let me ask you again. What sort of tree is planted in the unit you just gave me? You saw my resume when I interviewed, Director. You know I'm no botanist. I do. You're not earning a degree by glancing down at that list of plants you're holding. You got something else on your mind. The advanced ticket tour should be over by now. The guide was supposed to bring the visitors down to the lower level exhibition to see Rhine Lab's vivarium 20 minutes ago. If we are excluded from the pre-expo, then Rhine Lab's gonna get kicked out of the park when the real expo starts. Oof. Occasionally, visitors to Propeller Paradise notice Rhine's logo plastered on the facilities and talk about the legendary company that performed the miracle of opening up the sky. but very few of them notice under the layers of levitating installations, under the very ground itself. A Rhine Lab director standing beside an unremarkable hole in the dirt. We don't specialize in attracting visitors, Guy. Honestly, I forgot what I was good at pretty early into the 6 months I've been here. You stuffed a dozen of us researchers into the vivarium after studying up in the park, making us tend to the saplings and debug botanical units, all so that the park could have a few fruit trees for decor. No large-scale experimentation or anything. Do you think we're just here to be gardeners? No, I know the vivarium is our expo showcase. It's the Ring Lab's legacy, even if it has to stay on the ground. But how long has it been since we last looked up at the sky? Nasty little Ray looks up. 2 years ago, deep below the outskirts of the Tri-Mounts, she would stand at the bottom of the shaft and look up at the night sky in much the same way. It was round, feeble. She could cover it with just one hand, but at the same time, she found it captivating and frightening to the mind. But now the sky has become altogether unfamiliar. Tower Mountain's biotech solar boats, Beach Brella's Disc Lab, Volvord Kochinsky's high-precision astronomical telescope, and Mama John's all-weather floating billboards. They crowd the sky with pure, concentrated Columbia. Ryan proposed the park with only one thing in mind: how to make buildings levitate longer using a structural engineering approach. The corridors linking the levitation plates, the oxygen and water systems for the experimental zone, this planting unit in my hand. They are important parts of the park's fundamental structure and Ryan's achievements. We have only 7 days until the expo begins. We need to finish testing and checking all the exhibits as quickly as possible. We are Propeller Paradise's engineering department right now. Don't forget your duty. That's all? Your dreams, Christian streams in the sky, are just going to die like that? Sunlight filters through the chaotic tangle of levitating objects before falling into Nasti's face. She does not reply. She simply pulls down the brim of her hard hat. Oops. Okay. Dr. Oxygen is the currency we're collecting for the event, I guess. And it looks like a rocket ship. But how do you drink it? I'm guessing, like, maybe the smoke part of the rocket, like the bottle cap? That's my assumption. It's a unique shape. Okay, you are 1. Let's figure out who to bring. Okay, so I'll bring Narantuya. Let's do Golden Glow. I'll do Mountain Thorns, Bionis, Hoshiguma. Bogus. Trigodia, Virtuosa, one more.
I could do Ascalon, and then we'll do Nasti and the 5-star Siren. If that's how her name is. It's unique, for sure.
ちょうどいい。軽く体を動かそうか。
楽章が存在しないなら演奏も縛られる必要はないでしょ。
常に前だけ向いていろ。私がいる。
目標と人手、その2つをくれる。
本当に私なんかを前線に出していいんですか？
Yeah, that's fine.
本当に私なんかを前線に出していいんですか？
I'll figure out who to get rid of when we get Skybox. But okay. I'll just start with this. It's basic stages. It's nothing difficult to start with anyways. Whoever and whatever works. And Sarkaz. Freeze. I don't know how Sarkaz speak though. Whoa, wait, Zarya? The sound of rapid punching. The incantation draws an invisible wall in midair, blocking every one of the Vuivra's punches. The letters abbreviating her alma mater, the Tri-Mount Institute of Technology, on her boxing gloves are soaked with sweat. Finally, the Vuivra stops. It's Zarya. Zarya and Nasti. You can tell the sprites are a little out of date. Nasti has so much detail on her. Zarya has the little this particular sprite is it's a much more base color. Whew, let's call it a day. Thanks for agreeing to be my practice partner, Nasti. We've only done half of your normal routine. It's time for you to go. Have you said goodbye to the others? Not yet. Miriam goes without saying. Mulesy is in Kara, and I don't know the new directors of HR and structural all that well yet. As for Justin Jr. and Ferdinand, I think it's better than those two see each other in private. They can give each other an audience to name drop fancy banquet guests or rattle off a couple of fanciful theories that are this close to crowning a new king of science. Besides, it's just a business trip. There are a few things that require a business trip from the head of engineering personally. The district has approved our application to consolidate resources for the Horizon Arc project and continue developing levitation technology based on the legacy of Galleria Stellaria. But they have also opened out their doors to every tech firm in Columbia, designating an entire plate for the purpose. Did you see the list of names? Administrators from the ATAO, and even Maylander. Our proposal is now merely one of thousands. They are already showing as much respect as they could by allowing Rhinelab to provide foundational engineering support for the plate. Government officials, tech firm representatives, things will be very busy on the plate. You're not used to dealing with these things. I haven't heard you complain about anything, Control. The star pod is recovering, but the eyes cast up to the sky linger. When common sense turned upside down, what was once ignored has naturally become the center of attention. Naturally, since the announcement of the special loan policy, 1/3 of major enterprises have added an aerial operations department, and SMEs are climbing over one another to jump on the Sky Fever bandwagon. I know what you're implying, but I'm not interested in political games. Even if how things develop is
our control, Rhinelab must maintain the initiative as the original proponent in order to protect what Christian left behind. That's not so hard to understand. Yes, well, thanks for helping out. One more thing. Why did you hang a sign that says Components Control Section outside your old office, instead of moving into Christian's old room? I'm used to this place. Mulesy asked the same question. She grabbed my arm and asked with watery eyes whether I made this choice to honor Christian, to ensure there would always be a place for Christian at the company. I suppose you just feel more comfortable in your old place. You personally oversaw every little detail here, after all. You were watching over my shoulder the whole time I was furnishing your office. You were even more OCD than Parvis was. Rhinelab is the same as it ever was. I wouldn't quite say that. At least staff who come looking for the control will actually find her once in a while. I'm not sure you're the right person to say that. Is this why you chose me for the trip? Make a cut here. Yes, that's the right angle. That way, the branches of the main trunk will not be affected. Test passed. Give it a tug for me before we pave it, Sky. Next set. Light sensor performance, normal. Levitation altitude, stable. Energy input and output, check. This needs a tug too. Oh, and get the disassembly set from the toolbox for me as well. Ooh, who are you? Do you still need the high-speed screwdriver and multifunction wrench then? Depend. Huh? What happened to your voice? You're pretty. I would love to help, but I have a scissor hanging from my buttons, and I'm holding 5 trees? I really can't take anymore. Lamau. Sorry, I'll get it. Did Sky leave? He told you 3 times he was going to the levitation layer for inspection. You didn't acknowledge him at all. You could have given me a heads up. The first rule of secretary. Stand to one side and smile politely, only stirring when directed by your boss, and shut your ears when the conversation turns confidential. I assure you I did not hear any of the figures or nouns that you just discussed, nor would I have understood a word of it. I remember you now. You're from administration. Gordon Tannen's secretary. I'm flattered that you remember me, Director Lunaray. My name is Mercia. You may call me Mary. Mr. Tannen would like to invite you to lunch. Do you manage his work inbox? He received your last 16 rejections. Then I'll get straight to the point. I know he's not interested in Foundation engineering, and he knows that I have no interest in proposals outside of work. Speaking of lunch, though, have you changed your mind? It is, indeed, time for lunch. Nasti flips through her toolbox, taking out a rectangular object wrapped in foil from underneath all the instruments and neatly packed toolboxes. Mercia's curiosity brings her closer. She wants to know what could make this enigmatic director of a Rhine lab decline the most luxurious course at Cloud, the park's fine dining establishment. A crack appears in her impeccable secretarial smile. However, as she watches Nasti impassively unwrap the object, is this brick your lunch? Ration bar. What? Mercia cannot look away from this brick. It does look like cement. Are you hungry? Would you like a bite? Try it. I suppose. Thank you.
Interesting. Choose with great difficulty. Swallows arduously. You didn't have to say yes.
A second rule of secretaries: never decline an offer from your boss's guest, for even the smallest trifle might sour a relationship.
How many rules are there?
Mr. Tanner gave me a booklet that is 2 centimeters thick. However, the most important one, and the one that I memorized first, was: do whatever it takes to carry out your orders, for no one will listen to your excuses.
Don't force yourself to eat it.
Thank goodness. I mean, thank you for the hospitality.
I have a rule of my own, although it's a bit simpler.
What is it?
I was born in Casdale. The first rule I learned is that food is precious, and no one may lie before it. You're holding my lunch, Mercia, so kindly tell me the truth. What exactly does Mr. Tannen want to discuss with me? Oh, you're unique.
Reporting in, the core concept of this project is perfect combination of zero-G simulation and wine tasting by substituting gravity with centrifugal force. You may spin, but your wine won't. Come to the lucky Sister Beast floating revolving bar, where it's not just the wine that makes your head spin.
No need to read me the marketing copy. I'm just here to assess and ask questions from the engineering perspective. Where's the other tester? Any feedback from the rectifications? You didn't sleep well last night. We passed the recheck, didn't we, Mr. Jagger? We won't have our permit revoked. The Lucky Sister Beast floating revolving bar does not meet requirements, whether based on engineering report or tester feedback. We would love to solve the technical issue of unstable power supply, but we need time. You had 3 days, in accordance with the rules of Propeller Paradise. But it takes at least 5 days for the developers to discuss a solution. Propeller Paradise has many corporations as there are cars on the crossroads of Trimount Square. Every driver has somewhere to be, but no one pleads to the traffic lights. There must be another way. I know. We hired close to 200 testers. We could fire them and hire more researchers with the money.
But you promised us yesterday.
Shut up. I've reviewed the registration details for Lucky Sister Beast. You were a grocer in a small town. You lack the professional knowledge for levitation technology research, even if the banks have relaxed the loan criteria for business in the aerial sector.
Welcome in, Ghost.
We stand upon Terra's first and only floating plate. Everything here must be worthy of it. Please, don't tear off that ticket. I put my life savings into the Lucky Sister Beast. Please.
Yeah, thank you.
Ow. Ugh.
That's it? That's it? That's it?
I'm trying to figure out the right tone for that.
I'll be back to clean Trimount's office building windows in a couple of days. Go on, barf your heart out. At least we got a taste of life in the sky. You won't have anything to throw up when you get back to the frontier. Back to the cold and hunger. Ouch. Skip the technical inspections before opening? Absolutely not. Everyone on Propeller Paradise is racing against the clock to get across the finish line. Mr. Tannen believes that any delay to projects caused by inspections will compromise Propeller Paradise's opening. In addition, reducing the amount of communication you have to conduct with other tech firms will allow you to devote more of your time to your Rhine Lab research. Mr. Tannen has your best interests at heart. My best interests? I spent years wandering the frontier when I first came to Columbia, building houses for the pioneer teams and killing bandits for the caravans. Life was hard until I finally got my big break. If I had someone like Gordon Tannen with my best interest at heart, handling everything I wasn't comfortable with, that would have been very fortunate, I'm sure. I would have died out there in the wilderness, I'm sure. Besides, what he really wants isn't for Ryan to forfeit our control over technical inspections. How do you know? You imitate his negotiating style too well. The traps and pitfalls are obvious. I'm not a countess. I'm not in the habit of diving into holes. Spit it out. What does he really want? You are as astute and decisive as he said you are. In that case, I'm sure you understand that while Mr. Tannen is in charge of Propeller Paradise overall administration, it is Ryan that has a stranglehold on public opinion. He doesn't need any accidents at such a critical juncture, nor can he afford one. Therefore, he has put together a list based on project progress, and asks that you perform the inspections in this order. This way, at least the inspections will have a minimal impact on the progress of individual projects, and minimize the chance of conflict, setting aside the issue of engineering control. The less hassle for you, the less hassle for him. I won't try to speculate about Tannen's intentions with the order. We have a compromise. Give me the list. Thank you for your understanding, Director Little Ray. I won't trouble you any longer. One last question. Which rule were you following in the negotiation just now? The 12th. Know your boss, and communicate his intentions with absolute faithfulness when negotiating, for you are his personal representative. However, yes, before I came, Mr. Tannen stressed how difficult the head of Rhine Lab's engineering section was. I packed blankets because I thought I might have to spend the night in front of your office. But that's not what I see. You don't need concern from other people, and you're used to cutting through the problem in the most direct possible way, but you still care about people. Which is why I now have time to enjoy my lunch in peace, something that I have not done in a long time. Thank you. And finally, to the stage. Reading will always take more time than needed, and yeah, I think I need more aerial units for this.
considering this is the sky themed. This is a sky themed event. I'm probably gonna need to focus much more on aerial units. Speaking of which, I didn't even bring. I didn't grab Haruka. Oh, I can block. Okay. I can block aerial units while on the floating tiles. Interesting. Well, this should be enough for stage 1. It's not like there's much going on. Andrew, did they hit you again? Call me Sky. But you gave yourself that name. Mom and Dad said, don't bring them into this. What have they ever done for us? Except use as the punching bags. They don't get to decide my name. I swept floors for 6 years at TIT and eavesdropped on every course so that I wouldn't turn out like those 2 piles of garbage. But... And you? Don't you have anything better to do than put nagging notes on my bag? It's not like I don't know how to eat. Those people are here again. Frickin' hell. They just won't quit, will they? Stay behind me. You think you're all high and mighty wearing that white coat, eh? You and that little bitch there will always be slum dregs, no matter what you wear. You're a must-be in the ditch. You wouldn't know greatness if it shat on your face. Say that again. I dare you. Andrew! What's that? Catastrophe? Run! Catastrophe, my ass. It's called exploration. Progress! The young man, all bruised up, looks at the sky. He forgets that he is in a dark and dirty alley with a scared little girl behind him. He cannot help but go after that ray of light in the sky. Aren't you worried about the control? Like she ever needs us to worry. We're going the same way, and that's all we are. We can only play our own parts and then pray she's lucky. If one day Casdo 2 hangs up from the firmament, then I'll engrave your name into my stoves. Excuse me, ma'am. Can you tell me about the one who went to the sky? Who was that? Christian. Her name was Christian Wright.
Oh wow, that's how they first met. Lucky Sisterbee's Food and Beverage will cancel their registration tomorrow, Director. They didn't pass the recheck? Not even close. They were one of the first corporations that made the transformation to get into Propeller Paradise, riding on Sky Fever when review criteria was less strict. What will happen to the testers they hired? Their boss can't tell a motor from a transformer. I bet he just saw the name Propeller Paradise as an opportunity to get rich quick. What were you asking? Nothing. You seem to like the name. I wish they would just call it Galleria Stellaria. I know you didn't approve of publicizing the Ring Lab's technological legacy. I have no intention of criticizing the Active Control's decision, but overly conservative decision-making will only cause us to lose the respect we deserve. Countless tech firms have appeared out of nowhere based on nothing but speckles of data. The Ring Lab that's shown upon millions of Colombians is now educational toys accessible to anyone above the age of 5. Space and universe are the buzzwords on every Colombian's lips, but few remember that they came from Christian's experimental logs that were made public. No one is truly commemorating her, not even you, Director Little Ray. Recording and retrospection are historians' work. Our job is to analyze validated data and follow a path that is effective and proven. And what has come of this data and path? Over the past couple of years, Ryan has acquired dozens similar labs, making progress in projects large and small, with the notable exception of Christian's legacy. At this exhibition, we will publish Ryan's subsequent research into the Galleria Stellaria for the first time, putting second-rate tech firms in their place, returning to the realm of aero exploration in the public eye. I know the Bavaria was built on the data transmitted down from Ring Lab, and that the development of a plant-based energy transmission system represents a monumental milestone in engineering design. Nurturing sprouts, paving botanical units, technical inspections, all these are for the sake of progressing our experiments. But is a Bavaria really enough? When it did not even get its day in the sun from the pre-expo. Please, tell me, Director Little Ray. Ryan has bigger goals, don't we? Like how no one knew that Christian was going to pierce the sky before the night she did it? That night over Tri-Mounts was a long time ago. Get to inspecting the next company. Take notes of the change in order. Yes, ma'am. Sky. I know how you feel, and I know that Christian was the one who inspired you to join us. Many people looked up to the sky that night. Not everyone chose to chase it. Don't forget what made you take the first step. I'll prepare the inspection documents. Here is your pass, agreement form, and business directory. Once again, I welcome you and your team on behalf of Propeller Paradise. Next, can I help you?
I'm canceling my business registration.
What is the name of the business?
Lucky Sisterbee's Food and Beverage.
You will be dismissing 82 testers, correct?
Yes, I have their files and my own here.
Thank you. One moment, please.
Did the shadow moon fall on my head or something? Why was I so sure I would make my money back that I hired 82 amateurs with no corporate experience? Every company does the same thing. Why does it have to be Lucky Sisterbees that gets an axe? A million gold certificates down the drain just because we were a little bit slow with dealing problems? You gotta be freaking kidding me. How the crap one boot Shadow Moon real estate resolved that stupid 3D levitation boundary marker technical issue. That bunch of cobblers.
Your request has been processed, Mr. Aspen. The Propeller Paradise hotline will remain available until the end of the day.
Okay.
However, if you have certain special needs, like One Boot Shadow Moon Real Estate did, we can help you with that.
What do you mean?
The Smiling staff member takes out a business directory that virtually everyone in Propeller Paradise has a copy of and points to a phone number. No name, no address, just an unremarkable phone number hidden among thousands as tiny as Aspen's hope.
One phone call to this number is going to solve all my problems. Lucky Sister Beast won't have to leave Propeller Paradise.
Correct.
Then I want to withdraw the termination and the cancellation of registration.
No need to worry. The registration of Lucky Sister Beast has not been cancelled. However, you do not need to withdraw the termination of your testers. This phone call will completely solve your problems, and you won't need those people anymore.
Well, you sound shady. A miracle or a scam? Screw it. Anything to stay up here.
Oh dear. That did not sound good. Mr. Tannen.
Let me guess. Nasti was skeptical, but she accepted the list and agreed to the proposal.
Yes, I checked the engineering department's inspection schedule for the day, and it's exactly in the order that you proposed. But how did you know?
I didn't know what she was going to choose. All I know is that I'm at the apex of my life right now, and everything is going my way.
You're in good spirits.
It's gonna take more than a ride director to move the needle. Open the letter on the table.
From Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Art Units, and Iridium to Mr. Gordon Tannen. Congratulations on your appointment as Chief Executive of Propeller Paradise. 2 pages? I've never seen a congratulation letter this long.
The resignment letter that I got 6 months ago on the border was 2 lines. Everyone thinks the ATAO is a sweet gig, but I didn't get to embezzle shit from the savages in the Sami or the tribals in the Sargonian rainforest. The old folks hated me, and the rest of the ATAO turned their noses up at me. Now, he's retired, and I'm promoted. Things sure can change in a hurry, don't they? It's still light out, but a happy occasion like this calls for
a toast. Your champagne, sir.
Well done, Mary. You've made some progress in your time with me. Whether we're talking about Nasti or this glass, pour one for yourself.
Thank you, sir. However, the rules are quite clear about not drinking on the job.
Be shit. I pulled that manual out of my ass.
In that case, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. The exhibition 6 days from now is just the start. My opening address will be the toast of all Columbia. Every rocket will have my face on it, and the largest district in Shadow Moon will be named after me. Ryan, ATAO, and the district. No one's ever going to tell Gordon Tannen what to do. This'll be my Propeller Paradise, forever and ever. Bottoms up. Who are you? Here for the party? Hello? Are you the chief executive of Propeller Paradise? Oakley, newly appointed guide for Propeller Paradise.
I'm supposed to report to Mr. Gordon Tannen? You're Oakley. Oh, who's the defender then? Gordon Tannen spits the champagne out of his mouth. Oh no! Defender girl's an intruder! She was actually doing her job as a tour guide though. She was doing very well. But this is an interesting mix-up. What we got here? Tutorial stage time. We are now in Propeller Paradise's levitation layer. Note the various shapes and sizes of levitatable zones. Those are the main focus of experiments here. Both ground operators and high ground operators can stand on levitatable zones and block aerial targets, but these zones have very limited weight capacity. Balloons are levitatable zone's main source of buoyancy. Note how many balloons are hooked up to a levitatable zone. That's how many operators it can carry. So I assume if you put too many operators on the weight, then the platform falls. I'm in the sky! I'm all the way up high! I see a target coming this way! I'm gonna block it! Cardigan, watch out! You're on a levitatable zone with only one balloon mounted. Its load capacity is maxed at one person, and that's you. Yeah, the platform falls. Whoa! I'm not in the sky now! The balloon just got blown away! Bummer! Due to safety concerns, each time a levitatable zone rises or sinks, operators deployed aboard will immediately redeploy. Operators' HP and SP will carry over, though any skills that were active will be reset. Alright, that's the primer from me. Let's get and guarantee this levitation experiment through, everyone. If only they didn't forget to give volunteered barf bags. Yeah, well, this isn't as... Actually, Doberman, are you okay? Because the last time we went on a stage that was talking about high in the sky, and I feel like this is much higher in the sky than last time. You very much revealed your fear of heights. Are you okay, Doberman?
Mission accomplished. 喜ばしい成果です。かえって今回のデータをまとめたら少し自由な時間ができそうです。では、この後に予定は入ってやがりますか、ドクター
？I'm trading you out for her, so I have that feeling. I need to think about more aerial people.
戦闘なんて始めたばかりだし、本当に私が出るの
？I could play with, yeah, Pramnik's altar.
勝利は経験なる者にこそ与えられん。
This might be overkill, but give it a shot. Maybe trade Opiana's out for Sakiko?
チームワークが試される時ですわ。
shit, bro. Take my name if you want, but didn't have to steal my entire past. How dare you slander me? I wrote the entire application myself. Can you recite it from memory? How am I to pull something I wrote a year ago from memory? Oakley, born in Bunker Hill, graduate of Trymount College of Art and Science, previously worked as a guide on the Human Development and Technological Innovation Department of the District Convention Center. Innovation is misspelled. You, damn you! If I didn't lose my terminal and CV! Okay, so clearly she did kind of steal his thing. But like I said, she's done quite well as a tour guide. You can't fault her for that. She just stole someone else's job. Gordon's head had never hurt so badly. The holes on the onboarding process are obvious upon further inspection, but the real question is, why would she impersonate a guide? Is she a Lathan spy? A DoD agent? Or a pair of eyes that DC is keeping on him? The imposter has already made contact with many corporations at the preview exhibition. Dealing with her now means broadcasting his negligence to the whole country. Besides, Gordon has no idea how much she knows, and whether she has ill intentions towards him in Columbia. It doesn't seem like she has ill intentions so far. She's done her job. Gordon does not dare to think about it any further. Your gaze wanders when you speak, your voice is trembling, and you talk without rhyme or reason. I doubt Mr. Tannen would want such an Oakley to handle promotion work. For a fake, you are very confident. I would trust you. Don't bring Mr. Tannen into this, I tell you! Shut up! Perhaps you need a little time to calm down, Mr. Oakley. Come with me to the reception room to rest for a while. Now what's Sire gonna do? Mr. Tannen, Listen up. I just pulled your activity records from the park here. It won't be hard to figure out just who you are. One more lie and I'm throwing you off this plate. It won't matter who you are when you're a puddle on the ground 600 meters down, you get me? Now talk. Who are you? A guide. You got balls, I'll give you that. The kind of guide the tourists need. My name is Fern. I'm a tour guide. Okay, her real name's Fern. My apologies, Mr. Oakley. Mr. Tannen will make sure this matter is dealt with promptly. Do you believe me now? Of course. You can reach me through this terminal if you need anything. Now get some rest. I'll be going.
All right.
Done. Read the room and avert potential risks for your boss. Another rule for secretaries. You said Oakley got himself drunk a month ago after a breakup, and he gave you his resume instead of his contact info, which gave you a chance to sneak into Propeller Paradise under his identity. That's right. Your client was an old banshee who somehow got lost in the bleached wasteland. Her memory was hazy, and it was difficult to communicate with her. Yes. You suspected that she was ill, and you were asking around under the guise of a guide to make a journey a smooth one, which is why you looked like you were up to something.
Exactly.
You've spent a whole month here. You know this is no ordinary place. If you're a foreign spy, the military take you in for questioning, torture, and you'll never again see the light of day. If you're an agent from the Department of Defense, DC won't let you off the hook. They'll disavow, distort, and even dispose of you, all for the sake of tipping the scales to their side. If you're a district plant, then you've learned too much, and ATAO taught me plenty of ways to help you forget. But you're just a tour guide who cares for her client. You're a good person. And Columbia will do good by a good person.
You aren't going to press charges?
Believe me, I'd love to, but too many corporations have noticed your performance at the pre-expo. You'll deal with your problems and get lost before they find out who you are. The longer you stay, the more I have to compensate the poor guy whose name you stole. If all you want to do is clear the mind of your Banshee client, I can help.
You know about banshees?
I know how to solve your problem. Do you? Floating botanical unit connected.
Bioelectrical signal detected. Charging drive unit. Whew, that was the smoothest these experiments have gone, isn't it?
No, this voice. The short circuit protection has kicked in. Unravel. Unravel!
You shouldn't touch an overloaded converter with your bare hands, Director.
Works better than an incantation. How are the readings?
By exhibition standards, the technology for high-altitude energy transmission through plants is sufficiently mature. By the standards of your expectations for the project, however,
not good enough. The energy transmission threshold for the floating botanical unit falls short of theoretical values.
That prickly 40 kid would chill out a bit if you said as much to him.
Sky is inexperienced, but he was right about one thing. This vivarium is Christian's legacy, and we owe it to her to do our best.
You were always stubborn going back to when we dug out the shaft together 5 years ago. You pulled all-nighters to ensure its structural integrity, enchanting the core materials with incantations. Nothing could get you to take a break. Not even your favorite gummy worms.
Ah, Nasty's a fan of gummy worms. That's cute. That sounds like a fun thing to try and draw. Nasty eating gummy worms. I'm gonna write that down.
Besides, I worked so many hours just because I was inefficient. I learned to write curses too late. My incantations suffer in strength and precision compared to my kindred, because they rely on sound as the sole medium. Is that why you modified your bone pen and used hole punched paper tape to supplement your casting?
Yes, I took a lot of wrong turns.
Nasti takes out her bone pen, a plain, unornamented object resembling Ryan's technological creations. She inserts it into a sapling in the vivarium, and a white glow rises from the roots, through the branches, and into every leaf. It is as though a command has been entered into the whole vivarium. Terminals begin to execute programs, automatically recording plant energy conversion data.
such an efficient programming language. Your incantations. Then we should make more efficient decisions at the bottleneck despite the risks. Do you mean... Review the report again. Thank you for your work. Yes, ma'am. Hello, this is Ryan Vivarium Lab. Hello, Director Lunaray. Mr. Tannen has asked me to express his gratitude at your reasonable accommodation that led to successful cooperation the last time. There are some follow-up matters to be discussed. Do you have time this afternoon? Yes. Excellent. I will see you in the vivarium in an hour. Ride the ropeway to Flying Donut Station, then take the ring corridor. I'm in the right place, aren't I? It's dark in here. Where's the light? I forgot his name already. Good heavens, where am I? Uh-oh. He is trespassing! Intruder alert, intruder alert. Activating bioscan. Analyzing results. Species, Terran. Sex, male. Threat level, pending. A talking fin beast? Mind your words, foolish Terran. I am Spacefin 054. State your universe ID number immediately. Universe ID? Your corporate name, nitwit. Oh, Lucky Sispies Food and Beverage. Ah, so you are the partner that Sky Conqueror was expecting. How unfortunate I won't get the chance to test my laser cannons. Don't touch anything. The supervisor will be here momentarily. Supervisor? 5-4. Make sure you speak like an extraterrestrial entity next time you do the client information thing. Aye aye, sir. But Mr. Tannen. Shh, don't huff and puff. The polite thing to do when you stand in a collection of unique curiosity. The likes of which you won't find anywhere else in Terra, is to admire it with your eyes. Look at the wall on your right. 5 years ago, I confiscated the possessions of a pioneer trying to illegally cross the border, and found an unusual water circulation and filtration system in his trailer. He helped me find the core component in exchange for looking the other way. When the unit was assembled, I identified it as a locus of sorcery, a sarcasm witchcraft weapon. My goodness, it must be dangerous. Turn around and look behind you. This is a trident arch unit from Lathay, created by Witch King cultists who wanted to amplify art's output so they could rip apart the fabric of reality and summon their master. Kinda crazy, sure, but its conversion efficiency is 50 times the max allowed by Propeller Paradise regulations. Even an onion could fly with it. Wait, so you solved one boot's technical issues with contraband? Contraband? ATAO made up the stupid rule about only using parts made in Colombia. I don't know, and I don't care about the reason behind the decisions. All I know is that these rules are un-Colombian. They restrict scientists and force entrepreneurs to lie. It was a single humble ATAO officer who imported inventions from across Terra into Propeller Paradise, forming the heart and soul of 1/3 of all levitating facilities here. 1/3? You've run hundreds of smuggling operations without getting exposed? Every transaction, every detail has gone without a hitch under my management. Not even my secretary, Mary, knows my secrets. I need some time to think about this, Mr. Tannen. Lucky Sisters has 1 day left, and I got other things on my plate. I'll give you 5 seconds. Lucky Sisters gives a mongrel heart, or you let it die to your stubborn pride. Choose.
Okay.
覚悟はいいか？私が本気を出したら少々荒れるぞ。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろ
う。幻覚と威嚇、これも戦術よ。
寝言は夢でどうぞ。私がいる限り悪夢だけどね。
Oh, wait, I just noticed that the guy on or the enemies on the left are trying to destroy the balloon. Kinda scary there. As long as I'm not doing anything on the left side, I can destroy all the balloons I want.
Mission accomplished.
Ah, is this Director Luna Ray, Rhine Lab's youngest director ever? Dr. Wright's former right-hand woman and supervisor of the Vivarium and Propeller Paradise Engineering Department?
Is this the follow-up matter that you were discussing about, Mercia?
Well, yes. A guide can improve communication in the engineering department and promotional efforts for Rhine Bavaria, avoiding further frosty reception for Rhine, like what happened at the preview. I hear the botanical units floating above Propeller Paradise get their lift from incantations rather than propellers.
Not entirely. Incantations that do not use sound as a medium need to be combined with machinery to maintain operation.
Your bone pen must be extremely important to you. Would losing it have negative consequences, such as loss of memory or illness?
The bone pen is just a tool. It does not have any psychological effects.
How do you relieve stress and recover your energy outside of work? Does a full course horn treatment help you relax? Which brand of horn care product do you recommend? May I touch your horn to see how well it works?
You're asking questions that have nothing to do with your work. I'll have a research take you through the vivarium to answer any questions you may have. But there are some things I need to speak with Mercia here about, alone. What is Gordon planning this time?
Why do you ask? Mr. Tannen understands that Rhine's current circumstances may give competitors certain ideas, and he does not wish to see it impact the inspection efforts. He has the best of intentions.
I thought he already traded his conscience for that fancy suit. Besides, I have a hard time believing that an official guide would ask such an irrelevant questions, unless she had ulterior motives to begin with. I'm not making any accommodations. I know you have to protect your boss, but you know you can tell me the truth.
I agree, it's unusual, but I don't think Mr. Tannen is targeting you.
Oh, she just opened her eyes. Explain.
We've only just recently come to an accord. There is no reason for us to put pressure on you a second time in such a short period of time. Mr. Tannen is a careful man. He would have told me about it if he had any other intentions, if only to avoid accidents. Unless he's keeping some kind of secret. He disappears from the office at certain times during the day. Every day. At first I thought he was going to talk to potential investors. But I spoke to an investor a few days ago who complimented Mr. Tannen on getting a contract signed in a single sitting. Yet he said his negotiations with a particular investor were rocky and needed more time. Why are you looking at me like that?
You just violated the first rule of secretaries.
Oh!
Besides, you're not as tense as you used to be when going over the clues.
Is that so? According to the rules, I should close my ears and my mouth and think only about the interests of my boss. But now, I'm not sure what he's thinking.
Were you two talking about me? Oh, he's here.
I'm glad to see the two of you getting along so well. Mary's a shy girl, and I thought she would have trouble making friends outside of work. Mr. Tannen,
Is this part of her rules too?
You're a hell of a joker, you know that.
I hope you're not here for comedy.
I'm here to apologize. I know how exhausting it must be, inspecting thousands of exhibits while preparing your own at the same time. I just wanted to do my part to help.
You sent a very professional guide.
It's only natural to be nervous when meeting your hero.
I never knew I had a fan like that.
She must be shy, or maybe you were trying to avoid suspicion.
What do you mean?
Bring the guide, Mary. I have a few questions about Director Lunaray that I would like to ask her. She's gone, sir.
Say what? Uh-oh. Director Lunaray, nutrition supply to all planters has been cut, but there's no error from the control program and no sign of hardware damage to the central control computer. It's almost as if the command to control them has been revoked. Yes, the converters that were supposed to supply energy to the planters are now running in reverse. The plants will die in minutes, and if the commands aren't repaired quickly. Now, they've already begun to wilt. Uh-oh. First the leaves, then the branches and the trunks. The greenery that covered the lab walls peeled off in a matter of seconds. Everyone stops to watch the disaster unfolding before their very eyes. They all know what the shriveled, bony branches signify. It is not just the trees in desperate straits. Uh-oh. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for the exhibition. Those are our last ones. Everybody freeze. What?
Propeller Paradise Police will take control of the vivarium, effective immediately, and begin an investigation into this incident. No one may approach the equipment until evidence collection is complete. Security?
Yes, sir.
Put the vivarium on lockdown.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry you lost your experiment, Dr. Littleray, but I have to ensure the safety of Propeller Paradise. Your researchers have to leave the lab until the investigation is complete. I'll get someone else to handle the inspections. When did those guards show up outside the door? Before the alarm sounded? Or after? I don't know what you're talking about. The researchers can leave. I won't. Your timing was a little too perfect, Gordon. Thank goodness, no one's on my tail. Sorry, Mr. Tannen. I'll have to go back on my promise to meet you in the vivarium. I think I found what I need to help the Banshee. Fern opens up her hand. A white object is lying in her palm. 10 minutes ago, she was walking around the vivarium while thinking about what she can help restore an aging Banshee's mind. It must be something that is very important to a Banshee. Something that would awaken her instincts. The small object inserted into a tree caught Fern's eye, as though ordained by fate. The white surface is covered in esoteric symbols, patterns floating around it like a glowing cardiograph. Its allure irresistible. Fern has seen similar symbols and patterns before. It is a Banshee bone pen. Sorry, Director Lunaray, but I'll have to borrow this for a while. I'll return it as soon as my client has recovered. Yeah, you have no idea what you just did. Hello, sorry to keep you cooped up in this room all day. I think I found a way to restore your memories. Ma'am? There's no one in the room. Only the crease sheets show any indication that someone used to be here. Wind blows into the room through an open window. A black feather that fell from the horn quivered on the windowsill. Great. That's wonderful.
仕上げにもう一度確認をしておこう。我々にとって完璧とは単なる合格に過ぎない。
Alright, stage 3. Okay. Thank you for your hospitality. The pleasure is all mine. It's such a joy to see a Banshee these days. Why is that? It makes it easier for me to ask an elegy when me and my family reach the end of the road. Not much has changed with Casdale, but few Banshees come anymore. Our departed kin won't find the myriad souls without your guidance. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Just kidding. You came to treat that roosting tree of yours, right? Is this the branch? Incantation analysis failed to discover the reason behind its decay. It's the pillar of the entire Banshee race. A friend recommended you as a child of soil and stone familiar with plants. Please, let me see what I can do. I'll get some dirt. Can you get a pot from the backyard? If you see any foul beasts stealing vegetables, just chase them away. Disperse. The foul beasts disperse, but the correct vegetable garden is not quite yet. A vegetable sprout vibrates violently in front of Bela. Then a black branch like horn emerges from the dust-covered leaves. Foul beast stealing vegetables, eh? Get lost or I'll rip your head off. You shouldn't yell like that. It's bad for your voice. No need to be afraid. I would not hurt a child. The young banshee peeks out from behind leaves, hiding a half-eaten piece of vegetable leaf behind her back. Don't you dare take my food. If it's your food. What's that in your hand? Before Vela can react, the young banshee cat snatched the roosting tree branch from her hand and began trying to eat it. This stupid branch has been lying in the mud. It stinks. Are you hungry? Let me see. I made some pastries from the new caps that grow along the shores of this lake. It's the right season for them. Savor to scrounge food off the dead. Get away from me. You're not scared? Even those big mercs are scared of that sound. That is the sound of the banshees of our clan. I have not heard this note in the song of the banshees for a long time. Years ago, the last one who sang it. You are that child. You know who taught me the sound? But I've never met you before. We don't come to Casdale much these days. Our home is in a distant valley, a place where trees grow, with fruit hanging from their branches. It's hard to find food. You gotta be ready for a beating. But let's say the place you're talking about really exists, where fruit just grows on trees like that. What's the catch? Clever girl. Maybe you should come with me. You belong there. You'll like it. Even if you don't believe it exists. Why should I? Your name is Nasti, isn't it? I had a feeling that was Child Nasty. Very interesting how everything comes full circle. Is that the presence of a banshee I sense? And what's that? Wither? Decay? No. Nasty, are you? Are you trying to repeat the mistakes of the past? Uh-oh. Most of the Rhine staff have evacuated the vivarium, sir. Only Nasti and a few researchers are staying behind to organize documents. They don't look happy. Are you happy? The plan wasn't to ruin the whole vivarium. You said the tour guide knew too much about the banshees. This was a chance to expose her and drag Nasti into it. To kill two foul beasts with one stone. It was a rough plan to begin with. Isn't the vivarium action a convenient excuse to stop Ryan's inspections? Convenient? And where do you think we'll find that frickin' guide? I know Nasti. She would never let something like this happen to the vivarium just accidentally. Besides, there's no way she would risk Ryan's exhibit with the exhibition right around the corner. The guide. She was gone before the alarm sounded. She must have done something. It's not enough to just evacuate the researchers. There's a good chance that Nasti is already onto my plan, and is just waiting for evidence. Evidence that I can't afford to give her. Tell your men to find Fern by sundown. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Good intentions, wrong execution. Deep breaths, Fern. Maybe she just went off on her own. No. She doesn't even remember why she came to Propeller Paradise. We are in terror. Could she go? But if that's not what she did, then someone must have taken her. Who's there? Miss. But what are you doing here? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the sapling for the exhibition. Those are our last ones. All dead. In 5 minutes. Mercia reaches to touch out the withered tree in the middle of the vivarium. She sees a small hole at eye level. A natural cavity. No, a connector. The withered plant, the tree hole. No equipment malfunction. Don't tell me. Oops. I hate it when I do that. Tell me, what was that branch attached to you? Where did it go? It was fern. You took that bone pen from a tree in the vivarium, didn't you? It's plain, simple, remarkable. Couldn't have known it was the key that controlled the entire vivarium. It wasn't your intention to sabotage it. Is Mr. Tannen waiting outside with his men? I came alone, miss. I don't think the responsibility for what happened to the vivarium should fall on your shoulders. What do you mean? There are some things I still have to look into, but I've suspected that Mr. Tannen has been plotting against Ryan ever since he agreed to help the mysterious Banshee guest for no apparent reason. Either that, or his own private interests are involved. You suspect your own boss? But he said Columbia would do good by a good person. He also said that there's nobody easier to deal with than a good person. Then my client. There's no row of VIP rooms outside of Mr. Tannen's office. You could try... Oh, there's a row of VIP rooms outside of Mr. Tannen's office. You could try looking there. I hope your client just went out for a walk. I truly do. We are literally dealing with runaway grandma. Gordon must be behind this. Altering the list of inspection, then sabotaging the whole vivarium and putting the Rhine exhibit on lockdown? What's he gonna do next? Chase us out of Propeller Paradise? There's no problem with our systems or hardware. He sent someone to steal your bone pen. It's not like him. Why are you trying to use logic to explain the actions of a bandit? They don't operate under the same rules we do, except when they talk officialese, none of the corporations on Propeller Paradise do. We're closer to the barrier than anyone else. We're different. Countless tech firms fall by the wayside, but the business registrar rarely gets any complaint. Why? Because there is a consensus. In the Sky Age, the higher you stand, the more respect you deserve. Gordon's interference with our experiments violates Propeller Paradise consensus. He should. You don't want to be bound by the rules, but you still want to exploit them. You are proving that Ryan is not yet ready to reach those heights. What? Stop working and listen up, everybody. This is about today's incident and how we proceed from here. Cultivation and I have confirmed that the 72 trees waiting to be replanted, 350 saplings and more than 1,000 ungerminated seeds are all dead. The Propeller Paradise police are now in charge of investigating the incident. We don't know how long that will take, but there is no realistic chance that the vivarium can be restored before the exhibition. Senior researchers will have to stay behind and work on the incident report with me. The rest of you can enjoy a little time off. Any questions? Director Lunaray, you said the vivarium was our most important project, the culmination of data sent back by the Ring Lab.
Does that mean that we failed to protect the last legacy of Galleria Stellaria? Dismissed.
VIP rooms outside the office area. Here we are. Mercia had suspicions, but no proof that Mr. Tannen really... Never mind. The most important thing to do is to find the client.
Try to run again and I start breaking bones.
There's someone inside?
For anyone's sake, quit crying and keep quiet until the end of the exhibition. Ugh, my head hurts. Let me get a smoke. Please, sir, let me go. I won't say anything about Mr. Tannen.
Oakley, what are you doing here? Open your eyes.
The imposter.
I've got a name. It's Fern. Mr. Tannen said he was going to treat you well and pay you compensation. What's going on?
Treat me well? He frickin' locked me up. And none of this would have happened if you didn't impersonate me.
Hey, you're the one who begged me to take your numbered resume that night. Tears of snot all over your face. What did you say to me back then? You were a lonely soul looking for love?
Alright, stop. Me and my rotten luck. It's a huge deal, letting unauthorized personnel sneak into a high-security experiment zone. That's why they wanted to shut me up. But how did you get out? I heard the guard say that Mr. Tannen was gonna deal with a troublemaking imposter.
I see.
Are we dead? I just wanted to see what life would be like in the future, but now it looks like I ain't got no future anymore.
You want to join my tour, real Oakley?
What?
I got it unnoticed. I can get you out safely.
You can? Man alive. I went out for a smoke and a whole person just grew out from the floor. Or what? You can get in, but you won't get out.
Not gonna let us go in peace, huh?
You mean that when you say you can get me out? I'll join your tour or whatever it is. Just get me out of here.
Good. You won't regret it. Let me tell you about how I braved the dangers of the Bleach Wasteland.
Just deal with this guy. Damn, my hands are still tied.
Don't worry. A good tour guide never makes her customers do her job. Welcome to Fern Tours. Please be aware that you may encounter loud noises during this tour. Cover your ears or keep your distance from me. Now, let's get moving.
Arr.
Run!
Frickin' hell! After them! Don't let them get away!
ここまでついてこなくていいから、見張りのために木に登ってるだけだよ。時間は待ってくれませんわ。
幻覚と威嚇、これも戦術よ。ほら、太陽が飲まれたよ。お聞きなさい。幻覚と威嚇、これも戦術よ。
なんてさまつな抵抗でしょう。
Ah, well, it still leaks. Damn. Okay, we have to retry this, Scrooge.
チームの消耗を考慮すれば 即時撤退以外に選択の余地はない。
People protecting the front line. I shouldn't underestimate.
潜伏地点に向かうよ。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
Okay, yeah, you don't kill them fast enough, or you don't.
焦る必要はない。私がいる限り、何人も近づけはしないからな。
This is only the third stage. We gotta be smarter.
太陽の位置がちょうどいいね。潜伏地点に向かうよ。
Okay, so Sakiko
時間は待ってくれません。
her notes help. Deal enough damage.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
I could do that.
幻覚と威嚇。これも戦術よ。何が一番怖い？
I think that just dropped the balloon.
私に考えがある。
Can't quite tell.
無事に帰ってこれたら勝ち。出撃前の最終調整。深呼吸。ずっとどうせ死ぬなら道連れにしてやる。
嘲笑は恋に依頼てなる。
Damn, you're fast. I figured something to slow you down.
浮かない顔してるな。さっきのはただのテストでしょ。計画っていうのは試してみて調整してそれから何度も試してやっとバッチリ使えるもんになるのよ。私がいつだって成功する秘訣はこれ。
I know I can do this.
寺の隅々まで赴くのよ。迷っている暇はありませんわよ。
嘲笑は恋に依頼てなる。
果てない声の星々と共に歌いましょう。
Okay. Yeah, I can.
私は
Okay.
私が嫌いですわ。
I mean, I could block you, yeah. Try putting the defender on the tile.
頑張れ頑張れ。私ならできる。時間は待ってくれませんわ。
So the small ones go on the left side. The big ones go on the right side.
一番危険な戦場はどこだ？私が指示する。
Yeah, I just need them to block it.
ひるんではいないか。少しは骨がある。
浮かない顔してるな。さっきのはただのテストでしょ。計画っていうのは試してみて調整してそれから何度も試して。
If I'm gonna have this much trouble on the third stage, I can't imagine the boss. Oh boy.
どうしたらいい？
I just need to deploy fast enough. I can do the first one.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
加減はしますよ。どこにまとめてかかってきやがれ。
Okay. Yeah, mountain should help.
我が弦を発する。
Those rockets kind of feel like another variant of the runners. Pretty much, they speed up as they run, and then they deal damage upon collision. That's what they are. Okay, close call. Alright, this one should be a winner. Alright.
Mission accomplished.
Survival of the fittest. Culling of the unfit. Since when has Rhine become one of the unfit? Oh, Mr. Jagger, what are you doing here? That's my line. What are you doing here? When you should have already cancelled Lucky Sister B's registration. I'm not doing anything illegal. We solved our technical issues before we filed the cancellation. What a stroke of luck. You solved it? Why didn't anyone contact engineering? Maybe word didn't have time to get around because of how sudden it was. Anyways, Mr. Tannen announced that all technical inspections by Rhinelander are suspended. I don't need to report to you anymore. How could have they solved it all of a sudden? Within 3 days didn't do it. The Lucky Sister Bee's luck. Quick, take the readings before the people come back. All the data is good. Too good, in fact. It's almost as if they were specifically calibrated to the benchmarks. Wait, these aren't Propeller Paradise standard issue screws, are they? They're completely soldered, won't budge. The whole core energy model is sealed shut. But no power unit on Propeller Paradise sounds like this. No legal power unit anyways. Where did they get this weird non-compliant stuff from? I thought all procurement on Propeller Paradise goes through. I get it now. Silly me for thinking that survival of the fittest was really the rule on Propeller Paradise. Still helping that bastard put together the report for the accident on Rhine? Forget it. Director Lunaray would just dismiss me for not having evidence. Who else can help? Hey, Mumu! My ride will be here in 5 minutes. I'll bring you a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie if I find one.
I'm not a kid.
See you later then.
You've been playing catch with your branches in the corridor ever since you stepped out of Saria's office. You're stalling, I can tell.
There really ought to be a law about invading an individual's privacy with a water clone.
Not likely to happen, unless there's another water elf in Columbia.
The branches on Nasti's belt suddenly grow, pointing in the direction of the water elf, and twist open a tool attachment. As though rehearsed 1,000 times, Mulesy takes a step to the right, dodging the bionic branch robot's trick.
You know I'm stuck in here and can't come in person. Maintaining a water clone at long distance is a draining task. Are you so worried that I might flub up Christian's legacy? It's you that I'm worried about, not some derivative of Galleria Stellaria. It takes time for a seed to grow into a sapling, and all the more so when you hope it will become a towering tree. Relax. Not even Ferdinand would complain about the results you're pulling. That's because I blocked his email. Lamau! You have to make Christian's dreams come true by digging away under the Tremont suburbs. Now it's your turn. Have you ever thought about... I'm not going back to the Convalesce. The serene tranquility of the Convalesce does not belong to a flawed banshee, nor can it inspire her. But... it's time to go. Just a sec. Here. A potted plant. Ecological dug it out of the desert. It's resilient to heat and cold, and just as stubborn as you. Call it a goodbye prezi. No need for vivarium. Just remember to water it, and keep a watchful eye on you. Maybe even help you. In return, take care of the vivarium and yourself, and... give me a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie, if they really exist. What is the mascot of Propeller Paradise? The withered branches on the first floor planters have been cleaned up. This potted plant is the only one from the exhibit that survived. I'll take it. What about the underground plants? Transmitted data are as expected, but monitoring coverage is limited. We haven't had time to send someone to check on site. I'll go. Thanks. Director Lunaray. Anyone from outside here? No, ma'am. We've continued to stimulate experimental conditions here. Just in case. Reveal. No sign of entry. Was it really an accident? We've compiled the report on dead plants. Do you want to review it now? Alright, let's go. Nasti Lunaray, Director of Engineering. Credentials confirmed. Welcome. Where the heck did those two go? Did something happen, sir? No need to be alarmed. We're just simulating missions on the Shadow Moon, Mr. Tannen's orders. Columbia keeps our people safe, wherever they are. Split up. Keep a low profile. Roger. So it was a drill. It's just like a Rankwood blockbuster. What was it called? Battlefield Shadow Moon, I think? See? Those guards are Casimirian Space Knights. Don't give us away! Lamau. Skip the comedy, imposter. Where do you go next? Not many places to hide on the flying donut station, while the ring corridor in the back is perfect for an ambush. Then what do we do? I signed your tour contract. You gotta get me out of here. Settle down, Rio Oakley. You're on Propeller Paradise. Forget what you think you know about terra firma. That's a Volvor Kaczynski jump board you're testing, right? Can we borrow it? Sure. Huh? What's that sound? Look up! How the frick did they get on top of a floating pod? Oh, I forgot! People look up on Propeller Paradise. What do we do? Shoot them down! Ooh, if that's simulating the air cannon the villain fires in the cinematic scene? Wait, I think I smell a Virginia powder. Fire! Run! all of them. It took so much work just to put Ryan down, but now we have a rogue tour guide on loose. I would have gone after that feline myself if I didn't have business to do. Would you like me to eliminate those ignorant Terrans, Sky Conqueror? Show them true power from beyond Terra? No need, 5-4. She's a tour guide, not a special agent. First, report on Gustav. He and his retinue are floating around a cloud in the VIP area. They have passed through the ring corridor, but no one has found the hidden door yet. When I first joined ATAO 7 years ago, Gustav would notice if I swiped a liquid Originium lighter from a stowaway. Hi, Hodezig. Why is there an aquarium fish robot? Why not? I thought he didn't like me because he used to be a soldier, hated crooks and wanted everything to be done the right way. Only later did I find out it was because I left too many loose ends. I learned everything from him, his way of doing things, his way of talking, and even how I dress. As for the result, this pod holds treasures from across Terra. You hate that kind of reasoning, but alright. Yeah, I don't know. Question Rhinelab. I guess it's one of Rhinelab's inventions. I don't know how that works. There was really no elaboration for the fish in a aquarium fish robot. Gustav on one side, Nasti on the other. So what? I'm not the clueless kid from 7 years ago. They'll never find out what I did, unless I hand-delivered the evidence. Once the exhibition opens, and thousands of exhibits fly into the sky, all the secrets and illicit transactions won't matter anymore. Everyone will know that it was Golden Talon who lit the fire under Propeller Paradise, not Rhine, not DC. Warning, Talon approaching. What's that sound? Don't blow it up. Might be somebody below. Don't try to talk way out of. Oh! Golden Talon looks up at the smoke and dust as he forces his teary eyes open, trying to see what was going on. Oh, I see. A familiar figure descends amidst the rubble and dust, her legs flailing wildly. He just ordered her arrest several hours ago. They are only about 90 centimeters apart, both their brains working feverishly to process the situation. Time itself feels frozen as Gordon and Fern stand off against one another, scrambling to take in each other's expressions. Yeah, you've never noticed, huh? But yeah, Mokun is made of wood. He's a wooden doll. That's what he is. I suppose it is a bit hard to see the details in this scale as well. I don't blame you for missing the detail. They really blew it up. Where the hell am I anyway? This place isn't on my map. There was a hidden door in the rain corridor? And why am I staring at Tannen right now? Was this a trap? Why is there such a look of surprise and shock on his face? And thanks for the tomato. Are these exhibits on the walls? Wait a second, I definitely seen these art units at the street stalls when I got dragged into the black market by the sarcasm. And that hat over there, isn't that standard issue for the Poseidon in Sargonian tombs? Shoot, too late to pretend I never saw any of this? Oh no, please don't hit the high explosive Originite grenade, or the entire pod goes up. The entire pod goes up in smoke. Damn it! Been one thing after another since the fake guy came to Propeller Paradise. Is she Ryan's enemy or Nasti spy? She ruined my plans once at the vivarium, and now she's doing it again. What's she looking at? The Antivirginium Storm Guide beacon or the Zaydin Witchcraft helmet? Shit, she recognizes these. What's she gonna do with the dirt on me? Is she going to sell it to someone? If Nasti and Gustav find out. The delayed gravity pulls Fern sharply downward. Gordon has no more time to save his collection. All he can do is watch as the feline approaches rapidly. The distance between them disappears, as do the complicated thoughts flashing through their minds. As they await the impending impact, there's only time for them to say a single word. Shit.
共にあればどんな厄災や未知にも揺らぐことはない。
Honestly, the entire premise of this event so far has been really funny. Nasti's just doing her job with plans. Miss Tour Guide is, again, good intentions, wrong execution. And Mr. Tannen's just like, I'm get in trouble. You're not gonna get in trouble. You're going to get in trouble with someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Like, misunderstandings around every single corner is amazing. This almost feels Scooby-Doo. We finally made it to the halfway point. Stage 4. I said you can't go in. And I said I'm with Rhine Lab. I know the access rules for Propeller Paradise facilities better than you do. And no special permission is required to visit Cloud. It's a restaurant. You would be correct under normal circumstances, but there's an important guest here right now. Ouch. My lip is bugging me. I just put on some chapstick. Letterman, I think this young man's looking for me. I take it that the briefing on the run vivarium incident is done. Nothing gets past you. I just happen to know a few people who are committed to Columbia's great project here, including Gordon Tannen. I guess you're not here to try to recoup Ryan's losses. There isn't enough time before the exhibition now, even with the emergency funding. Please take a look at this inspection report. A tech startup solved a technical flaw that was discovered during inspection and received permission to stay on Propeller Paradise. What What's the problem? Lucky Sister Bees never passed the recheck. They have to leave Propeller Paradise today according to the rules. But I just saw the runner and discovered that they solved the energy problem that had plagued them for months. On the eve of the exhibitions, deadlines, science, miracles, classic potato chip flavors, so to speak. No, look at this page. Chapped lips and the regular chapstick work and try to atopic dermatitis cream. Well, you see, it's not just a case of chapped lips. Well, you definitely you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, so allow me to brief you on the news. I fell off my bike on Saturday morning and scraped a part of my face. That part of my face, it was about it's like the middle part of my upper lip. So I have an injury like right there, and it's super like dry, and but it's also particularly dry because it's scabbing. Like I did pretty much shave off skin there, so yeah, but it is in the process of healing. I scraped off a little bit off of I have some skin off the top of my left eyebrow. My left eye looks like I got punched in the face. I literally have like a black eye. I scraped my knee, a little bit of my elbow, a little bit of my shoulder, mostly my left side. But don't worry, I'm okay. I focused on several components that are not involved in standard inspection, and found that their output is more than 10 times the standard values. Well, to put it in simpler terms. You don't need to explain technical terms to me. I wrote the manual Columbian Originium component standards you're carrying. Do you mean to say that Lucky Sister Beast invented power components far exceeding national standards in the span of a few hours? Invented? They don't have the chops for that. I think someone transplanted a non-Columbian heart into that failure. You know the rules of Propeller Paradise. All Terran eyes are on our progress in levitation technology. All the parts involved must be made in Columbia to ensure security. I'm not accusing the ATAO of negligence. No ordinary officer could have let a corporation dodge Ryan's regular or random inspection unless someone manipulated the engineering section's inspection order. Coincidentally, Director Lunaray came to an agreement with a certain official, Golden Tannin. He would stop at nothing to tie Ryan's hands because we are the true original proponents of Propeller Paradise. And the engineering section is a pair of eyes that could uncover his secret at any time. So, you're speculating that Golden Tannin has been running a smuggling operation behind the scenes. This is a serious accusation, young man. And it is why I've come to you, sir. Until Propeller Paradise gets to DC, you are the only one in the position to deal with your diligent subordinate. I'm curious. Does your supervisor know about this? Things wouldn't have come to this if Director Lunaray did anything. Good. What do you mean? You're sharp, brave young man. Nasti wouldn't have let you stay behind to spend time with me if she knew. Uh-oh. Sir! I'm the only one in position to deal with Gordon. An interesting way to put it. He used to butt heads with me, true. But that's the folly of youth. And true enough of you too. The first thing I ever taught him was that we'll always be one of mind when we stand for Columbia. Hey! The young Rhine researcher can only watch as Gustav takes the report and turns to walk into the interior of the restaurant. He is shocked and angry. He wants to charge at Gustav, but the man makes a simple gesture and the bodyguards twisted the young scientist's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and frustration. Hello. What a coincidence. Skyjagger is taken outside by the bodyguard, not knowing whether he'll be thrown into one of the lower level jail cells or locked away in some secret room. He hears Gustav pick up the phone. The man must be calling Gordon Tannen now. Skyjagger regrets not leaving a copy of the evidence for Nasti. If he could just get back to the Bavaria. Suddenly, the pain is gone. The bodyguards let go of him and push him into the elevator and take him away from Cloud. Hey, you can hear me, right? I swear I won't say a word about Mr. Tannen's smuggling operation. We really didn't mean to barge into his collection. Take a break, Oakley. You keep going like this, they're going to start getting ideas. That's the best way to shut someone up. Idea that the best way to shut someone up is to kill them. What? Could not read that. Ugh, you're crying again? Don't worry about it. Giving prisoners the silent treatment is normal. Sounds like you know your prisons. Where do you think I got my silver tongue? Even if I ran into a bunch of Archosaurus who couldn't understand a word I was saying, and had me surrounded with spears, I could still get my point across with nothing but winks and gestures. You really think we can get out of this jail? Have you ever been to Bleached Wasteland? No, I hear the sandstorms there tear through the toughest metal sheet and rip flesh from bone in an instant. His hair looks very fluffy. Yeah, I would say so. But this is he is definitely a reused NPC. Because I remember seeing him from the Bandori collaboration event story as well. During the island section with Uika. True, all the guides say it's off limits for a reason, and no travel agencies take tours there. But I didn't want to assume it was impossible just because of hearsay. Don't tell me you actually went there, and you got out alive? It's a gray desert. The scorching sun reflects off the sand. You can see dark purple cliffs in the distance beyond the dunes, and the cacti grow taller than either of us. It is a dangerous place, and you can't even tell what you're standing on when the winds rage, but the sands aren't nearly as sharp as knives. Incredible. My dad used to always say that impossible is just an excuse for the lazy and cowardly. I learned from him and became a guide unlike the others, one who dares to brave the unknown. You had a supportive father. I'm jealous. I did. That's why you should pick yourself up, Oakley. I'll grant your wish, and my Banshee client's wish too. Our journey isn't over yet. Get up, both of you. What are you gonna do? Stay back! What's going on? Come with me and don't cause any trouble. Mr. Tannen wants to see you. What did I say? This isn't the end. Yes, I understand. I apologize for the trouble, sir. Screw that condescending old fox. He got a retirement age in Colombia for a goddamn reason. I'm not his coffee boy anymore, and I'll be damned if I let him yell in my face over getting the sugar wrong. Mr. Tannen, 5-4 is going to burst if you feed it anymore. Foams at the mouth. You take over the feeding. Not a single thing has worked out. We didn't get the meddling Rhine lab egghead out of Propeller Paradise, and now the old fox and Nasti people know about my side hustle. And those two bastards showed up out of nowhere to ruin most of my arts unit's collection. There's stuff there you can't even get anywhere else. Arts unit. Hustle. So you were smuggling all that time you were away on unexpected trips. You think it's wrong to help tech firms find their footing in the sky? No, it's not my place to judge, but why are you bringing those two intruders over? Are you planning to deal with them? What's with the angst? I got bigger plans for them than just settling the score. No one can take Propeller Paradise away from me without evidence. The rest of my collection needs to be cleared ASAP before anyone else can intervene. You want them to smuggle the contraband out from you. But everything that enters or leaves Propeller Paradise is subject to stringent checks, even if you give an expedited order. Besides, the existing channels are out of service because of engineering renovation work, and I can't wait that long. Hey, Yuki! Yeah, I'm sure they do eat, like, normal food and stuff. I mean, in I'm sure they have, like, their varieties and stuff. Like, fowl beasts are their chicken. Bird and beasts are their beef. Yeah, I'm sure there's venison and other things too. How was MomoCon? It was okay. I got to see a lot of cool stuff. I didn't buy much of anything because I didn't really have the money to, but it was nice just to see what was all up in the convention. Did I take some videos? Only a small portion. Oh, just a couple things that I thought were interesting. Enough to make a short. Nothing like a full-blown video. I didn't really take any videos of the panels I participated in, but I did see a couple panels. Think of it like a TED Talk. A TED Talk about various anime subjects. Like, a panel to a convention is like an extracurricular activity to a school. If that makes sense. It's a slideshow. A panel is basically a presentation. This is all Nasty's fault for that energy system modification shit. Floating botanical units and Rhine's people are everywhere now. Wait, Rhine? Well, if they're going to block off my routes, it's only fair that I borrow theirs. You mean the engineering tunnel beneath the Rhine Vivarium used to transport heavy equipment and construction materials? Exactly. With the Bavarian on lockdown, nothing offers better cover than Rhine turf. I know where the old fox is, but Nasti. I'll take care of Director Linray, sir, as long as you ensure the safety of the two intruders. You? I'm confident I can distract her while you carry out your plan. I only need one thing. The Banshee's bone pen that you confiscated from Fern. Get a move on. Don't keep Mr. Tannen waiting. He's gonna have her head for ruining his collection room. Just paying money isn't so bad. The real problem is if he wants a deal. We're here. I brought them. Thank you, sir. You may return to your duties. Mercia, my client! Unfortunately, it seems Mr. Tannen had nothing to do with your client's disappearance. I'll do my best to keep an eye out. Where did that Banshee go? Just go through the door and forget about her for now. Make sure you do exactly what Mr. Tannen tells you, if you ever want to leave Propeller Paradise on your own 2 feet. What's he planning? He's going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Skyjacker's step grows slower and slower. He used to dash through this corridor, and his colleagues laughed at him for being impatient. How could he not be impatient? He did not have the luxury of a traditional education, of having his path paved for him. His family circumstances forced him to waste too much time on things other than research. But now he stands on the shoulders of Rhine Lab, at the pinnacle of applied science in Columbia, about to touch the very dome that was witnessed a miracle. There should not be any obstacles. No one has the right to hold back this great work. I must tell Director Luderay about Tannen's secret and apologize. Footsteps? I thought all the researchers were evacuated. Does this thing come off at all? It looks like one of those centrifugal safety membranes the revolving bar used. Don't touch it if you're not sure. We'll ask our new boss later. Is Nasti still in her office? I heard she was willing to lose the whole vivarium to save us. And that grumpy kid. Shut your big mouth. Nasti's a good person. That's all we need to know. Do dogs exist in Arknights? No, cats exist, but I don't remember any dogs. I mean... like, are you talking about dog species operators or dogs? Genuine dogs? I can't think of anything right now. There's probably a dog somewhere and somebody's operator art. Like part of the operator art, not actually part of the splash. But yeah, I don't know. Oh! I know this. The Arknight terminology for hot dog is different. It's different compared to the terminology of hot dogs that we know in our life. Okay, so Terran lore. Terran lore time. Hot dogs. So the hot dogs that we are aware of are the sausages because they're hot and they resemble the shape of the Dachshund dog, the long
the long-bodied dog, which is why we call them hot dogs. At least here, and as far as I'm aware. But in Terra, they're called hot dogs for different reasons. The hot dog is actually, in Terra, referring to the person who sells the hot dogs at the sporting events. So, like how you would see like a Hooters waitress. That's kind of like what the hot dogs are. It because the hot dogs are basically hot pero selling the sausages. Like, can I get a hot dog? Meaning, can I get a hot woman? So yeah, that's where Terra's hot dog comes from. It's from a person instead of the actual dog, but it is still pero, which is dogs. Grumpy kid. Me? Well, I know some of the lore. I don't know all of it, obviously, but I know some, like, tidbits and facts here and there. At least the ones that stick with me. Thank you for your time. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. You're Gustav's secretary. What are you doing here? Ah, you must be Skyjacker. I finished my business with Director Lunaray. Excuse me. You're back. You apologized to Gustav? Yes. You gave up all of Ryan engineering control and agreed to stop active inspections? Yes. Ryan Lab is essentially withdrawn from the exhibition and will no longer appear on the catalog? Yes. We'll need to store our experiment equipment here later. Come and help if you have the energy. Director. Yes? You knew I would screw up. You knew I was just an average Joe. That's why you kept me busy with inspections and botanical units, right? You were right. In the end, I'm just a musk beast in the gutter. I understand your greatness, but I can never become part of it. To be forgiven, saved, protected. Like all the testers here, I'm just an ordinary guy. Left in the dust. I wouldn't be here without your help. I needed new employees and an aide, that's all. I stayed with a group of pioneers when I first came to Columbia. They despised me for being a banshee who couldn't use incantations. I despised them for their lousy hunting traps. There was no passivity in our interactions. We forgave each other, saved each other, and protected each other. As we do now, as it should be. The vivarium was quiet, but the presence of the tester seemed to have changed this place of cold metallic rationality. A misshapen wire pull tab has been added to the microscope's slide box stubborn lid. A sheet of plywood hangs from the air conditioning vent, making it a little less unbearably chilly. A few watch-out notes are pasted on the glass door that Sky tends to run into when he's angry. They remind him of his little sister. The average, ordinary one who, in his eyes, must always be protected.
He has never turned around to look back at her, not since he witnessed the miracle. If moving forward means we can't look back, how do we make sure we're still walking on the same path that we chose in the beginning? What meaning is there in progress if it leads to a future that has been curated for only a select few? Why should ordinary people be left behind? I never took you for an orator, Director. All I do is state facts, ask questions, find the solution, repeat. Refers to the ears and tails of the person then, but if they use the word hot dog, dogs often refer species specific body parts like dog is slur or something for lupos, just more speculation that make me feel like a mad I don't know. They were just Terrans just call people hot dogs. You specifically see hot dogs during the Casimir sports games. The Casimir like sporting events in the stadiums where they sell the food. That's literally where they come from. Get moving before you let big words and big ideals take you for a ride. Finally, the stage.
行きましょう。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
これ以上は進ませません。ええ、まとめてかかってきやがれ。これ以上は進ませません。
Oh, those guys also levitate things. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I can basically defeat them or keep them alive to my advantage. It's basically gonna keep resetting my skills though. So this does pose a threat to AFK runs. Uh-oh. Ah, damn it. Yeah, the damn rocket ships. And those, okay, yeah, those things moving around are gonna keep making the platform go up and down. I gotta think about how to work with this.
Doctor Anna, これは戦術ね。安心して。ほら、太陽が飲まれたよ。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
果てない声の重なりで生まれるシンフォニー。
ドクトーアナ、
今こそ皆さんを
私と奪い合いをする気？
夕日へこの音色を捧げましょう。私目を果てない声の重なりで生まれるシンフォニー。どうせ死ぬなら道連れにしてやる。
幻覚と威嚇、これも戦術よ。何が一番怖い？
Yeah, it's gonna be the constant reactivation of skills.
毒と罠、これは戦術ね。安心して。ほら、太陽が飲まれたよ。
矢切りってこれ刀じゃない。マリア、
Okay, so Haruka's on her unlimited duration now. So I'm wondering if the platform changes levitation again. Does she lose her? Maybe not. I also can't really test the theory right now because that one thing is not going to change the platform limitation. Okay, yeah, that's better. Virtuosa can pretty much necrosis the shit out of those rockets. Good. Oh, funny thing, Hodizig. Automod, okay, Automod didn't block the most recent message you sent. It blocked the mention of the species of dog. When you meant the German dog breed comment, like in clarification, that's what Automod targeted, which I find really weird. Sorry I'm late. I was busy today. Mercia, please. I must. Remember. Your situation is unusual. Your memories are like wilted leaves hanging from withered branches. Wiping away the dust might restore some sheen, but if you press too hard, you'll only damage them further. Yeah, wiener maybe. Who knows? By all rights, I should not even touch them, if not for... Sorry, Madame Vela. I must know. I must remember. Your memories since leaving your homeland have not been happy ones. However, if you insist, close your eyes, and we'll try again. Mercia puts her old projector on the table with some effort. Her fingers glide as glass slides drop into the slot, and the aging banshee becomes covered in an unfamiliar scene. I remember this place. Nathanate? She mentioned it. The spire, shackles, blood. Slowly, indistinct memories begin to diffuse on the backdrop cast by the projector. Mercia can identify an elderly figure shackled by the wall, as roped figures come and go. The smell of blood, a terrifying melody, the marks of arts, Virtuosa in the background. Elizabeth Spire, were you imprisoned there, as a test subject? You would have been buried beneath the tombs of the Spire casters if not for the aid of a lich. The Ecclesia Requitum in the Holy City. You were in the funeral procession? For kindred who have wandered afar, or the foe of your clan.
But the angels didn't like it, did they? They want laughter at their funerals, not wailing. You were almost arrested by the pontifical cohorts. You came to Columbia, through the frontiers, even the bleached wasteland. The wind-blasted land which not even beasts dare to tread. And finally, you came here. Why Propeller Paradise in particular? What did you come looking for? Here. There's a tree here. The tree here is wilting, decaying, wilting, decaying. I see. We have a vivarium here, and a terrible accident just happened in it. Wilt and decay, as you say. The master of the vivarium. She's Banshee too. Do you know this thing? The bone pen that caused the disaster of the vivarium, which was later confiscated by Gordon Tannen, now lies in Mercia's hand, white and innocent. Her. I sense her presence. You came to look for someone. I want to see her. No need to crouch so low, Oakley. The arching on your back is slipping. This is Rhine Lab's underground passage. The wall could have nano-monitored listening on us. Besides, we have to worry about Propeller Paradise warning system too. Why do we have to avoid the police if we're doing this for Tannen? Do you think he trusts many of his subordinates? He reminds you of Shaggy? I could see that. Even the elevator guard could be a pair of eyes for some big shot. If anything goes wrong, the trouble would go way farther than just a few boxes of contraband. So the two of us, being outsiders with no such interest in this, ended up being the best choice to dispose of his stuff? Yes. But there is something I haven't been able to figure out. What is it? You got someone to do your job, and you got someone to meet them on the other side. Why not just lie down in your office, pet your fin beast, and put on some jazz? Aren't you worried about getting yourself in trouble if you're on the scene, sir? I came to see my little darlings off. What is it? Quit fidgeting, you almost hit the wall with the Arts Recreation Unit. I told you to treat it nicely, like your life depends on it. Yeah, I remember. You'd better remember what you said too. If we deliver your darling safely and keep her mouth shut, then we're square. Great. Don't let your guard down. Nasti has refused to leave the Bavaria. She's continuing her research in the middle of a room full of failures, pulling all-nighters. So she's right above us? I think I hear her footsteps. Don't worry, Mercia will take care of her. Mary? Mary! Yes, Mr. Tannen, I hear you. What's going on there? If something goes wrong, you got to keep Nasti distracted, whatever it takes. Don't worry, sir. It was my negligence that allowed the accident to happen. I'll keep a close eye on Director Lunaray and ensure she leaves the Rhine Vivarium, buying as much time for you as possible.
Very good. See, even Mary steps up her game when it matters most. You two had better do the same while we're almost at the exit. Yes, sir.
Furnished a keen sense of hearing.
There's a risk that you will be exposed. Do you need the Emergency Management Council to intervene?
There are better ways to use the Maylander name. No need to worry about me. Being Mr. Tannen's secretary makes an excellent cover.
Oh, so you're also a spy.
Report.
Bravo's intel is that the Rhine technical staff have evacuated the experiment zone. Director Lunaray and her aide are the only ones who currently access the site. However,
she spends an inexplicable amount of time here.
Yes. Apologies are in order. As members of your squad, we should have trusted your judgment. It does seem that Rhine Lab might be hiding something under the exhibition hall.
No need to apologize. My mission was to monitor the tech firms.
What about Director Lunaray? If we need to perform another further investigation?
I have a plan. We'll use at least 20 minutes if everything goes well. But we'll have at least 20 minutes. I prepared a gift that she can't refuse.
Whoa!
Again.
Is this the system that the Vivarium and floating botanical units run on? I knew the Banshees were good at manipulating objects from a distance, but to abandon sound as the medium, sealing incantations inside the module and preparing flaws for self-cycling. This is a revolutionary innovation. If it's all incantation driven.
You should stop reading purely speculative papers.
Most people don't know much about the Banshees. I understand they rarely leave the Valley of Convolus. Did you live there before coming to Columbia?
My first memories are of Casdale. I was later adopted by one of my kin and taken to the Convolus.
What kind of place is it?
A peaceful, beautiful place. The riverbanks are covered in grass and shrubs. The flowers never wilt and the fruit never fall. Not even rain disturbs the tranquility, much less catastrophe.
Why did you leave them? Who could it be at this hour? Director, over here! Is this your bone pen?
Part of it. The conical tip, severed from the rest of the pen, rose across the floor.
Who could have done this? What happened at the Vivarium wasn't an accident, and it wasn't a practical joke. Everything was planned, and they were targeting someone. Maybe the target was you, or maybe Rhine Lab itself.
There is a way to find out. Guide. The fragment in Nasti's hand floats up into the air at her command, a white halo enveloping it. The pen tip spins a few times, then slowly flies off in a certain direction.
Looks like the other half of the pen isn't far away. Director. It could be a trap, yes, but I must go.
I sense traces of a familiar incantation from the bone pen.
共にあればどんな厄災や未知にも揺らぐことはないわ。
Okay, 4 stages down and we've hit an intermission. Okay. God, I hope the rest of the story isn't gonna take much any longer than like 3 hours. My throat is starting to feel it. Oh, focus! Wow. Hey, you're the one to give me the hydrate. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for the hydrate. Where's the exit? According to the map, we should be able to see the checkpoint machines now. Are we going to keep going? There's no one else here. It's so eerily quiet. Of course there's nobody else here. Or we'd be exposed. Get your act together. Eek! Red liquid is dripping from the ceiling! It fell on my face! It's rusty water from the pipes. Don't make me sew your mouth shut. Mr. Tannen, you said we'd be exposed if there's anybody else here, right? Uh-oh. Hi, Nasti! They look in the direction that Fern is pointing and see the somebody else. An ethereal figure walks towards them slowly at the end of the passage, flickering like a ghost in the dim light. Something feels familiar. Oh shit. Keep walking. My authority over Ride Experiment Area is legitimate and absolute. Doesn't matter who's coming. Is that so? Oh, that's a happy Nasti. That face looks happier than it should. You're one of Mumu's clones. I would like an explanation, Tannen. The Ride Experiment Area is under investigation, Nasti. You've agreed to cooperate with the administrative officers and the Propeller Paradise Police. How am I supposed to cooperate with an investigation that I know nothing about? Besides, it's news to me that guides are administrative officers now. The guide visited Ride shortly before the lab accident. It makes perfect sense to have her along for evidence gathering. As for the lack of prior notice, it's entirely within my rights to make the decision to ensure the integrity of the investigation. Gordon Tannen considered every potential contingency, even an interrogation by Gustav. He knew he could not depend on Mercia, and he was confident he could handle this, but he cannot stop his thick tail from nervously slapping the ground, as though he senses a threat, something beyond his control. Nasti is gazing at him, indecipherable, seemingly hiding something. Eeriness and anxiety caused Gordon Tannen to tighten his left fist in his pocket. I was just supposed to keep an eye out with the water clone hidden in the plants. Nasti never told me about the head of Paradise would be so hard to fool. I'd wear myself out arguing with him all night. Let's do this my way. Ahem. Yeah, that's Mumu. Oh. Animation? Oh, look at that! The sound of dripping water, which accompanied the trio their whole way down the tunnel, is suddenly silent. Water droplets break free from the constraints of physics and float in midair. They feel a coolness at their feet. Only now do they notice that the water on the floor has reached their ankles. Mr. Tannen, look! Is that still Director Lunaray? Gordon Tannen cannot believe what he is seeing. Water streams into Nasti from all directions, carrying her higher and higher, looking down at the three invaders. Gordon Tannen had never seen such effects from an arts unit. Prudence would certainly be in order if this was Banshee witchcraft, but there's something that scares him even more. Nasti bends down at him with a cute expression that the one by the name would never wear. There really isn't a single fresh thing on Terra, is there? I've heard this pre-written spiel 1,000 times. How about we talk about something else? Like what those 2 big boxes of yours? Don't tell me they're presents for Rhine Lab. We've still got a ways to go until Christmas, I thought. Who are you? Nasti, the director of Ryan's engineering section, whose vivarium you just ruined a few hours ago. Who else? She would never talk like that. And why do you look like you're saluting? That's a casting gesture, isn't it? Heh, you noticed. You can't fool me. I don't know what your arts do, but this underground passage belongs to Ryan, and if anything that happens will only come back to bite you. You're not satisfied with just losing the experiment for the exhibit, eh? You want to go to jail with the rest of your people. Let me remind you of something. Like you said, this underground passage belongs to Ryan. And you personally gave the order to shut it off. But I bet you a whole lot of gold certificate that your people don't know about tonight's investigation. How many would know where to go look for your corpse? You dare! Run! It is nighttime. Nasti feels a daze as she walks the streets of Propeller Paradise. This place began as a proposal from Ryan, built by Nasti personally, but Nasti no longer recognizes any of the myriad inventions that adorn it. She even has to stop and think in order to figure out how the inflatable street lamps by the roadside work. Nasti cannot help but feel that she is walking into an unfamiliar life. It's like when I first came to Ryan. Mulesies emerged from the sink, teasing me for my ignorance as she walked me through sterile lab cleaning procedures. Nasti stops in her tracks. Another fragment of the bone pen lies quietly in the gaps of the bricks, having guided her all the way here. She picks up the fragment as she once did when she walked into a new life for the first time. Young Nasti walks the forest of the Convalescence, carrying a bag far larger than she is, and stuffing it with broken twigs. It has been 2 weeks since she and Vela arrived in the Convalescence, and Vela is busy with younger banshees who come to her with questions of every kind. Only when the banshees are all asleep, and there is no one in the valley, does Vela have time to take Nasti's hand and walk with her through this beautiful place. Finally, Nasti decided to build a treehouse on her own, but the bag of twigs was too heavy for her, and she must wait for Vela to pick her up. It has been so long since the rainy season. Isn't it time for another rowing competition? When do we... Let me clear the mud off the eastern shores of the lake. But no spin incantation on the boat this time, please. Teacher! One of the Miss Dapple vines is getting in my house. Can I cut it? No, my child. Nothing is better for wiping one's feather horns than the Pope of the Miss Dapple. Perhaps you could guide the vine to grow in a different direction. It'll be a chance for me to see if you've been practicing the incantations I taught you. How long has it been since we last received a token from outside, Custodian? We've only had 5 or 6 this month. I dealt with them when I was in Carsdale to ask the child of soil and stone to treat the roosting tree. So few? Isn't it a good thing? It's been half a year since you taught me the elegies, but I haven't really had the chance to sing for anyone. Can I go next time and help our kin? Hi, Echi. Once again, you don't appear on my YouTube manager. Alright, let Vela rest. It's alright. This is what I'm supposed to do. The children call you teacher and custodian. I never conferred these titles. What you've done for the Converse over the past 2 centuries puts me to shame as the Lord of the Banshees. You know the reason. I have to keep working to distract myself. Did Dr. L cause you any trouble during your audience with Her Highness? He's been hostile towards our people ever since we retired to the Converse. He is hostile to everyone. But speaking of Her Highness, she showed me the early fruits of her exploration into the nature of Virginia. Perhaps she has already chosen a more resolute path. What about us then? What about the Convolus? The Convolus is no longer associated with the future of the Sarkaz, even if Her Highness really has changed her mind. We're talking about... Is this... Amiya we're talking about? Or are we talking about Teresa before she got priestess? It remained the Banshee Sanctuary. You brought a girl back a little while ago, didn't you? The daughter of a stray sister. I should have found her 5 years ago. Nathaniel keeps asking me when he can come and see her. He's so curious about everything beyond the valley. The boy. Please tell Nathaniel that Nasti is rather timid and needs time to get used to the Convolus. That's not true. I'm not timid. You know that. Yes, but you'll be living with other banshees for a very long time. They'll share fruit with you, rather than throw rocks at you. Living with them will be very different from living in Casdale. That's why I want your meeting to be more formal. Give me time to prepare, won't you? Understood. But what are you preparing? Does it have something to do with the token from outside that you were talking about? The things in your house? Those black blood crystals? Dirty shrouds that dried up hearts? But why do you say that there are only 5 or 6? You always stayed up late peering at them with a deep frown on your face. Nasti. Do you like this valley? Yes. There's no blood in the mud, no black rocks in houses, no fighting, plenty of food, and no one ever disturbs you. Do you want to stay here? Yes. That's why I want to build my own treehouse soon. Have you decided where? There's a big, beautiful tree deep in the valley, right? What's the name? The roosting tree? Yes. It is the Banshee's final resting place. Everyone lives there, right? Even though you've never taken me there? I want to live closer to that place. Can I? And when will you teach me incantation? That way I can move this bag of twigs myself. No need to be so hurried. When will you teach me how to play the bone whistle? That way I can play in front of others when we play together. Aww. I took one from your house, but I couldn't make a sound with it. No need to be so hurried, my dear girl. The tired Banshee suddenly seems so unfamiliar to Nasti. She knows where Vela always darts when polishing her own feather horns, and how many nearly indistinguishable black dresses she has. But she can never tell what Vela is thinking. Nasti stops asking questions and raises the bone whistle, obstinately blowing on it, and infertility, until a soaring melody covers up the muffled sound she's making. You want to play the whistle for the other children, don't you? One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. Come, child, I'll teach you. Nasti does not understand how that simple leaf in Vela's hand can make a sound, much less why the sound is so full of sorrow. The sky is blue, the waters of Mist Lake murmur on, and everything seems perfect. Nasti follows Vela's gaze. The branches on the roosting tree are just barely visible, in the distance swaying like reeds, like fate.
Nasti is still in the Rhine experiment area, and is preparing to kill Tannen. Stay behind me, Miss Celine.
I can run faster than Mr. Tannen. We should really get into a fight with the Banshee. Or should we really get into a fight with the Banshee? Oops. But that Nasti was just a potted plant.
A water clone? Nosy? Here?
Just a little gadget enchanted with water elf arts. Doesn't actually do much. A combination of Nasti's image, Yuzi's inspiration, and home field advantage. No one could have predicted it. No wonder those three were scared away.
Should we evacuate with Mr. Tannen then?
No, keep going. Following the traces left behind the water.
According to the blueprints, we're almost at a dead end. There's nothing except the watermarks. Maybe this was indeed a bluff by Milsey.
Nasti is a genius engineer. It wouldn't be hard for her to leave a hidden space out of the blueprints. Besides, the presence of WaterClone itself is a sign that there are potential secrets here. I've been thinking, why is Nasti the only one here, when there are two Rhine directors working on the project?
By all accounts, the Bavarian should fall within Milsey's domain, shouldn't it?
Unless, it's by very nature, it's something only Nasti can do.
You mean?
If your potted plant suddenly died, sorry, purely hypothetical, would your first reaction be to keep checking the time on your watch over and over?
No, I would be more concerned about the cause of death than the time.
But that was what the most experienced researchers near Nasti did when the incident at the vivarium occurred. Check the time. It was almost as though they expected the wilting to happen. It just didn't happen at the expected time.
Therefore, Rhine claimed that they were studying plants that could survive at high altitude based on data from the Galleria Stellaria.
It's a cover story. I think Maylander had found Rhine's true secret. Rhine doesn't need the plants in the vivarium to live. It needs them to die. Not the life that an elf celebrates, but the death that a banshee knows well.
But why?
Death will water.
Water what?
A tree that is even more special.
Oh?
The elderly banshee stands in the window at the end of the street. She has waited a long time. The night is longer than the 3 centuries that she has lived. She watches as the familiar figure approaches. It is taller and sturdier than she remembers. The facial features look different. The clothes are of an unfamiliar style. Not so familiar anymore. Vela's head begins to ache. Her chaotic memories are like Mist Lake, in deep winter, the cold and heavy mist swallowing her in an instant.
Nah.
separate. Guide. Nasti places the fragment of the bone pen in the center of her palm and recites the language of the banshees. The incantation separates the scent that does not belong to her, but is very familiar and leads her to its source. There is no wind, but the bone pen begins to sway, and all will be answered soon. Then, Nasti! Careful! What's the situation over there? There's someone else. Mr. Tannen, stop! I think we're lost. I think we're lost too. I can't believe how much space Ryan has beneath the experiment area. This has gotta be against the rules. Usually when scientists leave so much space in their labs, they're either saving it for a big plan, or from a big plan that's already gone off the rails. So, sir, is it just me, or is the ground? The ground's cracking. Looks like it's the former. Somebody help! When did the door behind us close? Damn it. Please tell me that's not a giant missile, Nasti. It's a rocket! I mean, story reading does also make me sleepy sometimes, if it's not interesting enough. But I hope I'm at least doing a good job at reading. The concrete beneath their feet shatters as though it were made from crackers. Gordon Tannen tries to hook the pillars with his tail, grabs the walls with his hand, but all he finds is a single twig glowing dimly. Whoa, the tree. Beneath him, a canopy made from metal and withered wood expands in the darkness. The glowing tree rises up silently into the night sky, as if 1,000 stars are rushing upwards. This thing... does it have a propeller? An engine? There isn't any sound of machinery. How could it possibly fly? Nasti. Rhine Lab. I'll be completely damned. Yeah, fair enough. I do remember a few people a while back recommending I try SMR. I'm not exactly good at that, nor do I have the equipment for it, but I could always try it at one point. Shit, why do these gods feel the need to shine light into the sky just because some humongous thing is taking off in the middle of the night? Who the hell trained them? Oh, right, it was me. Great. Would you say we're exposed, sir? I would say we are, given that everyone who awakened Propeller Paradise right now is seen us hanging off a tree with 2 big boxes of contraband. You think there's a chance if I yelled that I found a dangerous Rhine experiment to the people below? No, not a thinking chance. I can't let this thing get ruined until I figure out how on Terra it can fly. Okay, it really is over now. What just happened? I think our intrusion might have awakened something. But now there are no secrets on Propeller Paradise anymore.
Is this another miracle? Director Literary? Or is it a stillborn miracle? No need to say anything. I can see it all from here. I'll head back right away. Nah. A moment of hesitation and the elderly banshee failed to say the name. Bela watches as the young banshee depart. She looks in her direction and sees a huge glowing tree slowly rising into the sky. The roots of the tree are not secure, swaying in the night breeze. At this distance, they sway like weeds, like fate. Is that the roosting tree? Yeah, how on earth did she get the roosting tree on this? That's kind of crazy. 4 hours in and we still have 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 more stages to read through. Plus the epilogue, probably. What the freak is with that tree up in the air? There are only a few days until the exhibition. How many stands does that thing take up? Rhinelab didn't apply for upper level exhibition rights. Ryan and the ATL must be colluding. I saw Golden Tennant on that tree that night. I mean, if it, actually, isn't it like early morning for you? Gustav, former ATO director, prominent broadcasting, having explanation the next morning and what actually happened. Not one word from the committee. I bet they're stalling for time.
Please remain patient. The credibility of the Propeller Paradise Administration and Engineering Department is at stake here. We need to deal with this carefully and come up with a plan that can satisfy the hundreds of corporations that have an interest in the project.
Who's asking you to deal with it carefully?
Yes?
Who gives a crap? It's not like this is another ring lab. The engineering department's inspections have stopped, and the administration's vetting it over. Who cares if Propeller Paradise officials are doing their jobs or not?
But the hearing is a necessary part of the overall process.
Investigations and trials, those are your problem. We just want to know the result of the hearing. The Air Expo Columbia we expected to make a splash in Columbia, and even all of Terra. Is it gonna happen or not? Ew. Did you? Oh, you must have taken a nap. That's probably why you're awake, huh? Out of the way. I said out of the way. You really think that sitting here puts your illegal equipment out of our reach? It remains Rhinelab property until the hearing is underway. Besides, what are you calling illegal equipment? Don't you recognize a floating botanical unit when you see it? The saplings floating around you are no different from the ones behind us. You insolent little... I need more men over here!
Sky, we don't have the numbers. We can only hold out for so long. If they decide to use force... Besides, we don't know whether this tree-like device behind us is illegal or whether it's safe. After all, it's only been 2 years since Control Right.
I'll ask you one question. As a scientist, are you willing to just hand over the product of Director Lunare's sweat and blood?
No, but...
Then take action. Leave no regrets. If only we had more people. But Ryan only has so many people in Propeller Paradise.
Did you forget that we're Rhinelab people too, Mr. Jagger?
I didn't want to drag you into this. You're worried about the hearing? Not like we haven't seen our share of trumped up charges.
Those guards wouldn't have gone into this platform if we called us sooner.
Bunch of slum slugs, trying to play hero. Possession of illegal equipment, destruction of property, aiding and abetting. There's enough to keep all of you locked away for years. I'd already be locked away if Director Lunaray didn't take me in.
You want to touch the tree? You have to go through us.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Rhine researchers and testers form a wall against the guard, attempting to enter, while curious onlookers from the outside look up at the towering tree.
I see. Well, I hope you're at least getting enough sleep.
A tall, dark figure walks past the rear of the crowd, footsteps clanking.
Ooh, who are you? Are you the boss? So, this is Ryan's tree. Uh-oh.
It's an honor to see you here.
Oh, you flatter me, Mercia. I've been on extended holiday. It's about time I got back in the saddle.
Are you here for the hearing?
Yes, the design of the Marylander Emergency Management Council badge is pretty nice. You should try one on.
Is my mission over?
Our mission has only just started.
What are your orders?
No rush. These past few days have been quite eventful. Other than Nasti and Golden Tenant, are there any other stories that I should hear?
No.
Good. See you at the ropeway station in 5 minutes. There's so much going on with Propeller Paradise that I'm sure I'll need a local guide.
Understood. Sorry, I should have closed the window. Company reps and testers are protesting on the streets. The longer the hearing takes, the more restless they get. Are you feeling better? You're in poor shape. You've already seen Director Lunaray. Perhaps I should send you back to the convalesce.
No. No.
Another no. Just like last night. Things will only get messier on Propeller Paradise in the coming days. It'll be even more difficult to leave.
I mean, you're high up in the sky. How easy is it to even get around up and down? We're in jail again! They didn't even bother to change our cell! Lamau. The time of the hearing keeps changing. You think they might be looking for more evidence and stack even more charges on us? Look, if they ask, I'm telling the truth that you're the imposter. Come on, say something, you're scaring me.
You know, nomadic prisons on the barren land could become tourist attractions. The only problem is it's much easier to get in than out.
You're still thinking about our tours at a time like this? You've already lost one client and now you're putting your other one in jail?
I'll find her, and there's no need for you to worry.
How do you figure?
No trial, no ID check, no notice to appear. You think the guards are just stalling for time to find a way to charge us?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think it's a sign. You and I are not the focus of this hearing.
Fern and Oakley are in jail. Mary hasn't been seen since last night. All the phone lines at the register are busy. Everyone in their Richinium slugs are looking for me and Nasti. It's time I put what I learned from the old man into practice.
I'll have an answer for everything. I have nothing to fear. Looks like the old fox has lost his touch. No one's coming to interrogate me yet. Wait a second. Phew, alright. I do show up as the chief executive of Propeller Paradise on the terminal. Beep. Sky Conqueror is currently under excessive stress. Please remember your health. We are on a long journey that leads beyond Terra. Damn it. Are they gonna start that hearing or not? Everything would be over and done with if I were in charge. That old coot just keeps tripping me up. It's been this way for 7 years. Why haven't you gone one bit better in the past 7 years? Gustav. How would you do it if you were in charge? You thought you could pat yourself on the back for stopping the riot inspections, thinking you could continue to run your little hustle worry-free. What do you think ATAO was? A kindergarten? And that's how you ended up this naive. Everything would have gone smoothly if not for that bloody tree. This is all Nasti's fault. Smoothly? Even a junior assistant under Nasti sold her your chicks. The whole country would have seen your dirty laundry if it weren't every bit as naive as you. So much that he came to me for help. So tell me, how do you plan on dealing with it? Please, help me, sir. Whatever the reason Ryan had to build this floating unit, we can't let them continue to define their own creations. The administration should have full authority over this, but has been excluded from the assessment thanks to your incompetence. You mean we'll need a third party? A scientific competent who is objective, professional, with the appearance of impartiality. A horse? Well, that's not the face I was expecting. You're a full-on horseman. Sheesh! Mr. Tannen, it's a pleasure. He doesn't look like a scientific consultant at all. Can he really handle this Rhine stuff? I visited the floating platform in order to familiarize myself with the assessment subject. It's certainly an impressive tree, and there was plenty of activity in the shade. We're fighting a horse. That's crazy. Crazy design. Over our cold, dead bodies. Really? Ugly? I don't think it's that bad. Bluffing. Did radiation from beyond the star pod fry your brain or something? You really want to bleed for this? You'll get your wish then. Stop. That uniform. You're with Maylander. We're with Maylander Foundation's Emergency Management Council. According to the bylaws of Propeller Paradise, the Council has the authority to take over all administrative and management functions in the event of an accident or disaster. You can check with Gordon Tannen and Gustav. Emergency Management Council? Yes, Mr. Jagger. We understand your position, but we advise you to avoid any reckless actions. We are authorized to take extraordinary measures against you and your colleagues, if necessary. So Propeller Paradise is in a state of emergency, and your preliminary investigation has defined yesterday's event as a special incident? Yes. The Council has established a special investigation team to obtain evidence from the scene and persons of interest. The investigation is ongoing. A hearing is the only fair and just course of action. In the absence of an official judicial institution, we thank you for your patience. The idea of the design itself
I don't know. I mean, it was unexpected, but I wouldn't call it bad. Does Ryan keep possession of this floating botanical unit until the hearing? Of course. I hope your investigation is as fair as just as the conclusion you just reached. There is no need to worry. The safety of the temporary floating platform has been secured. Bravo is resuming patrol. Are we just gonna leave, Mr. Jagger? Mainlander's authority looks real, judging from the reaction of the guards. The hearing keeps getting delayed and things are still in flux. We won't learn anything if we stay here. Besides, have any of you seen Director Lunaray? Alright, stage 5. What do we have? Good enough, good enough, good enough.
果てない後悔があるのならそれを抱きましょう。出撃のアイドルのイメージ、今そんなのどうでもいい。
This is fine.
お互いを感じましょう。
Little bit of brute force, but this works.
今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。思い切りお互いを感じましょう。私は
These giant vehicles seem to be similar to the flying rock golems.
出撃前アイドルのイメージ。今そんなのどうでもいい。思い切りお互いを感じましょう。出撃前の最終調整。深呼吸。吸って吸って吸って。
Oh, damn it. Okay, yeah, those guys are flying too fast. I gotta pay attention and block them.
Doctor, 私ちょっと足が震えてるんだけど、どうしたらいい？時間は待ってくれませんよ。ドクターと私、月があなたをどこまでも追い詰める。無事に帰ってこれたら勝ち。果てない星々と共に歌いましょう。いい中で裏切りってこれ刀じゃない。まあいいや。ふりゃー。
一番厄介な敵はどれだ？私、
星々と共に歌いましょう。
いい中でイベントにたくさん出てきたけど、こんなカオス見たことないよ。夕日にこの音色を捧げましょう。
Oh, here comes the next big one. Okay, Hoshikuba's holding on.
星々と共に歌いましょう。
Hoshikuba's in death range, but that's fine.
私は君臨し続ける。 星々と共に歌いましょう。
Okay, we're safe.
宝石に刻む戒名はもう決まったか。
A small sand beast in the forest caught my attention. My knowledge told me that this creature usually makes its habitat in the barrens. The frightened beast escaped into the bushes. I persuaded it through thorn and briar, driven by curiosity, and found myself gazing upon an unexpected landscape. Do you see it, Fanny?
Yeah! The great desert and the sky, pink where they meet on the horizon, it's totally different from the pictures in the textbook. It smells sweet.
That's your mom baking cupcakes. They'll be ready soon.
Tell me again about your adventures in the Eastern Wasteland. No, tell me about the city in the sky.
There's no rush, Fanny. We have plenty of time and plenty of adventure to talk about. You'll see everything that I've ever seen when you grow up, and your feet become quicker. I promise.
Stop bidding tall tales to my clients.
Don't blame me for you being boring, trainee. They just like my stories better.
My job is to take clients to see places that actually exist.
You think only the places that your company marked exists. What about the things I saw in my youth? I told you, you shouldn't just read from your tourist manual. You need to walk a path that no one has ever seen.
And achieved nothing in life, get laughed at by the neighbors, and spend my old age spinning tall tales to children? I believed your story. The flying beck beach, floating city, golden pink desert. They'll always be precious memories. But you believe in your stories too much.
Fern! Come back here!
Congratulations, Miss Fernbar. Your application has been approved. You are now the owner of an independent travel agency. Thank you. It's a big first step, even if it's a one-woman company. One woman? I thought there was another name on the application. Martin Barn, my dad, passed away last year.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I wouldn't have decided to start my own travel agency if not for him. Even if we won't be able to travel together, Martin Barn will always be an important part of this company. I'm sure he'd be glad. Have you decided on your first route? I could recommend a few popular spots. If there's someone that no one's ever gone before. Most of my peers think my slogan of going into the unknown is just a gimmick. Only my clients and I know how many wonderful sights we saw, and how many amazing things we did together. Our destination was Propeller Paradise. I wanted to see what the future would be like, while my clients had an ambiguous wish. I swear I didn't mean to sabotage Ryan. My client wasn't in good shape, and you were the only other banshee I knew of. No need to apologize. I'm not here to put you on trial. I just wanted to know who you and your client were. I'll be happy to read your autobiography if you ever publish one, but right now, time is of the essence. You're worried about the hearing? I don't think the investigation is complete yet, since they keep pushing the date back. The trial will come sooner than you think. Tell me about your banshee client, as succinctly as you can. When did you meet? Why did you come here? And how was her health? It was 2 months ago, in the bleached wasteland.
It's really cold at night. The sand's black, completely different from what Dad said. The outskirts of the bleached wasteland aren't as scary as the stories say. My flesh hasn't been ripped from my bones, and I haven't heard the ghost of the dead wailing. Wait, what's that shadow on the slope? Don't tell me there actually are ghosts here. Is this Columbia? Guide. Guide. Uh-oh. Hi, Koneko. You kind of missed the gambling part because I did that, like, in the first 10 minutes of stream. Or the first 30 minutes of stream. Yes, I did win. It took 100 pulls, but I did win. Are you okay? If you say you're, shit. If you had a shit day. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm currently playing the event. I am past halfway. I believe this is the after part of 6, or the starting part of 6. I don't remember what button I pressed anymore because the story is so goddamn long. But I am doing my best to voice act and read the story. Oh yeah, if you ever play Arknights, Koneko, it is long. Story in Arknights versus actual gameplay is like 8 to 2. You get 5, at minimum, 5 hours of story reading and 1 hour of gameplay for every event. Story is long. The Arknights is quite literally a visual novel. It does have interesting story at some parts. Some of it's more boring than others because it's like more history related. And then there's the parts of the story that are fun and just a whole bunch of mishaps. Some Subway Surfers gameplay next to the long story? No, you're not allowed. I mean, you can provide your own Subway Surfers gameplay. I am not going to do that. But your ADHD? I'm sorry, I can't help you. Are you alright? Pulse and breathing, normal. Doesn't seem like dehydration. Well, can't hurt to try. Am I back in the Convalescence? No, I haven't seen her yet. Do not mourn me. I must not roost. Calm down. Do you remember your name? No. Where are you going? You're in the bleached wasteland in Columbia. Do you remember what you're here for? Wasteland? No, she's not here. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Fern's tours will fulfill your every wish, even the ones you'd think won't come true. And our prices are fair and reasonable. My dad always said that if it hasn't come true yet, there's always a chance. He always said, Ma'am? Ma'am? She's lost consciousness. Feather horns. What's this banshee looking for? And how did she get lost in the bleached wasteland? What are these floating symbols? What language is this? And these golden patterns carrying tiny leaves. Is this her arts? The leaves are moving, pointing towards DC? Her memory got fuzzier and fuzzier. I didn't know what was wrong with her, and I got desperate. You can't stop time. It's a symptom of age? But her memories... I've seen this before in Accomplice. It goes hand in hand with death. If a banshee who's starting to lose their memory showed up here, then perhaps it's her last wish to keep what's left of her mind together. Do you mean you were trying to fulfill her dying wish? She came all this way to Columbia, walked through the bleached wasteland on foot, just to fulfill her final wish? What is she looking for? An object? A truth? Or someone she cared about? I see. Every cop on Propeller Paradise is looking for you. Ryan needs to give everyone an explanation. This delayed hearing is extremely important to you, yet you came to look for a guide you've only met in passing asking about her client. Unless you already know who she's looking for, or is it you she came to Columbia for? Thank you for caring for my mother, Fern. She must still be somewhere on Propeller Paradise. I'll help you look for her. We're out of time. Oh no. Please come with us, Director Literary. A few more minutes, please. Wait, your uniform. It's not Tannen who sent you? The Mainlander Emergency Management Council? Your new uniforms look just like the old ones. The Council has completed its investigation concerning the flight of the illegal device that occurred last night. Please accompany us to verify the findings. Please communicate any objections that you may have to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and waste of time at the hearing. The investigation is complete? Then why hasn't the hearing started? We've been waiting for 7 hours! The hearing is delayed, but the trial has already begun. I can understand if the scientist doesn't like to talk. Have you forgotten how to speak too? I remember how I was on the short list for promotion. The next day you transferred an official the same rank over from headquarters. He was young, superb, made all the candidates uneasy. We climbed over each other to prove to you that we were just the best one for the job. Same old story, isn't it? In the end, you were the one who got the promotion. I was supposed to get it. Nothing is ever supposed to happen, kid. You really think the chief executive of Propeller Paradise is an important post? No. People will only remember the one who gives the opening address. It doesn't necessarily have to be you. Gordon has his eyes on the Karanta behind Gustav. The spikes on the Cerberus tail rise up on the ends, swaying conspicuously. He is on guard. He knows that Gustav is intentionally agitating his competitiveness, but after so many years at ATAO, he just can't help himself from provoking his competitors. In order to leave ATAO, he took on tasks that were not his job, pulled strings everywhere, and bowed his head to Gustav, his tormentor. He must not stop now. What do you think Ryan's device is, Mr. Consultant? Maybe a variation of a floating botanical unit. Excuses. No. Floating botanical units use electrical cables in the sky. Lightweight and mobility are paramount. What did I see on my way here? 2 empty slots in the tree's internal activator. My guess is... oh, anyone can tell. It's waiting for 2 keys. It doesn't look like that tree will fully activate until a second Rhine Lab section director is present. Unless someone else sneaks into Propeller Paradise unnoticed. What do you mean? Perhaps people might have many theories and speculations about the device because of its appearance and the right name, but I see nothing more than a flying tree, Mr. Gustav. Are you done? We're not here to write Ryan's paper for them. The delayed hearing had brought us time, but the reason Nasti concealed the tree's existence, how Fern sneaked in, and my side hustle, everything needs an explanation. Enough. Impatience is a sign of fear, and questions are a sign of incompetence. Our consultant here has already given us the answer. What is it? Ryan's device is pretty low risk, but also invites all kinds of speculation. Therefore, our definition of it can be as big or as small as we want it to be. What else do you need me to do, sir? Do as you're told. All you need to do is what you're told. Stop pushing! Please, let me through! I have something to ask the desk! Don't waste your time. They don't know when the hearing is. I just want to know if I should come forward to the investigation. Listen, we're impatient too. No one can do anything to move the hearing process forward unless you're actually involved in the case. Ugh. Let me guess, you took out a Sky loan, didn't you? Yes, there were 6 grocers like me back home. We spent our days betting drinks on the direction that tumbleweed rolled until 2 years ago. The Sky, the Star Pod, life free over Virginia, a brand new frontier for Columbia. I didn't understand a thing that the TV and newspapers said, but I saw the light that night. I sold my shop, abandoned my wife, took out a huge loan, and went into Propeller Paradise without ever looking back. I've already heard a dozen stories like that today. Take a banner and go join the protest instead of hanging your head here. Aspen looks down at the protest banner in his hand. The fabric is silver, a reflective material commonly used by flying machines. Luckily, Sisterbee's furniture uses the same materials too. Aspen does not understand how it became so popular so quickly. The silver reflects his face whenever he walks past it. It's patently absurd. Yet the sight of the silvery fabric also causes his heart to leap, as though the future really is in his hands, and luck is really on his side. I'll make it. I'll make it through this hearing. Even if I'm putting on a trial and thrown in jail, I'll make sure the name Lucky Sisterbeast and my exhibits stay on Propeller Paradise, where everybody can see them. Things will turn out fine. Lucky Sisterbeast will bring me luck. He's never been late before. Was he delayed by the protest, or did he get lost on the way? The structure of Propeller Paradise is certainly complex, but it's not so hard to understand if we see it as a massive Rankwood field set. Ah, Tin Man! I remember the Pioneer era classics that you starred in. People still think your metal body was some kind of special effect. You have a good memory. Transportation on the levitating layer is very interesting. The combination of steel wires and ball pods seemed like some sort of amusement park. I apologize for the delay. I had to make a few rounds to humor these 3 stooges. Oops. I haven't had a chance to greet them yet. No need to be nervous, young Maylander. Ancients always attract too much attention, but it takes someone with a calmer demeanor like you to play the part of secretary. But I can't help but feel like you're starting to go too far with the seriousness thing. Tannen isn't an easy customer, is he? He has a personality. It's not hard to read. Good work. Your timing a few days ago was impeccable. A single squad eliminated 2 major risks before the exhibition. I'll be sure to make a note on your annual assessment. I'm flattered. The suspension of Propeller Paradise administrative and engineering functions has created plenty of room for Mainlander to operate. Gustav's desire to work with us is clear. He has already sent people to deal with Ryan's devices, and he intends to personally instruct his subordinates. I guess all that's left is the hearing to placate the public. You have questions about the delay of the hearing, don't you? It's not like Mainlander to stall. Since when did you pick up an impatient streak? Everything happens in due course. We're not the only one. We're not only here to investigate. Such a beautiful, futuristic city. I leave Columbia for a few months and all sorts of new stuff pop up. How long will it take to make a full round of the levitation layer? Less than an hour by ropeway. Very good. I would like to enjoy a nice view of Propeller Paradise before the hearing.
Doctor.
Finally. Never mind, they're not even on 6 yet. Jesus. Okay. Now we start on 6. Yeah, that was the end of 5. Starting on 6. Ooh, Waylander. It's, Wanderer Nasti. The wind blows on the leaves in the young banshee's hand. The voices fall from the breeze. One more story! How about the tale of the wandering mental hero? He even grazed our valley once. In fact, the mist that shrouds the Mist Lake was actually blown from his big pipe. Retract your feathers and horns like this, and you can shield your eyes. So we can use them as an eye mask to sleep during the day? No, of course not. This is so you can easily weave your tears into elegies at funerals. Another recording ends, and the young banshee keeps her leaves in a chest pocket, yet her gaze suddenly turns away. Eavesdrop again, and I'll throw you into the concrete mixer. Christian! Was that a banshee's incantation? Yes. You've journeyed thousands of miles from Casdale to Columbia, yet you record your people's voices to keep by your side, listening to them over and over. Is homesickness hard for you to comprehend? No, but it's rare I find someone concentrating on nostalgia the same way she concentrates on a blueprint. You're trying to decipher the banshee's language and behavior. Why? To find a new path to solve your entire race's plight that has endured for a millennia? Gah. I'm not that arrogant. I only hope to take a burden off the shoulders of a particularly worried individual. I see. Though that's pretty much what I just said. So, any breakthroughs? I'm not in that much of a rush. It sounds as if you replayed that countless times over. Choking in the same old corpus until you drown, unable to develop a new language. The limits of vision and thought drown us at the pool of common sense, and then everything turns into so-called destiny. I thought you left Casdale knowing this. Erasing those recordings is a cruel suggestion. It's rational. Hello, I'm Christian, Control of Rhine Lab. Nasti. the talented banshee freshly recruited by Starley Construction Co., who complete projects 3 times faster than regular engineers, provoking rumors of you imbuing witchcraft into blueprints. We're currently establishing an engineering department in Rhine Lab. Might you be interested? I happened to overhear you chat with the boss yesterday. Rhine Lab is a biotech company, yes? Look up, Nasti. Do you see those foul beasts and the morning stars behind them? I'm only looking for some kind of power to break through the sky. The sky. Per you, prior suggestion, if you wish to accomplish something that exceeds the borders of common sense, then perhaps the power you need doesn't come from our side. Rhine Lab should be looking into a scientific investigation department instead. A rational suggestion. Can I take this as the first proposal fielded by our Director of Engineering? This is when she first meets Christian. This whole story so far really just feels like a history trip of Nasty's life. A biography almost. Everything just comes back to Nasti. I thought you'd send me straight into the hearing, or perhaps a more confidential cell. But here we are, waiting for a cable car at the roadway station. Are we to visit the levitation layer next? Your visitor has indeed arranged for that. Long time no see, Nasti. So it was you. I just got here. What a fine place this is. I still have half the place to see. Shall we have a look together? Alright. Why is it raining only in the area we just passed through? Cloud projections. Thanks to the sky simulator system developed by Rankwood. Wait 5 minutes and you can enjoy an aurora. A century ago, that fellow known today as the father of projections once lamented to me on a film set, wondering when we could actually shoot a film up in the sky. Sky fever has truly set the revolutionary gears of film tech in motion. Quite an atmosphere here, Nasti. Personally, I take civilization's rapid developments as commonplace happenings, and now I can't help but be moved by the Colombians' creativity. It is hard to believe you still be in the mood for fun and games. According to the laws drawn up for a propeller paradise, relevant authorities must call for a hearing within 12 hours of an emergency event happening to investigate the matter and notify the public. Gordon barged into Rhine Lab's vivarium, wrecked our research projects, and exposed his shady dealings to public scrutiny. Evidence and testimonies provided were complete and accurate. Your people arrived quickly, yet you've been dragging your feet to begin this hearing. This is no procrastination, Nasti. 2 years ago, the Colombians never thought they'd fight the clouds for the right to dwell above. But now, Propeller Paradise has become the hottest topic in all of Colombia, and its name topped the special plate registry records. Take a moment to ride the cable car as it circles round. Look at the facilities around you, and the company representatives clogging the entrance to the registration center. All of this already tells us what sort of judgment the hearing will produce, no? Propeller Paradise. You get it? Paradise. Representing a zealous ambition to fly high up into the skies, while propeller has an exact implication too. There's no stopping. A smuggling network exposed, revealed to be led by the chief executive involving nearly 100 companies. Numerous irregularities found in the park's research work over the past 6 months. Once we begin investigating, the exhibition will have to be cancelled. You're right, Nasti. The hearing must convene, and everything that's happened must be accounted for. But that's all they need, an account. And Ryan Lab is the most appropriate party to provide that. After all, the Sky Fever began that night in Trimount. Anyone could believe Ryan Lab will do something like this again. Never the silent technician connecting nothing but cable that your peers say you are. Though this isn't exactly a false accusation against Ryan Lab now, is it? Your mystery tree still floats in the sky. Putting aside your botanical unit and other excuses, how are you going to explain that? It sounds like I don't even have to attend the hearing anymore. You've already made up your mind after all. I'm sorry, Nasti. I'm not sure of the exact time frame, but I'll go home eventually. Someone's waiting for me. Before that happens, Ryan Lab can become one of the stops on your journey. It doesn't matter if you want to develop a new language, create new conflicts, or change that so-called fate of your clan. No one will get in the way of your goals. On the contrary, Ryan Lab will fight for everything you need. After all, we have many like you. And the catch? Or perhaps I should ask, the cost. Nasti, I don't ask company employees to view Ryan Lab's operation as some sort of grand undertaking worthy of personal sacrifice. If we want to accomplish the unprecedented, we are already on a path strewn with enough doubt and loss. So we must never stop. Ever. I consent to join Ryan Lab then. Seeing as we're still on the cable car, I'm sure there's room for discussion. The hearing must take place, and everything has to be accounted for. But it's merely an accounting. All of Columbia knows about the Horizon Arc project from 2 years ago. Christian stole funding from the DoD, but Ryan Lab as a whole was not fully involved, though I was certainly her accomplice. Pitting the blame of endangering the entire park on a company versus an individual has entirely different implications, Nasti. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself like this for Ryan Lab? Sacrifice. Christian and I aren't fans of the word. Everything has a price. This is what life in the Convalesce and Casdale taught me. There's no way I'll willingly take the blame for one of Maylander's plans. I won't make it hard for the other Ryan Labbers. Nor that tree, for that matter. Do as you wish with the device, but let my assistant take the data, since the research isn't finished. He knows nothing about my project, so don't worry about him tampering with it. We're here. The agents at the station will escort you where you should go. Right, there's something else. When I returned to Casdale, I went to the Convalesce. Fayla is here. I already know. I had planned to hurry to find her before I went into the hearing. Fayla is in the park. Mercia, so I see. I'll send someone to look after my old friend. Thanks. Suspect Nasti Lunaray abused her position as the head of the park's engineering department to conduct unauthorized experimental projects, and this nearly led to a disaster. On the night of the incident, the suspect attacked Gordon Tannen, the park's chief executive, in an attempt to cover up her crime with an unidentified tree-shaped device. But that wasn't Nasti, that was Mumu's clone. According to Mr. Tannen's testimony, the suspect not only deliberately tried to harm him, but she abused her engineering privileges to tamper with exhibits. She forced her subordinates to conduct illegal tests, deliberately suppressed rival tech companies, and forced dozens of outstanding companies to leave the park. Now, with the ATAO's backing, the innocent corporations implicated in this incident have returned to Propeller Paradise and will continue to contribute to Colombia's aerial operations. The suspect is Nasti Lunare, is currently in custody after confessing to her crimes. She will be sent to DC courts to face justice. From now on, Propeller Paradise operations will be overseen by Gordon Tannen and Gustav, supervised by the Mainlander Emergency Management Council. The highly anticipated Air Expo Colombia will not be affected whatsoever. Madame Vela, was that too loud? My apologies. Nasty. What happened to her? Don't you mind that, madam. Let your final memory of Director Lunare be when you saw her last night. The young agent places her hand on the old projector and gently turns off its dials, as if manipulating delicate strings of memories. Mainlander Emergency Management Council intervenes in all Colombian incidents, in the name of monitoring the emergency messengers of government agencies for incidents, produce the easiest facts to manipulate. The Tin Man always jokes about how the Council's methods are more extensive than Mama John's stock lists, and this of course includes Mercia's Originium arts. Erasing memories. Oh, lovely! That's great! Mercia has done the same actions hundreds, thousands of times, but now her hand, turning the dial, freezes up. No. At the very least, I shouldn't do this to an old woman who's already fading memories. Besides, the facts have been tampered with enough today. A late hearing, satisfied corporate refs, my fellow agent infiltrating the crowd. What exactly is the Tin Man's mission this time? The more people on patrol, the less I can do for you. It's only a matter of time before he discovers my deception. But if you can't stop worrying over Director Lunare, I'll figure out a way. Nasti, my daughter, I'm sorry. It was I who left you homeless. Are they actually mother-daughter? 'Cause that's kinda crazy. Where the torches are lit, the myriad souls be. Bones to bone, souls to souls. Let's conclude the funeral here, Vela. Our people have returned to the courtyard, and night is falling. 3 months. Demoy spent 3 whole months in the wooden hut under the roosting tree before death finally came. I've done all I could, but I could not alleviate the pain of slowly turning into an empty husk. She was never the storable sort. The reed beds along the lake shore would sway to the sound of her laughter. But every pleasant memory from the past 2 centuries vanished completely within the first 3 days after she moved into the wooden hut. I couldn't retrieve them as much as I wanted to. In those final 3 months, As her remaining memories abandoned her, all she could do was force out broken, hoarse whispers from her throat. In her 2 centuries of life, she certainly knew laughter in full measure, at least. But why did she have to end up meeting death in agony? In these 200 years since we settled in the Convolus, every banshee that has left us has experienced the long and painful period of losing her memory before death. A cruel joke, simply put. To the departed, banshees are the last ones to remember their existence. It is not in our nature to forget, but to remember. Forgetting is indeed a new phenomenon in the last 2 centuries, but you shouldn't blame yourself for a chronic disease that we have yet to comprehend. A chronic disease, or a cost. Every time, every person without fail first loses her memories of the life in the Convolus, as if the life we created was mere stuffing made of cotton, a substitute that replaced the life we were originally born to live. But in the end, when it decays completely with time, the people it once filled are left as empty husks. Is that not what we have always wanted to do? To create a different life for the Banshee, the Sarkaz, a life accompanied by song and pastry rather than war and death. Remember what Her Highness promised us? As we deal with all of this in the Convolus, she, as the King of Sarkaz, will guide our people to bid farewell to her omnipresent, vengeful, and bloodthirsty nature. Oh, Junie Spectre, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Howdy, raiders. You may not find anything too entertaining here for a while, since I will still be reading for the next couple hours. How was your stream? Let me go ahead and give you a shout out real quick. If I remember how to do it. Okay. I did it right. Tom Clancy's Division 2. Did you win? Also, I'm pretty sure I know who you are. But I see you've gone through another name change. You personally told me that Her Highness has turned to a Reginium for answers, along with that dame. I had a few more conversations with Her Highness after that. She never forgot our original dream. She only changed to a more decisive method to fulfill her promise. If the day comes where her flowers can cover the land, all the more we Sarkaz will need a new way of life. Okay, so this is definitely way back when we have Amia and Teresa, who still exists. Priestess hasn't killed her. I only hope the Convolus will hold on until then. The roosting tree is still withering. Its roots have long since rotted. Neither the children of soil and stone's witchcraft, nor my own incantations have been of any effect. I'm sure there's a future for our roosting tree. I only hope you'll be there to see it. These past 3 months, have you gotten even a single night's sleep as you slept in my company? As you kept in my company? Her moments of peace were thanks to your soothing incantations. Thus she could gain respite from listening to the boasts on Mist Lake. But what about you? Now that the boy is gone, the only banshee left who experienced the war 2 centuries ago are you and me. Only I can pay the price. What about the children? Is that why you sent Afranio to Casdale? The banshee's future should be left to the children. Whether our decision was right or wrong, we shouldn't let the children pay for it. Is that why you didn't let Nasti join in the funeral rites this time? And good that I didn't. If the Conqueror's life is but a fragile existence made of cotton stuffing, then Nasti grew up fighting for her life in Casdale. To her, death is nothing but a Virginium crystal sprouting all over the ground. Her attitude towards death was spread down to the other children. She has a bright mind. I'm sure she'll understand your intention. I remember when she wanted to build a hut of her own by the roosting tree, though in the end you had her build it in the Mistapple woods. You hardly bring her to the courtyard gatherings, nor do you allow her to formally study incantations and elegies. How do you explain all that to her? I found the children too loud, so as the custodian, I had to move further away to find some peace and quiet. She saw how busy I was, and she believed it. At least, she said nothing. All right, Lacrimaline, you should go. And you? I wish to stay a while longer. You've sung this elegy long enough. I don't know what else I can do. The convalescence is headed towards decay, and beyond it the souls left homeless by my mistakes can only weep. You can still go back and keep Nasti company at least. As a mother, we might not be able to pay the cost of always shutting our children out. You close the door only to hide cruel truths, but to the child, you're pushing her away. These days, I've been getting the feeling that Nasti will leave. And she did. But I never thought the day would come so soon. Yes, it is an abrupt decision. A flimsy boat drifts downstream out of the valley, propelled by an old banshee's incantations. Reeds sway as a thin mist veils the fallen leaves on the lake's surface. With the season indiscernible, the farewell is bereft of a seasonal undertone. I had hoped for you to spend the rest of your life peacefully in the convalescence. It was my mistake not finding you earlier than I did. You'd already gone through so much suffering. When I decided to bring you back here, I should have been responsible for you. But in the end, please forgive my conflicted heart, Nasti. I'm not leaving because of you, Vela. At least, not for the reason you think. Unlike those children, you know how Casdale is, even now. The living still fight in the market, teeming with the stench of rust and excrement, while crystals sprout from the dead like untended weeds. It does not hold the answer I want. But what is your question in the first place? Where are you planning to go? I don't know. Maybe I'll use the half-baked incantations I picked up from you. Cast a few stones at the valley's entrance and let them decide a direction for me. Lathanane. Not Toronto. Columbia. I heard those strange names when I was wandering Casdale. Those places. They're very far. So, take care, child. Eat well. After a long silence, Vela only manages one sentence. The old banshee who has traveled far and wide, bearing word of demise, only realizes now how unfamiliar those places sound to her. Her adopted daughter is about to embark on a journey, yet she has no idea how it will end or what sort of advice to impart. Okay, so it's definitely an adopted relationship. They're definitely not actual blood family. As the boat gently glides by to the murmur of water, Nasti does not turn around. Farewell, mother. And now we begin the stage. Jesus Christ. How is this one gonna go?
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
加減はしますよ。どこに飯は食ってねえのか。全力で来い。
果てない声の重なりで生まれるシンフォニー。無事に帰ってこれたら勝ち。
I don't know what that thing is approaching, but it looks scary.
出撃前のどうせ死ぬなら道連れにしてやる。
Oh yeah, you hurt. You hurt. Ow. What are you? Yeah, Gigi's not gonna survive long enough. Yeah, I tried. Oh well. Survive a little bit. Hoshi, survive a little bit. Ow. Everything's doing a lot of burn damage. Yeah, you're dead. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Please let the necrosis kill you. Okay, okay. Kinda tight, but it worked. And Virtuosa lives. Hooray. Oh, please let the necrosis kill you. Ooh, that was tight. Attention all company representatives and testers. Propeller Paradise will link up with DC in 2 hours. The park's broadcast will begin once we're in range of the intercity net. Please make sure your exhibits are all functioning optimally. Air Expo Columbia is about to begin. Look, that's Tower Mountain's Finby's airship. I heard they made it a lot of last-minute modifications and greatly improved its heat resistance. And that solar-powered hover kitchen kit with a power source that works even beyond the star pod. I've been curious ever since I read the brochure. Whoa! Good thing you've only hit the window rail instead of getting your whole head stuck in there. The expo's about to begin. Aren't you nervous at all? Relax. Professionals always have an escape plan ready. I'll get you out when the time's right. You want to leave already? No, sir. Of course not. Whatever. I'm just here to hand over some stuff. That's a lot of papers. Are those records and investigation forms? And the name on them? Fern Barn? Vandalizing public property, theft of cultural relics, trespassing, impersonating the guide. Why the little indie guide would in trouble to scrutinize 5 years of work history? We just need your signature down here. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail introducing folks to handcuffs and shackles. What do you want? The expo's about to begin, but we need more hands on deck. We can't afford to lock up the park to only 2 guides. That would waste time and resources. But there are too many records with your name on them, and you're connected to Nasti Lunaray. So you've decided to threaten me? Stay in line, and this is the chance to wipe your rap sheets clean, you know. Seems like I don't have a choice. Save your thanks for Gustav. He was the one who proposed it to the Mainlander Emergency and Management Council. The 2 of you would be missing out on this expo marking the beginning of a new era without him. I'm sure you've heard the broadcast too. Before the park plate drives into the intercity next range and begins the live stream, make sure you're fully prepared to introduce the future of every Colombian out here. I get it. I'll finish all the studio work and won't leave the park before the expo ends. Good deal. Then come on out, you 2. Time to get to work. On behalf of all Lathanades, I express my most sincere congratulations for the upcoming Air Expo Columbia to be held on the experimental propeller Paradise. Take a guess who signed it in the end. Conductor of the Golden Guardian of the 9 Crazy. Anyway, one with a string of titles neither of us could pronounce. The Kaiserin. The late Mainlander Senior always said those with a keen sense for politics never lose it, and it seems that holds true. Miss Wilson. I'd rather keep a keen sense for wine tasting, honestly. Laterano took half a century to hold their Summit of Nations, an event you could say was the largest diplomatic event on Terra in nearly 2 centuries, yet Lathanate only sent over a few insignificant dukes as delegates. But our tiny Air Expo Columbia had got a personal letter of congratulation from the Kaiserin. Mr. Vice President, Propeller Paradise has sent over a gift. A bunch of balloons in the shape of the President, most of which are already decorating the hallways. Thank you, Pavard. Perhaps you could return the Kaiser's wishes with a balloon like that one? And I'd let Gestoswatcher and Spirecaster spend 3 days carefully dismantling into rubber scrap. It seems to be an average balloon for decorative purposes. I fear that is no longer the case, since the letter was penned by the Kaiserin. It'll transform into the most cutting-edge military tech, an aerial bomb disguised as a balloon, sent floating into another country's airspace. You mean like the balloons that they used in the carnival? And how many congratulations like that have you received? Let's see. Victorian Grand Dukes, the Ursin Speaker, the Grand Knight of Kazmir. I'll run out of fingers to count on. The VIP before me spent 4 years worried about the immigration and tariffs. But me? Impregnable cities got captured, a never-changing sky got ripped open, and a long silent ocean began to speak. After all that, the core nations unanimously decided balloons are always aerial bombs in disguise. And what about us? Oh, this balloon of ours can't even fly. Before the balloons were sent over, the flammable hydrogen got replaced with regular air, for safety reasons, of course. How safe and careful we Colombians are. This sounds like a serious matter of national security, but you're discussing it with a retiree. Inside the state building, the finest reception hall of all DC even. It's hard to imagine retirement making things any different for John Booker Wilson. My hospitality is hardly befitting the one eternally shining star, or Ryan Lamp's former director of HR. These days, people seem more willing to be moved by a legend or miracle than by politics or promises. Even the most rational congressmen are no exception. If you're referring to a few meetings I had with Congressman Wayne, I believe you've already expressed your gratitude with those unique souvenirs I'm sharing. That was just a personal token of my gratitude. Besides, I later realized the scientists at the observation station must have sent you something similar before. If you show up and give the right people the chance to put hydrogen back into Columbia's balloon, I'm sure I won't be the only one in line to thank you. To my understanding, the most suitable people to do it would be those who made the balloon in the first place. I've stepped in on their behalf quite a few times. Researchers are as sincere as children. I can never bear to see their hopes dashed. You're right. That retirement has made no difference to me whatsoever. Though, of course, we all know how important Ryan is to you. Look, Propeller Paradise, you don't even need binoculars to see it anymore. We need only wait and see what they'll turn Columbia's balloons into. Look, this high-altitude adapted balloon in the shape of the president is one of our hot souvenirs. A thin film on the balloon surface automatically adjusts the molecular structure according to the environment, so it won't explode, even if it collides with the barrier. Think about it, miss. Just about how many balloons we could fit under the barrier. I remember agents are required to pass a university-level physics fundamental exam. Isn't this park's purpose to push the boundaries of physics itself? Are you implying those samples and snacks on you are for research purposes? Just for disguise purposes. I'm about to buy some fresh cotton candy planets over at Plowfield 4, a small vacuum chamber that can simulate the birth and development of Terra. Don't you think it's romantic? At least that's less boring than having to transport a special someone. Special? You mean that Banshee? Yeah, the one you were in charge of before? So that Tin Man already knew. He said you had an urgent mission to handle, so we'll take over evacuating the special individual. Vela in bad shape. You'll have to be very careful. I know, an old banshee has to be skilled in witchcraft, no? We'll set up cognitive interference detectors to make sure nothing goes awry. Cognitive interference? But she's already being tormented by her shattered memories. Man, where are my colleagues at? We have to evacuate all park personnel from the levitation layer in the next half hour, or we won't get to buy any souvenirs. This is the last chance we'll get to see such weird stuff. I think you should go buy your cotton candy planets. They won't be coming. Huh? I'm at the ropeway station? Right. I gotta go to platform 4. I'll miss out on the cotton candy. What was that? Madam Vela, my apology, but I only bought you 30 minutes. Act on your desires. You're free. Oh boy. The door is open, guiding me home. But where is Nasti? There's still an hour before the broadcast begins. Which necktie should I wear? Is Gustav still deciding who will make an opening speech? Drag it out any longer, we'll have no time to prepare the script. An hour won't be enough to list all of my countless contributions to the park. There are also the many organizations and departments to thank for all the help they've given me. They deserve the recognition. Everything will go as planned, surely. What am I thinking? We may not get along, but there's no way he'll side with a Karanda he's only known for a few days. Even at the very end, Gustav never changes, using every trick up his sleeve to keep his lackeys in line, just to make them do as they're told. We're like a bunch of kids, getting all nervous over a little prize we deserve. How come 5-4's not back yet? Wasn't it supposed to just check the office for any news? Who's that? A letter. I knew it. I knew it! After hesitating for so long, he settles on the obvious choice. Me! How much effort did I put in just to snatch the opportunity to transfer here? How much did I have to finger to climb the ladder from a lowly admin job in 6 months? I'm the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm the only one who can see fronted. The only one who can front it. Oh, he even wrote a speech for me. A sly old fox never leaves anything to chance. My fellow Colombians, I am Gordon Tannen, the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure I've kept you waiting in front of your screens for some time now. Now, it is with a heavy heart I announce the official cancellation of Air Expo Colombia. A major accident occurred in the park, and as the one in charge of the place, I bear undeniable responsibility for this. Wait, an accident? Is this a mistake? This is a public apology? Oh, boy. Alert! Alert! Patrol complete. Letter not obtained. Part of the path has been blocked by a group of Terran. Based on their travel route, they are presumably heading towards the levitation layer's experiment zone. At the same time, detecting several high-powered Virginia products on the move, bearing cargo identification tags. They belong to Gordon Tannen. My tags? An apology letter and the news brought back by 5-4. This is no mischievous prophecy, but indisputable reality. Shock, panic, anger, countless emotions fill Gordon's chest. Is Gustav about to cause an accident? On Propeller Paradise? The expo of all Colombia has been eagerly waiting to see? For what reason? When did he begin planning this? What sort of pawn is Gordon Tannen to him? Apology? Amends? Gordon is all too familiar with these words. Ostracized by his colleagues and driven by his eccentric hobby, he was always violating the rules. The thin sheet of paper before him reflects the culmination of his work over the past 7 years. He wrote hundreds of self-reflection letters during his time in the ATAO. He remembered every single time Gustav would demand an apology from him, and how he slid from defiance to compromise. The reward he deserved, the things he begged Gustav for like a child, were accusations against him all along. Did you get my speech, Talon? So, can you do it? His carefully chosen necktie tightens like a torture device. All I have to do is do as I'm told. Oof.
ドクターとみんなが頑張ったおかげなのは分かってるけど、でもそのドクター、私が倒した敵っている？
Page 7.
どれなのか教えてほしいな。
Surely, but surely this will only take another 2 hours. Maybe hour and a half-ish to finish everything? Platform 3, secondary patrol complete. Target pod in position. No suspicious individuals detected. There's no one else left on this little platform but us. What's the sitch on your end? The 4 pod's engines have undergone breakpoint testing, and the park's about to enter the intercity's net range. Remember, the official line to the public. The gathering is only temporary, and they can all return to their respective exhibit areas once the broadcast intro segment is done. Understood. You sure everyone's got on your end? The Tin Man stressed we have to make sure all the park personnel is safely evacuated before we send the operation signal. The main road was sealed off an hour ago. The support platform's emergency jump pads are all shut, and the cable car routes were all diverted to go only in one direction last night, so no one's been able to get in. Better play it safe. Ripway Station needs backup. The Rhine Research Assistant is blocking the access hub with a group of testers, and it's hard to get around them. Go back them up. It's crucial that we time this right. Every preparatory step has to be complete before the broadcast begins. What was that? Look over here. A soda bottle cap? Probably rolled off the table from a floating pod shaking. Probably nothing. Let's go. Definitely not nothing. Whew. Mr. Aspen? What on earth is your obsession with that balloon? The couch is small enough without you hanging on to that. I almost got squished flat. I'm sorry, Mr. Barn, but I begged you to take me here just for this balloon. You have no idea how much effort it took slipping you right out from under their noses and then getting you here. Really sorry about that. Could you hand me the toolbox from the closet? The evacuation announcement came so suddenly I didn't have time to make sure the floating pods would be alright during the stream. You want the lucky sisterpiece on display at the expo that badly? Ignoring a public hearing, sign a temp contract with a tour guide with multiple charges under her belt, and helping her escape park security just so you can have her bring you back to a sealed-off levitation layer? You guys, all nuts for the sky! I'm drowning in debt here. The only way to clear it is to have the lucky sisterpiece at the show and draw in investors. Yeah, the sky will answer every future seeker. And all that jazz. Propeller Paradise slogan is plastered all over the place. Trash can lids and the slums included. Even if it's blind faith, I'm not going to give up now after coming this far. Whew, nothing wrong with the components. They'll last until the show ends. Let's go. Why is the door locked? Wait, did you hear that? Don't tell me something's really up with my product. No, I don't mean the exhibit. From under our feet? Grr, why isn't the line moving? Drag this out any longer and the broadcast is gonna start. Calm down, Mainlander guys are on their way to handle it. They've got someone surrounded.
Seems like a Rhine Lab researcher, judging by the uniform. Let me through! The tree's hard drive and motherboard haven't been removed yet. Don't push your luck. Allowing the Rhine tree at the expo has been our biggest concession to Rhine Lab, and we've been so generous to let you copy the data for future research. What more do you want? I just need 5 minutes, I promise. I won't pull any tricks either. Hasn't the ATAO's Science Consultant Institute a report on the tree? It's completely harmless. No. All levitation layer personnel are to return to the ground to assure the exhibits are finalized, and only return after the opening speech. Besides, the uplink cable cars aren't operating now, so there's no way you can reach the Rhine tree. It's at the highest point in the park. I didn't realize how much effort Director Lunaray put into this experiment until I saw the core code, and now I remember how she never abandoned her dreams for the sky. Even if it only saves a little backtracking time later, I want to help her sometime. You have to let me through. Mr. Jagger, one more move and we'll have to resort to more special methods. Wait, the tree looks strange. You used the same excuse 10 minutes ago. No, it really looks weird. Look for yourself. The expo is about to open with the Colombian sun shining brightly. The crowd follows Sky's fingers and spots a dazzling tree. The branches wrapped in special material should have been completely still, like tiny insects trapped in resin. However, right here and now, under the sunlight, the branches seem to glow green. Organic materials don't photosynthesize. The park handbook states clearly it is common for exhibits to transform in high-altitude environments. Rhine stuff doesn't do that. And it doesn't give you an excuse to go back up there. Going up there won't solve the problem. I have no idea what's exactly going on. But I know who does. Huh? He just left. That easily? Oh no, he'll be back. Levitation layer, 11 main platforms, and 20 support platforms have been expended. Jammers and backup detonators have been installed in 9 smaller levitation pods. We will crash one by one when activated. Personnel evacuation is completed. Scouts have done multiple calculations of the fallout curve based on current wind direction and force, and have confirmed following debris will not reach a square serving as the evacuation spot. All areas progressing well. Gustav sends word from the clouds restrained cockpit that propeller paradise will be within DC, intercepting at range in 5 minutes. Your order, sir? Anyone see those 2 newbies from Bravo? The ones responsible for the Banshee? Positioning shows they're still on platform 3. That's not the plan's operation range. Should we send someone to check it out? Seems like their mission's been taken over. Platform 3 is far from the detonation target, so don't worry about that. I'll handle it later. All teams synchronous. Phase 2 begins now. The jail cell window crops the sky into a tiny square. The ordinary yet mysterious tree, centerpiece of Nasti's research and Rhine Lab's core project, is now hidden from her view by strangely clothed figures and floating balloons. In a few minutes, the expo broadcast would begin, without Nasti's involvement. Her bone pen and mechanical devices were seized earlier, so all she needs to do now is play the role of a helpless sinner. If Mulesies were here, she'd probably summon 8 water clones to scold her for being silly. But Nasti does not regret her decision, though there is one woman on her mind. Bela leaving the confluence had always left her uneasy. If the chance came... Who's that? Director Lunaray, you have to follow me to the tree platform. You're supposed to be keeping the device data and
core code safe. What are you doing here? But the tree is growing now. Growing? That's impossible. So that's not supposed to happen. If it affects the levitation module, it'll definitely be dangerous to anyone on the ground. The levitation module runs independently with a backup power supply that can last for 5 days. But the abnormality you mentioned, the only way to find out is why it's having it to go inside the tree. Come with me, Director. The security cams have been rigged with a delayed feed that should buy us at least 20 minutes. And I'm not sure why, but the cell's smart locks are unlocked. So that's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you. Huh? Gordon. Oh, so he is the free unit. I was wondering, like, there's another lizard man in this, or are you the guy that we get for free? Gordon is actually our ally. What the fuck? Okay. What's all that on you? A DIY high-altitude face shield, modified propellers, and a second-hand insulated spacesuit? Did you loot them from the park's scrap and recycle plant? Oh, that's an interesting face. Your distorted testimony at the hearing is still up on the park bulletin board. But now you're helping us escape? Don't tell me you've got a sudden attack of conscience. Nasti, I got your bone pendant devices here. Sorry about the hearing. I'd rather stand in the defendant's dock with you than recite that prepared speech, after all. The confiscated devices were my goods anyways, so I'll take the blame for that. Who are you? What have you done with Gordon Tannen? What happened? My dear citizens of DC, and those watching this live broadcast, it is my honor to introduce Propeller Paradise, an experimental park that is sure to leave its mark on Colombian history. We don't have much time. Nasti, you've done deals with Gustav. I'm sure you won't doubt the intel I'm about to hand over. Your old boss is planning something with Maylander, correct? You're even sharper than I thought. Seeing the park's chief executive here when he's supposed to be making a speech in half an hour is proof enough. Friends, look out your windows. Up at the sky. No amount of marketing bluster can compare to what you see with your own eyes, where the future among the clouds is waiting for you. They want to can the expo with an accident that'll kill the future of Propeller Paradise, though I have no idea what their plan is. If Maylander's involved, they'll move fast. I wonder if this is like one of the fastest an NPC has ever become a playable ally. Cause I don't know, in my brain, I was convincing myself that Gordon Tanner was a completely different lizardman, and Skybox, the free 5-star, would be something else. But nope, they're one and the same. What was that? God, am I seeing something? Something's falling from the levitation layer. Is that the Lucky Sister Beast floating pod? No, there's more. 3, 4. Is this part of the opening ceremony? They didn't mention this in the script. If they really come crashing down... Wait, the pod stopped falling? As if something's gripping that firmly. Huh? What was that? Oh, it seems the tech companies have prepared a prize that even got me. We have just witnessed Propeller Paradise breakthrough in the field of levitation, with no need for papers or data. This is only just the beginning. No way. There's no emergency stop module, even an ongoing project that could have done that. Sky, your field measurements are more precise. Where were the falling pods supposed to land? From visual estimates, they would have probably crashed into Platform 2, blocking the connecting lower layer tunnel.
That's the only path we can take to the tree. Gordon, I accept your apology, but I have no time for your plans. That miracle with no stroke of luck might have something to do with you and your invention. Is that a threat? Just my intuitive judgment on rule breaking. I don't need your help, Gustav, but I do need a bargaining chip to make sure Propeller Paradise stays afloat when everything's done and dusted. So my tree, letting you handle something only you know how to handle is part of my plan. Got it. Rhinelaugh staff will cooperate with you. However, whatever it is you're planning to do, go to the tree at the first sign of danger and I'll come to get you. Everything ready, 5-4? Preparations complete. Let's go. I have an opening speech to make. In that outfit? Opening speech. The battle is about to begin. I know you don't reach. This platform has 5 balloons, so at least 5 people can stand on it. I'll say like 4 people. Okay, so that machine, when it drops it, also weighs down the levitation. Okay, I got 1 thing of the corrosion on that before it died. Good. Okay, please die. Thank you. So far so good. Keeping it simple. Shit.
毒と罠。これは戦術ね。私と奪い合いをする気？
Okay, nope, we're fine. We're good.
Mission accomplished.
Yes, I've hydrated and stretched. You know how long Arknight stories are. Of course it's gonna be long. What's going on? The jammer and our backup detonators aren't working. The transmitted signals show the devices are all activated, but the 9 target pod core engines have stopped. Somehow, the received signals are all messed up. Even pods without transmitters attached are sending signals. Get a team to investigate this. Have you removed all traces of our work from earlier and retrieved the transmitters? You thought I would have split it in 2? Nah. Typically, if I'm reading a story, I've done it, like, in one go. More often than not, I'm reading the story in one go. Thank you.
Captain, that's equivalent to calling the operation a failure. You forget how we do things at Maylander? If reality happens to significantly deviate from our plan, seize all action immediately. We're not some rank-wood espionage flick heroes trying to be tough. Seems like someone is biased against blockbuster hits. We don't get reshoots. It's not as if we don't have no other choice. Don't send anyone to the pods. It's probably the Banshee's incantation that's keeping the toys from falling straight down. But Nasti should be in jail right now, right? She's not the Banshee I'm referring to. The incantation has fundamentally changed how the levitation layer facilities are connected. The malfunctioning receivers prove this. You're telling me the Banshee's incantation is able to connect the levitation layer's power supply structure, send signals, and synchronize commands? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Nasti designed the entire park's conduits and systems herself, after all. She didn't become one of Ryan Lab 10 solely on her engineering talent. Though if we utilize the upper level power grid and detonate just one engine, that will cause the entire layer to fall. The entire layer? So you mean the park will connect with DC in 25 minutes. We'll have to present a reverse firework display to Propeller Paradise. Change of plans. Those on the upper layer mobilize personnel and connect the support platforms surrounding the levitation layer to the common power grid. Those on the lower layer calculate the crash zone and prepare for evacuation measures at any moment. I'll let Gustav know of this, and have the admin staff coordinate with us to delay the opening speech. Also, send a group of the jail to confirm Nasti's position, and deploy at least 3 elite squads to the elevator square at any ascendable routes. It's only a matter of time before she returns to the levitation layer. Are you not going in? Oh, I have to go supervise an agent of mine. Maylander has quite the troublesome evaluation systems after all. I'll join the rest of you once I'm done. Alright teams, move out. A giant broadcast screen hangs in the Cloud restaurant, essentially switching between gaudy company logos and the newest levitation devices, while Oakley's agitated voice booms from the speakers. The lower left of the screen is a real-time feed from the control room. A small red dot representing Propeller Paradise flashes, heading for Max DC. 2 cameras stand on the Cloud like carpet, pointing at a lone chair, like a defendant's dock, awaiting golden tennis attendance. You're late. Why did you come dressed like that? There's no time to prepare a new outfit. We only have 20 minutes until your speech. The tie on my ATAO uniform was too tight. I remember 6 years back when you got that set of clothes after your promotion to full-time role. I personally adjusted it for you. So giddy from joy you were. You told me I had a lot to learn in wearing the uniform, and then I stayed in the same entry-level role for the next 6 years. No newbie's first skill is writing self-reflection letters. It's not that I've never regretted helping you into that uniform. And what about now? This outfit, the blame for causing the accident, who put them on me? Oh, so you figured it out. You seized 2 crates of my goods the night I was exposed. I thought you were helping me dispose of them, but I found out they ended up in the hands of you and Maylander. I bet this apology speech wasn't written that night either, was it, sir? Go on. Importing Iridium devices into Colombia nearly violates ATAO regulations, and if security is compromised, I'll be the sin eater for the whole park. So you still think it's with a personal grudge? Am I wrong? I've always been a slum boy to you, a bad little rule breaker, and I climbed through the ranks on my own effort. You only came to hate me more. Your own effort? Do you honestly think a useless bum with disciplinary records and hundreds of self-reflection letters on file could manage to transfer to the highly competent levitating experimental park on its own? What? You disappoint me, honestly. Even now you still have only a superficial understanding of your current situation. Your title, investments, achievements, and results from the very moment you stepped into Propeller Paradise were all gifts from me to you. Golden Tannin, have you ever wondered how you managed to procure foreign Virginia products so easily? You knew about my dealings from the start. Even your stock lists were meticulously picked by my hand. The Trident arch units from later date are secret equipment used by the Gay Watcher for military training. The power shields used by Cosmerian campaign knights were disassembled into 3 parts, and you put them into the exhibits of 3 different companies. And the Iridium engine and our core sourced from foreign military equipment. If the park blows up because of them, you aren't the brightest bulb on the chandelier, but you have a good eye. Propeller Paradise is indeed a giant testing ground, but it's not testing those toys in the sky. Give it about 10 more minutes, and the sky fever you helped ignite will burn into Colombian flames of fury for foreign spies. The countless exhibits in the sky and with their core technologies inside them, they are all military reserves for countering our foreign foes. Naturally, Propeller Paradise will become a base for arms testing. Military? I thought you would have considered ATAO interests at least. We'll always be one of mind when we stand for Colombia. What matters is our country, man. So, this apology speech is your stepping stone to a new role. I might even be able to pull some strings and get you a new role at the Department of Defense. Why all the honesty? Not where. God damn it. I hate it when I accidentally do that. Ah. It's just like the slightest touch and I accidentally send it into speed mode. Okay. Why all the honesty? Not worried I'll sabotage the speech. The fact that you've shown up here with the speech in hand means you've already made the wise choice. To be honest, I wasn't sure you would bring a qualified piece on the board, but now, that little monster beside you has answered that question for me. Same as the rich love. Seekers and watchers, simply enjoying the sense of superiority with their little hobbies. 5-4 isn't a toy made to cater to sky fever. Sure, but you're no longer a reckless young man only concerned with invention and modification. ATAO sanded down your edges, educated you in the ways of the land, made you think to operate within the rules you set yourself. It made you like me. Go, get your little monster ready too, and have a joy in your public apology. It's a fitting symbol of what Propeller Paradise represents. Gimmicky, kitschy, unless you're useless. An absolute waste. If it's a waste, why would you build something so extravagant? Altitude readings are stable, and the pods show no sign of falling any further. While the engines aren't making any strange sounds, we should be safe now, right? 50 meters. Lucky Sister Beach pod fell 50 meters. What's that, Aspen? 6 months ago, I was at the crowded registration center going through the paperwork. I was first in line and chose the most conspicuous levitation pod for my Lucky Sister Beast. The closer you are to the star pod, the more luck you get. That's what everyone in the park thinks, even if your pod is only a few inches higher than your neighbors. I lined up overnight just to get a spot closer to the sky. I hired over 100 testers to secure an exhibition spot. Got smuggled contraband just to keep my Lucky Sister Beast running. Miss Barn, I can tell you're no fan of the competition, but this is the basic law of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure you've seen it yourself on your tours. I get a list of companies and corporate data updated daily, and there are people who just complain about their terrible lives only to head right back into misery. You only got here a month ago. To you, this place you just happened to visit. To us, it's our only path to the future, and only a few will survive. Maybe you think I'm just a desperate, sick man talking out of his ass. But when the levitation platforms ride alongside the thousands of pods, we just feel the excitement coursing through our veins for no reason, don't we? I poured everything I had into the Lucky Sister Beast, and that's why I have to win this gamble. I knew it. Even though the incantation can link multiple platforms and pods through the power lines, its range is still limited when calculated outward from the tree. Barium, send a signal to Sky team. Tell them we found the pattern of the power connections. Barium? Ugh. The scientific mind truly is brilliant, don't you agree? Thanks for helping us locate our mission objective. Inform our engineering experts to stop their research. Sentry on the platform beneath my feet. I have the personnel stationed at the perimeter immediately cut all backup power to attempt to connect the supply line through alternative methods. Also, it is highly probable that Rhine labbers have discovered our plan. 2 researchers were found on platform 4, but have been dealt with. All patrols speed up. Report anyone you see as soon as possible. Your colleagues in the broadcasting studio will buy us time by switching the camera feeds. Act fast. Those Asians are effing persistent. Can those mainlander guys fly or something? How are they everywhere? Good thing we'll learn them away. And there's no one here. No. Ow. 5 testers and 2 Rhine labbers found on the port platform 17. They have all been dealt with, and will be sent to detention on the lower level 5 minutes from now. The operation is going smoothly. They lack the numbers and are scattered like headless houseflies. Well, everyone excels in their own field, and they lack communication equipment or anyone to direct them. What about Nasti? She escaped from the lower level cells 10 minutes ago, but no contact has been noted between her and any of her staff. She knows the park's structure. We're at a disadvantage with such a tight time window. But hide and seek is not a single player game. We'll continue our patrol. A smattering of testers and researchers will not significantly affect our operation. Stay wary and report back promptly. Wasn't there one more person here just now? He doesn't notice me. Thanks for pulling me back, Mr. Jagger. You're welcome. You good? Truth be told, seeing the others knocked down so easily still had my knees feeling like spaghetti. Can you run? I can. Let's split up here then. No time to slow down. Move, like Jagger. I'm here, sir. Let me have a smoke first, Mary. You can look at the screens while I'm at it. Mercia fixes her gaze at the dozen or so monitors on the wall and sees the high-altitude elevator, the floating platform, the ropeway station. Almost every inch of propeller paradise is displayed on the screens. The bright and bizarre structures in the sky seem to pop out from the screens, a strange sight in the dark room, as if Mercia was attending a postmodern art exhibition instead. This place... What of it? Nothing. I just don't think Propeller Paradise would have such a sealed-off space. Reminds you of our interrogation room. So may I know why you're looking for me? Look at the upper right monitor. You heard the explosion earlier, didn't you? The nearly 10 floating pods connected to that Rhine Lab tree should have been smoking heaps of scrap metal in the waste by now. Mary, I'm sure you know what sort of force keeps them in the air still. An incantation. I kept this secret from you, sir. Our colleagues at the Emergency Management Council have only just captured the dangerous criminals responsible for the explosion, and now they have to clean up the mess caused by their own people's negligence. You've seen it. The Banshee's incantation has changed the way the levitation layer connects to the other platforms and pods. Any other incident happens, and it'll affect more than just 9 pods. The situation is dire. Sir, I shouldn't be speaking to you like this as a secretary, or a Mainlander agent, but I understand my colleagues, and I know how the council works. Just now, I was looking at the surveillance footage, and they were busy munching on cotton candy. Inefficient methods of deception like that should be forbidden on such serious occasions. I've completed my mission on Propeller Paradise, both monitoring Mr. Tannen and many tech companies, and exposing their secrets. But now I see. These missions were never to ensure the expert ran smoothly. Be it the secret from the start, the explosion just now, or the so-called other incident you mentioned, they've all been part of your plan, yes? You're keen. You pass. So, what exactly? Let's sit down here before we continue. Sit down and sit down. Big Larry, Old Curly, and Lil Mo. Oh, come on, you three. Some manners would be good. Is this a Mainlander trial for traitor, or... Or have I finally found the time to handle a junior troublesome evaluation process? Don't worry, I'm just an old fart who wishes to impart some wisdom to the younger generation. I'm curious what that wisdom is. Oh, Mary, I'm sure you'll hate this rotten nonsense. 1 year ago, Rhine Lab submitted a proposal to DC, a project developing tech from Galleria Stellaria, and Congressman Street was inspired to expand the project for the whole country. His secretary burned the midnight oil to prepare a slideshow, showcasing what the congressman saw in his dreams after having seen the sky over Trimount being torn apart. Foundation stones built on the clouds. Rain or shine, it'll all be under our feet. Tour groups leaving the star pod one by one, and the twin moons are covering with Colombian flags. And so on and so on. Congress voted. How did that turn out? 273 to 65. More than 80% voted yeah, huh? And the government is eager to water and fertilize these fantasies. I'm sure you know better than I do just how many companies and testers were scrambling to get into Propeller Paradise at any cost after that, Mary. Too many to count. Nearly half the companies in Colombia have added a sky-related department, and even air fryer manufacturers have been trying to add cloud to applicable product lines. Tin Man, don't forget about the stocks. There are over 200 subcategories of sky-related concept stocks with the longest registered validity period, extending 300 years into the future. Companies willingly apply for loans with interest rates several times higher than the prevailing market rate just to secure a spot on Propeller Paradise. I remember looking through Gordon Cairns' file, coming across a certain Aspen who bought contraband goods from him, just to clear inspections. Now, it wasn't because he didn't know the law, it was because he was divorced, had sold his family assets, and was burdened with a hopeless mountain of debt. The so-called lucky Sisyphus is a high-stakes gamble that will decide the rest of his life. What a shame. A shame. He used to run a grocery store in a town by shipping route near DC. Even now, there might be some pioneers out there still using the tools he peddled. But here he is with this invention, that floating revolving bar where people turn, but not the beer. What else can you even do with that, other than invite your foes for a drink? Simply put, what he's done is akin to a student frantically writing compliments in the margins, hoping the teacher will give him perfect score. Take the future as a real test. Who's going to be the examiner? You? Me? The generals of the DoD? Or maybe Congress? Maybe it'll be Casimirs, who just equipped all their campaign knights with power armor. Or Leidenhain, with their recent addition of the Basic Arts Tactics course to all school curricula. Or perhaps Ursus, with his growing army, their mighty force that left their minds empty. Could it be Ager, currently shelling the Iberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters? Among those parties, I fear it is the sea monsters who are the most likely to visit a floating revolving bar. Sir, you mean to say that the Colombian fantasism for the sky is completely meaningless? Compared to what's happening everywhere else right now, I'm afraid so. Colombia has always been driven by fantasism. I'm sure you're crystal clear on this given your background, Mercia. Without a fanatical drive for freedom, we wouldn't have had our frontier rebels 80 plus years ago, and we Colombians would still be living under the Victorians' heel. Without a lust for wealth, our mass pioneer movement would not have happened, and nearly half of Colombian land today would remain an untraversable wilderness, even for the strongest burning beasts. But this time, it's just a waste. So you think Propeller Paradise should take the blame? Why would I? It's already accomplished the mission perfectly. Well, it's one step away. I don't know what that was. computer went blink. I don't see any notions. I don't see any warnings. Must probably nothing. Yeah, I don't see anything that caused the computer noise. I think everything's fine. Through its ruin. Through it being destroyed. By who? Who else in this park could? Wei, Mr. Tannen's goods, smuggled from all across Terra, Kazmir, Leydenane, Sargon, and even Kazdel. They'll become weapons planted by foreign spies, deliberately intended to ruin Columbia's display of achievements and destroying their people's fantasies of taking to the skies. 80+ years later, the Columbians' rage will be reignited once more. Kazmirians might not want to see their tax money turn into knight armor, while Leydenane juniors might just want to run away from boring basic arts tactics classes. For Columbians, we have our fervor. As we move to the future, we move forward together, tens of millions strong. As long as we can direct this zeal onto a proper path. Collate our wills and seize the truth of everything. Sir, I remember you telling me your story. I thought you always hated war. It's been tens of thousands of years. The number of lost souls in my head is no less than the casualties of a military campaign. The reason I didn't burn in Castel's furnace then is that I hate meaningless sacrifices. But this time, an arms race might just be the beginning. You and I know it won't end there. Just like how the Great Expansion didn't end with the discovery of some ore. So the sacrifices Columbia needs for this competition won't be enough with just this park, correct? I told you before, this is a whole bunch of rotten nonsense. The Mainlander Foundation didn't have to explain all of this to you, my dear agent, but the day will come when you will have to accept the truth, even if you don't agree with it. Don't forget your family name, Mercia. You're a Celine. This is... The elevators connecting the park's upper and lower levels have been sealed off. The only ropeway station leading to the tree is out of service. Nasti has exhausted herself just getting here. Floating pods by her side are riddled with cracks, black smoke billowing from within, a sign their core energy modules have been destroyed and should have all crashed to the ground. But the pods stubbornly remain amongst the clouds, piecing together a precarious path as if an invisible pair of hands are holding them up. Nasti? Update the others. I'll go get her. The agent rushes towards her, but just as he takes a step forward, the bricks under his feet shift. Ah! Target sighted. Location: Lion Donut Station. Requesting backup. We tried to intercept her, but something is up here. Ah! Disorder? Nasti recalls the river at the mouth of confluence and the Banshees, still and calm, where even a child could safely row a boat on their own. However, unassisted intruders find the death forest on both sides constantly shifting position like a mobile labyrinth, with the distant riverbank always hidden beyond the thick mist. After a momentary silence, Nasti steps out of the pod and into the empty sky. Brick and stone immediately form a floor beneath her. Interesting. Disorder. A path held together by an incantation. Conflicts banshees often isolate themselves from outsiders or decorate their own courtyards with this method. She also used the same tactic to momentarily stall Saria back in the ring lab. This is a path specifically paved just for her. To her surprise, the whole area centered on the tree had been reconstructed by the incantation, but she fails to find the caster within the tree's core, among its roots. Only the roots of the tree are breathing, just as always. Please verify your credentials. Nasti Littleray, Director of Engineering, Rhinelab. Nasti dashes towards the roots. She must confirm if any abnormal changes have happened while she was away. This is what's left of the vivarium, and the secret Rhine lab has been protecting at all costs. No matter how the unrest in the park ends, it is the only bargaining chip in Nasti's hand. She touches the roots, allowing data to flow into her fingertips, and gather the branches around her waist. Milsey always teased Nasti about a human computer, and she always took it as praise. In the current situation where biotechnology is fused with Banshee witchcraft, her body is perhaps the best data cable to use. The branches begin to vibrate quickly, a sign of the device overclocking. Almost simultaneously, Nasti feels some sort of temperature shift. Not the chill of condensation, not the heat of electricity, but body heat? She experiences a strange feeling out of nowhere. Here and now, she is no longer director of Rhinelab's engineering section checking if a device is still operating normally, but a banshee touching another of her kind. Just like so many years ago, when that woman held her own hand and taught her how to blow a leaf whistle. Nasti abruptly looks up. Whoa. Oh, are you the boss? Nasti, my child. You're back. Oh my.
戦場の確認は不要だ。敵の末路はすべて把握しているからな。
Okay, finally made it to stage 8. Jesus Christ. Okay, it should definitely... so it's been almost 6.5 hours. It should definitely take me... I'm thinking... 40, 50 minutes to clear it on the story and stuff. I don't think it'll take me a full hour. Depends on how many times it takes me to run the stage. If I get it one and done, then great, but if I have to like redo the stage a couple times, then it will take me longer. And then there's the epilogue at the end of this, so But before we continue to the very last stage, I am going to use the bathroom real quick. So, BRB.
Okay, yep, I'm back. Hey, we just have a little bit left of this event to go. And hopefully it shouldn't take us any more than an hour. Now, tomorrow's a holiday. Report. All pods in the levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web. We have people on the lower levels evacuating people from the square. People are very passionate about the exhibition. Things will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. We will detonate the levitation layer as soon as Propeller Paradise docks with the district. Any movement from Ryan? We've taken 23 into custody. A dozen are still at large on the platforms. We have control of the 8 observation points. Those people are going in and out of the exhibit area and the ropeway stations. No special Ryan equipment other than standard maintenance gear. They're just playing hide and seek. No plan B. Keep an eye on them. They don't know the details of Mainlander's plan, nor do they have any means of communication. Any last gasp effort is doomed to fail. Understood. The outline of Max, DC, the most vibrant nomadic city in Colombia, is already visible from the ropeway station's waiting area. The agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of Propeller Paradise until now. With an excellent visibility, all the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are brimming with vitality. Pods float in midair like aquatic creatures. Floating botanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Wait, where did you say Ryan's people were? Exhibit area and ropeway stations. Where exactly? Show me. Looking at their movement, there's no way they can reach the platform where that tree is or other companies' pods. Could it be they're not trying to take back their turf at all? But Ryan's people, the testers, and the company reps, they all seem to be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? The agent casts a casual glance at the nearest painting unit, the nearest planting unit. The unremarkable Ryan creation stands quietly. He suddenly realizes that the warning lights on their edges are easily visible, even during the day, and they've been blinking irregularly for quite a while now. Spotters report that all Ryan people have disappeared from sight. No, they didn't disappear. They're going in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all the planting units you see along the way. They're not decoration. Ryan is using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from all the ropeway stations and find every one of those people playing hide and seek. Find out where they're heading. What in terror are they thinking? You've been looking outside the window for a while.
You said you must win your gamble, and you have a reason.
Yes.
I'm in the middle of a gamble too.
I have a rough idea what's going on in Propeller Paradise, even the look on your face in the freefall that we just experienced. You wouldn't run this kind of risk without me for no reason. But there's nothing I can offer you now except... You want the lucky sister beast?
You could say that. I want the contraband that Gordon Tannen sold you. coming to the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech? You sure have a thick hide, Mr. Tannen. I would have died a long time ago if all my enemies refused to work with me never again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. Mainlander has a laundry list of violations that I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison tours. Neither are you looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Mainlander. There's no better vantage point than here on Propeller Paradise. Oakley's too excited to notice, but I doubt you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say it, the broadcast screens of the levitation layer are switching too quickly, and they say it's because they're doing testing, which I'm not convinced about. There are a dozen testers on the square who I don't recognize. They don't look like they're taking a stroll. They look like they're patrolling. Like they know that danger is impending. Are you trying to trick me into another plot? There's a plot afoot on Propeller Paradise, alright. That's a fact. It's also a fact that I won't let Gustav make a mockery out of this place in front of all of Columbia. You have 10 seconds, yes or no. What are the chances of success? 10%. Doesn't sound like a gamble you'd take. I don't have a choice with that old fox sitting across the table holding all the cards. A plan almost certain to fail. Interesting. Tell me about it. I need you to convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer and retrieve the originium equipment and arms units on this list. All contraband that you sold? They have far more potential than just sitting under the spotlight. You want to escape and take all the Propeller Paradise with me. Gustav and Mainlander never intended to allow the exhibition to go ahead. The opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. The levitation layer will fall a second time soon, but miracles don't happen a second time. The lucky sisters can't afford to start over. Neither can most startups on Propeller Paradise. Escape and take all of Propeller Paradise. It's the only way to save both Propeller Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propeller Paradise has been traveling on the barren lands for 7 days. Fuel is short, and the plate is operating in safe mode. The basic propulsion module is not enough to change its direction. But the arch unit that the Lucky Sister Beast got was just a transformation stabilizer. It can't supply enough energy to turn a plate. Correct. But it wasn't the only item that Tannen smuggled. You mean, get all the contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion module to make the plate deviate from its course? Not deviate, make an about face. About face? Have you any idea what you're saying? It's the direction of the borders. True, the procedures are cross-border travel is a little complicated. It would be treason! No, I can't go to jail. People need to see the Lucky Sister Bees on the broadcasts. My wife in Northville needs to see it. In the interest of full disclosure, I must inform you that people won't see Lucky Sister Bees on broadcast, whether we succeed or fail. No. I'm sorry, but I'll be taking the unit, whether you give it up voluntarily or not. We don't have time. What's the point? We can't even leave the pod. Someone has unlocked it remotely. What? You see that floating botanical unit outside the window? 3 flashes is a distress call. The current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now, 3, 4, 5, 7 flashes. Looks like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Wait. The light went out. What does that mean? It means Mainlander knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, you can either come with me on your feet, or you can go to sleep right here, right now. People like us never get to choose, do we? Sit down. Gustav looks at the sufferer, who has butted heads with him for 7 years, who now sits stiffly on a chair, like a potato wrapped in foil. He knows young officers well. They are angry, flamboyant, unhappy about everything, and frustrated about being restricted by rules. In the end, however, they all sit in the same chair that rectifies their young spine, and become a proper mentor of the upper stratum of Colombian society. As Gordon Tannen will. Once Mainlander's plan succeeds, the broadcast room will switch over to cloud. Don't screw up. Put your usual attitude away. Sound sincere. Devastated. It's the propeller paradise you built. It won't be hard to stir the appropriate emotions. Tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? And stop staring at your little freak. I know, you don't want to be Propeller Paradise Sin Eater, sharing the same spotlight as Nasti. But your little hotpot Treakin isn't going to save you. So I'm sitting in Gordon Tannen's defendant seat. Yes. I can follow you to the DOD once I apologize, according to the script. Do as you're told, and you'll rise quickly through the ranks. Yeah, guess what? I don't give a shit. What was that? I don't like the seat. It makes my scales itch. Broadcast countdown. Cloud Restaurant, stand by. Broadcast? No? Impossible. No movement on the levitation layer. Did Mainlander screw up? Who's operating the broadcast? 3, 2, 1. Do it, 5-4. Yes, sir.
What? Haha, punch. Damn.
As the broadcast cuts to the Cloud Restaurant, Space Fin 054 leaps at an unprepared Gustav, pinning him to the ground. The screen on the restaurant lights up, and Gustav sees his own face writhing in pain and shock. He knows that his face is being displayed on every screen in Propeller Paradise. His contingency plans flash before his eyes, but Mainlander's plan is in its final phase, leaving little room for distractions. His communicator lies in the pieces on the ground, destroyed by Space Fin 054. Gordon stretches his neck and wrists, crushes the defendant's seat with his foot, and leisurely lies down on the sofa next to it. Oh, that felt good. By the way, tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be on the front of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? You. What? You didn't expect to be immobilized by a little hobby made to fuel sky fever? You're the elder statesman of ATAO, planning a new chapter in the Department of Defense. You made the rules of Colombia when you were young, and you continue to serve your country even after your retirement. Woohoo! First rate, aren't you? Maybe you've grown into thinking that your enemies will always use the rules to fight back, in smart and clever ways. Did you forget that Golden Tenant is a bandit who never gives a shit about the rules? A piece of trash obsessed with his toys. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You don't even recognize 5-4, even though I didn't change his voice module. Hello, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arch Unit, and Virginia. At your service. To check the progress of the application, press 1. To report a safety risk, press 2. To be connected to operator, press 0. An ATAO answering machine? I said Spacefin 054 wasn't a rich man's cigar, and I won't be smug just because it obeys the rules I set down. 7 years ago, I sat on a tiny chair that made my ass hurt, writing the first self-reflection letter late at night, wondering if I should quit. Answering machine 054 started giving off an unusual noise, and I racked my brains to figure out the problem. I started studying every arch unit and a Virginium device that passed through my hands, just to give 5-4 the ability to operate, communicate, and think on its own. You'd think the hundreds of self-reflection letters I wrote were a symbol of my submission, but 5-4 is the real culmination of my 7 years at ATAO. You're full of crap. You didn't learn the tricks of bureaucracy with a little invention. You think you've never seen you negotiate or threaten? Arrogant, vain, ambitious. I know them when I see it. I can hear shadows of my own speeches even now as you're talking to me. I never thought I was perfect. Maybe I will never be able to get rid of the bad habits I learned from you. They disgust me, but they weren't mistakes. My only mistake was to define my transactions as smuggling. I shouldn't have allowed myself to accept the rules that have been taken form. Rules that don't make sense. Oh, goddammit, not again. Where was I? Foolish boy, you don't understand what's at stake. Listen, old slug. I don't care what high and mighty reasons you have. Propeller Paradise isn't supposed to be a breeding ground for war. Sure, kinetic engines and high-powered arch units could become powerful weapons, but what they're supporting now is the dream of life in the sky. Until Propeller Paradise docks with the district, I'm its chief executive, the man who built this little piece of heaven that still has a semblance of freedom. I will decide whether it should be destroyed, or whether it should escape. Take his passcode, 5-4. Yes, sir. It's no use. The entire central control console is locked. You can't stop the plate from docking with the district, even if you have my passcode. Who said anything about stopping? What? I said escape. Not only did the former head of ATAO not disable his passcode when he retired, he used the security access to grant him to disable the Ermin identification code system on the Colombian border. Cool, isn't it? You're going to commit treason for this stupid, pointless children's playground? Huh, you were right. You didn't learn a single thing from me. Let me remind you that Propeller Paradise is running out of fuel. You can't operate the plate steering system, and you don't have enough energy. Even if you're pinned to the ground by the robot I built, you somehow manage to forget that I've always been an inventor. I hope they deliver the goods on time. The sound of rotary motors have never been so clear. The skies are clear, overly pristine. Self-cleaning artificial clouds combine with natural clouds to form a wondrous scene, but the people on the platforms are oblivious to it. Some 50 Propeller Paradise guards and Marylander agents block up every passage into cable connections, forming an impregnable cordon line with their bodies and weapons. Beneath their feet, the classical black and white tiles form a chessboard, the two sides separated by a 10-meter long open-air passage. The eyes of the agents are fixated on the support platform on the other side of the passage. The Rhine staff and testers who had at one point disappeared from sight now assemble there. Platform 7, the analysis was correct. This is where hide and seek converges. Our people are ready, but there are more of them than expected. They took out our guys in the broadcast room. The intel was not accurate. We're putting on everyone we have. Strength in numbers alone isn't enough. Be on your guard. They have an advantage when it comes to new weapons and lay of the land. Propeller Paradise is about to dock with DC. Do not let anyone pass. Use force if necessary. I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir. 6 elite squads. We have numbers, but the guy on the other side are... Hard to tell. People keep going when they're exhausted. Get the word out to the others, Jelena. Everyone who's too tired to move, give someone else their core components. Pick up any hover unit and stay behind to guard the support platform. You're betting on them being very wary about unknown new products? I hope it works. Whew, made it! Are you sure you want to go this way when it's not like this? Yes, this is the only way to Cloud. Take my parachute. Things might get dangerous. What about you? Me? Fern gazes at the Mainlander blockade with interest, as though she's going to meet an old rival. The camera drones left Platform 7 half an hour ago. Nothing is about to happen here that will be seen in the broadcast room. Everyone knows the conflict is inevitable. Neither side wants to delay. Their eyes are fixed on each other. Everyone is waiting for a sign. My tour is waiting for my signal. Ooh. Suddenly, a yellow and black warning flag is raised. A young feline woman leaps out from the crowd, loudspeaker in hand. The first day I snuck into Propeller Paradise, a kind guide told me that no one in this place can be stopped, even if the sky is no longer off limits. From the exhibits to the underground lab, I memorized every strange and curious invention, the complex ideas behind them, and hundreds of thousands of words and descriptions. I could tell you who made the flying toaster above our heads, its model, and the generation. I could go on and on about how wonderful they are, but to be completely honest, I find the levitating plates less interesting than the sunset of bleached wasteland. Then I remember what my father used to say to me. A story is always more interesting than the explanation. I've had many frustrating experiences in the years that I worked as an independent guide. There's nothing wrong with seeking truth, but many people subconsciously disparage exaggeration, inspiration, and dreams yet to come true. I swore I would never again label things that I've never seen for myself as impossible, and laugh at my own family with my neighbors as I did a few years ago. It was not until the day my father died that I truly understood what he said. If Propeller Paradise needed a guide, I would rather tell the people of Columbium about the people I met here, about their stories. Rice bush. Huh? A cobbler from Bunker Hill whose dream was to leave a footprint on each of the twin moons, so that everyone who looked up to the telescope would see the shop logo on the shoe prints. There's no bigger billboard than the sky, after all. Owen Fredericks. I'm here. Hardware store owner who wants to put his own screw on the second ring lab and earn a spot for his family when space colonization becomes reality. Hey, never hurts to be prepared for the future. Aspen. I'll tell it myself. Aspen, grocer from Northville. After being tricked into taking out exploitive loans, I divorced my wife and left home, so the creditors wouldn't go after my family. My wife and I came up with the name Lucky Sisterpiece together. We haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. She was worried sick when I left. I promised that the name Lucky Sisterpiece would be on TV, so that she'd know I'm safe. Now I know that the exhibition was one big fat lie, but I want her to at least see this red balloon with the Lucky Sisterpiece logo on it, even if all the pods crash. Aspen, and all of you. The things we want, whether they're based on reality or just a pipe dream, whether they're the result of blind conformity or superstition, they're much more important than Maylander and Gustav think they are. Run! Jump! Fly! We'll overcome everything that tries to block our path and change us. Without ever trying to understand us, we're the ones who will decide Propeller Paradise path. Fern dashes towards the Stylebase, loudly blasting her signal as the rest of the pack follows behind, charging at the Maylander blockade. Exhibits fly over the heads of the pushing and squeezing crowd, carrying all kinds of contraband towards the sky. Absurd and flying free. Whew, finally out of the woods. Good job. Good work, guys. We just have to hang in there a little longer. 34 contraband core components, all intact. Looks like the landing module worked quite well. My work is almost done. All that is left to deliver the goods to Gordon. Hope all is well on his side. Next! Put it down. Turn around. You're Gustav's science consultant. What are you doing here? Oh, it's you. Outside the window, the pinnacle of the DC government office and the Columbian flag are already visible. Gordon's eyes are fixated on the bottom left of the broadcast as the red dot on the map gets closer and closer to the district plate. According to the plan, the devices on the list should have been delivered to Cloud more than 10 minutes ago. He forces himself to not look at the door. Gustav is bound to notice any sign of anxiety. My eyes are starting to sting. I've been up for way too long, that's for sure. Reading takes forever. The plan isn't going the way you expected it, is it? You're calmer than I expected. Being willing to take risks is not a bad thing, but you're not good enough at assessing risk. You didn't have time to prepare a plan B for your reckless plan A. All of you will pay a heavy price if it falls. And what's your plan B? It It's all good and well to rediscover your confidence, but never forget who you're competing with. I told you that getting carried away will cause you to overlook fatal flaws. What do you mean? You're late. I was delayed. Your science consultant? More than just a science consultant. I needed insurance for my plan. The tall, dark Karanta walks towards Gordon. The box holding 34 Reginium devices, safely contained by protective material, seems almost weightless in his hands. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted? Thanks. What are you doing? I learned a lot from you. Of course, I knew what your trump card was. A rival to provoke competition. A scientific consultant with both brains and brawn. A fair and impartial outsider to give legitimacy to the hearing and plan. Too bad you picked the wrong guy. Gramophone made from the tentacles of fossil seaborn. Decorative or simply functional? Oh, it's for... I see. Automatic tuning with the seaborn sound-producing structures. The grooves on the edge indicate that the designer even tested whether seaborn adjusted their biostructure based on music. An interesting idea. Okay, I'm starting to fall asleep. I gotta finish this story quickly. You know what I'm planning to do? Trying to modify an entire plane's power source with a single device is extremely risky, but not impossible. You think the robot should have been the welfare? That's an interesting... I don't know how I feel about that, being a welfare. The lizard man is fine. You're not one of Gustav's guys. Who are you? You're the one who said you don't have time. The real question is, do you need me? What do you need me to do? Gordon glares at the Karanta standing at the center of the collection room. The Karanta recognized all Gordon's collection saw through all Gordon's thoughts, and nonchalantly received a glimpse into his own past as though he had pursued death across the land. To Gordon, the Karanta seems to scroll through the halls of his thoughts, like a king that knows nothing and everything. Once again, the spikes on the Spara's tail rise up on their end, swaying conspicuously. This time, it's not because he is on guard, but because of the excitement of victory being in sight. How's the stability of the power unit? It will last no more than 3 days, or 1 day and a half, if fuel is sufficient. Good enough. You don't actually plan on driving it out of Columbia. You don't think I would shit on everyone's future for a garage. That's what you want people to think to allow you to protect as many people as possible. Is that so? Treason is a serious crime. You should look up my file. I've got enough charges against me as it is. Come, help take this stuff to the control room. The wings of a fowl beast, the horn of a birded beast, the teeth of a mangled beast, the hide of a sand beast, the blood of a beck beast. What would happen if you took something from 34 creatures and put it all together? Sharp, weird, chaotic, dangerous, malicious. These are the thoughts that flash through Gordon's mind as he gazes upon the power unit he just created. But he is also filled with excitement that threatens to drive him mad. The plane's original power system has been turned off. The device is now connected. You may now decide the course of Propeller Paradise. I swore an oath when I got my transfer notice. I would be the one who lights the fire of everything new on Propeller Paradise. I would do everything I can to make the stupidest ideas come true. No one would ever again feel the pain I felt in ATIO, to be forced to admit their own usefulness in rules set by others. Now I'm still the one who lights the fire, except I'm going to do it. I'm doing it to the engine of Propeller Paradise and let it run into the empty wilderness. Gordon grabs the fierce-looking lever on the power unit and takes a deep breath. Say goodbye to Max, DC, Propeller Paradise. Bam! Not again. Stop holding down, goddammit. Tin Man, that bird is leading a group on Platform 7. I see it through the monitors. Looks like Tanner got one up on Gustav on Cloud. Hearing from the guide monitoring the Rhine tree, Nasti has broke through the blockade. Our guys are trying to follow her, but they're being blocked by something that feels like sarcasm witchcraft. Vela, send a team over and get the situation under control. I'll deal with matters on Rhine's side. Looks like we're going to meet an old friend, Larry, Curly and Mo. A mad banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. As for you, Mary, you can choose to stay here or help our colleagues outside. Okay, so the boss has to be Vela. I feel like it's Vela. That sounds like the boss, the most likely boss. You should stay a little longer. Hey, you three. Tin Man hears no answer from his revenant friends. Old Curly is lightly waving a stick and dancing an impromptu dance. Big Larry lies on top of Mercia's head with the tears in his eyes, recalling memories of who knows what. As for Lil Mo, he is howling and yelling, and Tin Man can hear. He seems to think he is back in Casdale, taking out a revolver, emptying it into the older revenant, trying to stuff him into the furnace. My legs are numb, and I'm a little dizzy. Perhaps you've been lax about your exoskeleton maintenance. This brig is supposed to rust. Your odds have improved considerably, huh? You managed to drag these three into the whirlpool of memory, even though old Curly had confiscated the projector. Or was it dumb luck? Did all the memories of their overly long lives together make it easier for you to manipulate? It will take a long time to play through the movies of our lives, even at 320 speed, not to mention all the moments that we had to pause and replayed. I apologize. You understand that the effectiveness against me is limited. Yes, I'm sure you'll break free of shackles quite soon. I've read the Huliak reports. She could not fully incapacitate you, even after lopping your head off. Therefore, all I can do is stall for as much time as possible, and delay your intervention. You're an interesting agent, Barry. No man, you've always been doing an admirable job, helping people forget what they should, as be it through art or other means. But this is the wrong time. and you've chosen the wrong target. You told me not to forget my family name. I've never forgotten. Any Celine who grew up in that old house would never forget. The orphanage of Maylander Celine, predecessor of the Foundation. It was our home. We truly considered Mr. Celine our grandfather when we were little. Do you know what my most vivid memory of him is? When I was 8, I came home from school one day and found the doll that should have been in my room, spinning in the middle of the garden, watering the grass around it. It was the only thing I had reminded me of my mother. I don't remember her face, but I remember her dimples gleaming under the lamp when she sewed the doll for me. Grandpa turned into a sprinkler without a second word to me, as though the doll was always meant to do that. The children who grow up with me all have similar stories. You were Grandpa's finest friend. You know what the foreign dining you know that to the founding father of the Federation, there are only new things in Columbia, the youngest nation on Terra, rising out of the frontiers. The only reason for old things to stay is to be used for pioneering. It didn't matter if you were Victorian immigrants or Gaulish refugees, whether we were children or debtors or criminals. Grandpa wanted us to become the children of Columbia, become Celines. That was the only reason for our existence. However, that's exactly why I can't accept what's happening right now, and take it for granted. What do you mean? I can't begin to imagine what you experienced along the course of history. The Maylander Foundation, the President, the Vice President, they all have more things to think about. I've seen the analysis on Cosmere power armor. They reverse engineered the technology to make Gaulish Vilk's Vanguard, achieving results that passed transmitter using the flesh blood of knights. Okay. I am really falling asleep. I've read the textbooks of Lieutenant Basic Architects courses. It will not be a surprise if, in a decade, every citizen in Lieutenant is a soldier, as is the case for Laterano. I can understand why Maylander thinks Columbia is falling behind, and how a timely arms race could bring us back on the right track. Judging by the standards that Grandpa taught me so many times, there's nothing more efficient from a perspective of national development. It's not that I don't understand these fallacies. Indeed, if I was asked to deal with these problems, I wouldn't draw a blank, and I would be able to do this little else but cry. But I can't just take it for granted now. If orphans like us who had nowhere to go could could all become children of Columbia, then why should a mother who walked 1,000 miles to school to her daughter, in search of her daughter, a merchant who put everything on the line so that his wife would not be hounded by creditors, and testers who were simply trying to earn a living? Why should they be sacrificed for the sake of Columbia's progress? My job is to make people forget, but this time, you decided to pay a price for Columbia's progress. You shouldn't be allowed to forget. You should remember the lives and dreams that were part of the sacrifice. Don't think of it as no big deal. God, how much longer? I am dying.
if I read any further, we are going to hit the 8-hour mark. So after this part of the story ends, I will only read the remaining summaries because I cannot read much longer. I cannot stay alive for that much longer. I am actually fading. Nasti gazes at the indistinct figure with the winding branches, the figure of her mother. Vela's limbs have been replaced by gray-white branches, bark climbing up her clothes and skin like scales, printing countless indistinct visages. I just realized she has faces growing out of her hip. Glowing resin pours down like a waterfall, obscuring her face. Many desperate hands reach out from within, clutching her throat like clutching at straws. Both the tree and the person within seem almost unrecognizable. There is only one thing that Nasti can be sure of. This was not a natural occurrence. You merged with the tree? Falling. I see your road back falling. Collapsing. I must make sure you can go home. My incantation could not reach the broken path, but the roots of its rooting tree will. I harmed it. Unravel. Nasti's incantation goes unanswered. The tree design was based on the grammar of the Banshees. It remains flawed in many ways, but it has never before rejected my incantation. Yet now, the branches continue to spread through Vela, dragging her floating silhouette towards Nasti bit by bit. Please, Vela, stop. Let me analyze what's happening to you. Nasti's plea goes unanswered too. All Vela does is ask her questions in an urgent, trembling voice. There's no Mistapple Pope outside the valley. How do you polish your feather horns, Nasti? I never taught you incantation, but it looks like you've learned it on your own. A kind of imitation. How did you? And your bone pen, your power. That's not important, Vela. What I need to know is what happened to you here. Not important. Vela is suddenly silent. The creeping branches come to a standstill. An instant later, they start to spread in the opposite direction, encroaching upon what is left of Vela. Oh boy. The fusion is progressing? The roosting tree has shared your memories with me. Where you went and what you did. It can share more important things. Please finish already. I saw you dig for answers at the great library of the Lich for days and nights. You ruined your eyesight, but the Kermukidon Fremont kicked you out in the end. I should have told him that you were never a foolish child. It was because of me. I saw you blind your horns and attach Falby's feathers to them every day, just to sneak into the city of the Sancta to find food. But it was bad for your horns. That's why the one on the right stopped growing, isn't it? I saw you sleep on metal scaffolds where there were no leaves to give you shade. You didn't build a treehouse either. You just used a simple metal plate. How could anyone sleep like that? Did you get sick? Nasti listens to her go on and on. The voice is distorted, barely recognizable, but the words of concern are familiar.
Nasti realizes that she is not looking at the problem that needs to be solved, nor a patient who needs to be treated. She is looking at a worried mother who needs to be understood. Nasti lowers her bone pen. Fern told me how you looked like when she found you. There were burns from arcs, holes from bullets, gashes from sandstorms all over you. You walked the path that I once did, only harder and more painfully. You could have died. You should have stayed in the Conflict. There was nothing more I could do for the valley, for Lacrimaline, for the children. You've already done so much. The lives you lead for the sake of all the banshees. I knew it. They couldn't fool you. I began to sense that something was off soon after you brought me to the Conflict. I've kept that lie going for 200 years. This was my greatest achievement as custodian of the valley, and my greatest sin. 200 years? Do you mean that war? Yes. The king of Sarkaz at the time was old and foolish. It was not just royal courts. Even outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control all of Sarkaz. It was already a bad year. Catastrophe raked the land once, and then the Alliance's guns raked it again. The green feline appeared on the horizon, leading a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see, which were steam knights, which were the spire casters, and which were the Fuchs vanguard. I couldn't tell. The green feline appeared on the horizon, leading a wall of steel. No. Okay, I did read that. I thought it glitched out. I don't know when they learned to build ships of steel and tubes that breathe fire. All I remember is that the towering Wendigos could only whimper as they were crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell burning from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day could ever forget it. The wailing of the Banshee. We couldn't tell if we were delivering death or delivering the dead. All we could do was wail and howl, or hardly able to put together a single coherent elegy. There were less than 1,000 of us left when the Allied forces withdrew from Castell. Half of us had lost our voices. Because of our nature, the Banshees have never missed a single war of the Sarkaz, but such losses were unprecedented. I survived by sheer chance and left the blood-soaked land of sorrows, trying to find a peace where life still remained. The Conflict? The Conflict. The vast mist lake separates it from the outside. The seasons come to a still in the golden woods. It is a quiet place, one that seems like it didn't belong to the Sarkaz. There's nothing that shouldn't belong to Sarkaz. Yes, we believed that at one time. Me, Lacrimaline, the new king chosen by the crown. We believed the new life for the Sarkaz. Lacrimaline and I took our remaining kin to the Conflict, built a dock by Mist Lake, and built our court in the forests. For the first time, we added symbols of life into the song of the Banshee, guided the trees to bear rich fruit, and the vines to weave themselves into bridges with incantations. For the first time, banshees settled in a single place. They no longer had to sleep with only the night sky as their blanket, traveling from one death to another. But tokens from outside soon came flying in the snowflakes. Tokens announcing death. Yes. Not even Teresa and Teresa could solve the problems left behind the war overnight. Yes, death lingers, long after the smoke has been cleared. We made dried fruit of the first harvest. It was barely enough for a few hundred banshees to make it through the coldest month of winter. But the tokens in my room, the murky blood crystals of the vampires, tattered shrouds of nature, and the shriveled frozen hearts of that Daesh become. They soon piled higher, much higher than our dried fruit. I knew that if we went out to deliver the dead at the time, we could return to our old path, but the catalyst for wedding was changed from the lives of thousands upon thousands in war. So he made a choice on behalf of all the banshees. I made the choice. I convinced Lacramaline. I concealed all the tokens associating death from coming outside. I concealed all the tokens around. Occasionally a banshee might leave the convalesce to devour our kin, but I chose the people carefully and sparingly. Lacramaline faced much criticism outside. For a long time we believed that we could cast aside our nature and lead a different life. If the banshee could do it, so could all Sarkaz. Even if the price was that of the owners of the tokens would never find their way to myriad souls. Even the price was that the banshees, having violated their nature, are swallowed by a lifetime of emptiness, destined to endure a long and painful journey of forgetting upon their deathbed. 200 years passed. 200 years we had endured. Until I met you. That's why I had to leave. How many deaths did you tell the others about each month? More people die in Castel every day. You could fool the others, but you knew that I knew from the beginning. Lacramaline was right. You were too smart, and you grew up in Casdale. I could not have fooled you. But I hoped you could live in the Convalesce. Not just because your mother was one of the many 1,000 souls that I turned a blind eye to. Not just because I owed you a happy childhood for failing to respond to last wish in time, but also because I hoped for the Convalesce, the sanctuary that was built in the hope of sinking a new life for the Sarkaz, would at least be able to take in a child from outside after 200 years. I took the child who was most likely to expose my lie in as my daughter. You carefully kept me away from other banshees. Ultimately, your hopes for the Convalesce fell through. I made many mistakes in my life, and there is none that I regret more than your departure. You were always a smart girl. I thought about it many times, that if I had told you the truth about things, you would have understood and played along whatsoever. If that was the case, then perhaps you wouldn't have. No, I would have left regardless. I remember the day we parted. You called out to me. I didn't turn around, but I looked down at the water. There was no wind on Mist Lake that day. The boat sailed across the water like a knife cutting through a piece of paper. I saw your face clearly, reflected in the still. You wept when I said I was leaving, but let out a sigh of relief, so small, so imperceptible, that perhaps you didn't even notice it yourself. Deep down, you wanted me to leave, didn't you? We were co-conspirators in the parting. Haven't you realized it, Vela? It is the Convalescence, not me, that is truly your daughter. You discovered it and trusted the Sarkaz's future to it, and built it with pavilions and boats, fruits and cakes. Your love for it grew as time passed. There were 2 reasons why you brought me back to the Convalescence: to make amends for the price you paid for it, and to verify whether it had grown the way you hoped it would. My departure brought relief, because the one who could expose the fragile lie that tied the Convalescence together left. But my departure also brought anguish, because it proved that the valley could not carry the burden you hoped it would, even after 200 years. It was too fragile to accept a child who grew up in Kazdale, much less become the future of all of Sarkaz. Nasti, don't. Do you know the answer, Vela? You left the Convalescence, came here, and merged with this tree, which is like the roosting tree, yet different. Did you do it for me, for yourself, or simply out of obsession? What are you running from, Vela? Are you running from death, from the failure of the Convalescence, or from the fact that you were dying and there is nothing else you could do for the Convalescence's failure? Tell me, help me understand, and put an end to this error. Finally! Jesus Christ, this long-ass story. But before I begin the stage, I very unfortunately have to use the bathroom again.
finally at the boss stage. Let's finish this. How bad could this possibly be?
声の重なりで生まれるシンフォニー。
これ以上は進ませません。ウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
Okay, Vela.
どこにまとめてかかってきやがれ。
Clearly, Virtuosa is not an optimal. Yeah, Virtuosa is not in an optimal position right now.
無数の心が交わるハーモニー。
ご決断を。ドクター、次はあなたをどこまでも追い詰める。
これ以上は進ませません。これ以上は進ませません。ウォーミングアップはここまでだ。
It seems whoever activates their skill gets targeted by Vela because they lose HP the moment they activate it, basically. Okay, good to know that Vela isn't, Jesus Christ. Yeah, good to know that you're not stopping there.
無数思い切りお互いを感じましょう。
Yeah, get a little bit of that, why don't you?
今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。毒と罠、これは戦術ね。私にほら太陽が飲まれたよ。
時間は待ってくれません。迷うか時間は待ってくれませんわ。ドクターとそれでも慰めを求めますね。
Please not. Or at least, yeah, phase 2 is fine too. Whoa, everything changed. Oh no. All the ground tiles are gone. This is scary. Yeah, this is gonna be scary.
これ以上は進ませません。ここにまとめてかかってきやがれ。
分かった。
Oh lord. Okay, okay. Martha does enough healing. This is kind of scary though. Okay, okay. going down. It looks like I'll be able to clear this just fine. That's kind of scary. Like, having like over half the map just drop from the sky. Wait, that also means that if those guys fall on the ground, the entire rest of the map is now considered a whole. They just die. Okay, yeah, so that wasn't so bad. Okay, like I said, we've been going on for a while, and I think if I do actually continue reading this and the epilogue, I'll probably be here for another 40 minutes or so. Which will come around to about an 8.5 hour mark. So, I'm going to end this by just reading the goddamn summaries. I am dying already. My body is telling me to shut the fuck up. Mainlander blows up the levitation layer, while people escape toward the border with the remaining ground structure. Nasti and her foster mother resolve their differences and say goodbye. And the tree's last missing piece is filled. When the smoke clears, the tree is the only thing left in the sky. Oh cool, I got a medal for that. Ugh. Zarya bargains with the government using the completed tree as chip, saving Propeller Paradise and lifting the restrictions placed on Rhine since the Trine Mounts incident. The leaders of Rhine meet up for the first time in a while, reporting their findings and setting the tone for research in the new era. Okay. Very nice. That was a lot. What medal did I get? Just completing all the stages. This one. I need to trim it. Three-star rating with no more than 4 operators defeated by Vela. Okay. So basically, don't have so many people die. I have to redo the stage with less people dying to get that medal again. This one too. Don't have anyone die on your 6. This one can be passively cleared. Yeah, cool. Collect everything.
一本やるよ、ドクター。ほれ、火だ。
Skybox obtained. I go into the shop, I bought all the important stuff first. Alrighty. And with that, I am ending the stream here. I've read pretty much all of the story, so good enough. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for lurking. I will see you guys next time. I'm gonna go die now. Sin, you stayed awake too. Amazing. I didn't expect you to still be here. Well, anyways, good night.